America, success in both fame and fortune. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 626 The net is closed. On a weekend day on Magnolia Boulevard in Burbank, Martin and his two companions enjoyed Brazilian barbecue in a window-side booth at a restaurant, gazing across at the brightly lit Nexum house. Several luxury cars were parked in the small plaza downstairs. Nicholson asked, "It seems quite a few people are here." "I know one. She's a high-ranking Treasury official in California on official business. Remember that black woman I showed you?" Martin was familiar with the LAPD. "She's a deputy chief of the LAPD, Leonardo said. "Nexum is different from your cola cult. They're elitist," Martin added. "Besides the elite, there are also those beautiful women." Leonardo automatically chimed in. "Beautiful women are a scarce resource, too," Nicholson and Martin agreed. Martin glanced across and said, "It looks like the Nexum party is over." Cars gradually drove up the driveway in front of Nexum House, waiting for people to board, and then drove off. Not far away, Martin could see Marina getting into a BMW. He called Bruce. Outside, a car quickly followed. Nicholson said, "Martin's road is blocked." Since Nexum had her first time, she might participate in the second. Martin took over. "Let's wait for the second time," Nicholson asked. "Have you contacted the other side?" Martin nodded. "They'll be here soon." The champagne-colored BMW pulled up in front of an apartment building. Marina pushed open the door and got out, waving to Susie in the driver's seat. "It's been a very pleasant afternoon." "Thank you for inviting me," Susie smiled and said. "You're welcome. I'll let you know when I have a chance." Marina smiled and said, "Okay, goodbye." Susie started the car and drove off. Turning the corner, she put her hand under her waist and felt a mark through the thin fabric. It wouldn't be long before Marina would be like her. They say men love to drag women into sex, but women also love to drag women who are more beautiful than themselves into sex. Marina returned to the apartment, kicked off her high heels, poured herself a glass of cold water, and drank most of it in one gulp. Her heated mind gradually calmed down after the stimulation. The afternoon class was a bit ridiculous. So many American elites, like fools, were obsessed with a course taught by a so-called master of human psychology. Among them were the deputy chief of the LAPD, high-ranking officials from the U.S. Treasury, members of the city council and state legislature, and so on. These were people ordinary people couldn't possibly reach. As for Martin, all signs indicated a hopeless situation. Marina wondered if Nexum might offer a solution. Through Nexum's connections, she might be able to connect with higher-ranking American figures. Marina decided to attend the next Nexum meeting. A black Chevrolet SUV slowly pulled up to Davis Manor. Navis sat in the back seat, wondering why Martin had asked him to come to Los Angeles. Although he couldn't understand it, he still flew from Washington, D.C., to Los Angeles. Navis remembered clearly that since meeting Martin, every time he encountered Martin-related events, he would escalate. From the initial Washington Spigot incident to the later Santa Monica Pier incident, Navis, like Martin, had ultimately benefited. The Chevrolet stopped at the small fountain plaza. Navis got out and met Martin, who was waiting there. Martin stepped forward, shook his hand, and said, "Let's talk inside." Navis nodded and followed Martin into the villa. Martin led his men directly to the study, leaving Bruce guarding the door. As soon as Navis sat down, he asked, "Martin, you said there was an emergency and it couldn't be discussed over the phone." Martin replied bluntly, "I found a Russian spy." "Russian spy?" Navis, well aware of the previous Russian spies, asked, "Are there another Russian after you?" Martin shook his head. "Not a killer, but a real spy, possibly a swallow," he continued. "Leonardo, Nicholson, and I found her together and carefully observed her for 3 months. We can be almost certain of this." Navis knew these two men, along with Martin. They were known as Hollywood's bastard trio. He didn't think Martin would joke about such a thing, so he asked, "What happened exactly?" During the European premiere of Inception, Leo threw a party in Paris. Martin, omitting the part about Tom Hardy, recounted the entire incident. Navis immediately made a judgment. It is very likely that they were attracted by your identity as the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, Martin said. I think so too. They want to plant a nail next to me, and then use the Coca-Cola cult as a platform to collect information and intelligence, which is detrimental to America. Navis asked, has she followed you to the Coca-Cola cult meetings? No, Martin shook his head and said, because I was very worried about her. I haven't met her again since coming to Los Angeles, but Nicholson and Leonardo have been secretly watching her. She seems to have joined NICSM. Navis was a little surprised and asked, Keith Rainier's NICSM? Martin said, yes, that's NICSM. The Los Angeles headquarters is at NICSM House on Magnolia Boulevard. Among NICSM's members, there are also many political personnel, Navis speculated. Since the Coca-Cola cult didn't work out, she chose NICSM, which also has access to politics. It's a typical spy style. He asked, do you have any evidence? Martin shrugged. No, we weren't sure at first. Once we were sure, we worried about disturbing her, so we had to stay away, he casually said to his old friend Navis. Dealing with these spies is the FBI's forte, isn't it? She probably frequents NXIVM gatherings. You put out some bait, and you're worried the fish won't bite. Navis couldn't help but laugh. You seem quite knowledgeable, Martin said. You've done so many action films, it's hard not to understand these things. Navis put his smile aside and asked seriously, Martin, how confident are you? Martin said, 90%. It's not just me, Leonardo, Nicholson, and I all think 90%. Navis nodded slightly. That was easy to confirm. They could just put out some bait and test it out. For example, the false intelligence about NATO expansion. If it wasn't true, they could always withdraw the team. If it was true, it would be a huge achievement, a key asset for their next promotion. Navis believed the risk was worth taking. He glanced at Martin, an old friend who always brought him good luck. But Navis knew Martin was no mere Hollywood star, possessing a complex network of connections that even reached the White House. He needed to be thorough in his actions. He asked, I won't let Russian spies threaten you. Do you have any special requests regarding this case? Martin knew that the connections cultivated through the Coca-Cola cult over the years had played a significant role in getting Navis to ask this question. Leo, Jack, and I have been secretly tracking this spy for a long time. Martin, a master of the framing trick, had pulled it off countless times. We suspect NXIVM is colluding with the Russians, deliberately attracting America's elite and extracting intelligence through brainwashing and other means. Navis was slightly taken aback. He thought, the FBI is shameless enough, but Martin, you're even more shameless. Martin added, Keith Rainier is the mastermind behind this, most likely a high-ranking spy recruited by the KGB. If such a high-ranking spy truly existed, Navis would certainly have achieved great credit by uncovering him, but the task would be quite challenging. He added, you just said that there are too many elites within NXIVM. Taking them out would be incredibly difficult. No. Martin raised a finger and shook it. You misunderstood me. The only one truly colluding with the Russians is Keith Rainier. He controls and abuses female slaves, including underage girls. The only one who has actually broken the law is Keith Rainier. As far as I know, Rainier has an ordinary background, he emphasized. Rainier holds billions in wealth contributed by his followers. Hearing this last part, Navis suddenly laughed. Reports of Rainier's slavery and other crimes had been made before, but they had been brought to nothing due to the intervention of his elite followers. But adding a Russian spy into the mix was a completely different matter. Those elite members of NXIVM couldn't fail to understand the seriousness of this situation. Navis, convinced it was perfectly feasible, his mind already made up, asked, why? Martin, understanding his meaning, replied, Keith Rainier intends to enslave my family. He deserves it. Navis stood up, shook Martin's hand formally, and said formally, Mr. Davis, thank you very much for providing the FBI with this crucial tip. You are truly an honorary citizen of Los Angeles and a national hero, Martin said. This is a citizen's duty. After leaving Davis's estate, Navis immediately dispatched his forces and quickly found a suitable insider. He successfully set the bait at a NXIVM gathering. After the fish took the bait, Navis waited until the next NXIVM gathering, then mobilized his forces to raid the NXIVM house on Magnolia Boulevard and successfully apprehend Marina and Keith Rainier. With the FBI's tacit approval, Ivan once again filmed an exclusive story and sold it to TMZ. The news sent shockwaves through America. It wasn't just the spy, The FBI also exposed a string of crimes committed by Keith Rainier. He was suspected of espionage, fraud, false imprisonment, assault, and treason. With Russian espionage and treason implicated, those political figures immediately distanced themselves from Keith Rainier and became his victims. All NXIVM offices in North America were shut down by the FBI. Neville once again became a celebrity within the FBI. Keith Rainier would spend the rest of his life in prison. I forgot to mention that the story of the female spy ran into some trouble. The book has been a constant target, and I've lost count of the number of chapters and revisions I have had to make. I won't go into specifics, but as everyone knows, when I was writing this chapter yesterday, I was progressing smoothly through the first half. But in the final few hundred words, I was suddenly reminded and had to hastily wrap it up. Chapter 627 Perfect Plan. Are you optimistic about this project? In the Pacific Pictures office, Louise reviewed the project plan for Argo, removed her black-rimmed glasses, rubbed her eyes, and asked Martin across from her, "You haven't even seen the script yet." Martin stretched. From an Oscar perspective, this is an incredibly politically correct film. From a market perspective, the story itself is legendary. A CIA escape expert, using a real-life, fake Hollywood crew, helped 6 diplomats escape Tehran. Even movies wouldn't dare film it that way, it would be criticized for being irrational and illogical. Louise couldn't help but laugh. Reality is often even more outrageous than movies. If Argo weren't based on fact, audiences and critics would surely have panned it. Martin spoke frankly, "I think this film not only has a market value, but also meets my specific needs." There was a knock on the office door, and an assistant came in, saying, "Mr. Graham King has arrived." Martin and Louise went out to greet him. Graham emerged from the elevator when he saw Martin and Louise. He shook their hands and went into the meeting room together. Martin asked, "Has the lead actor been confirmed yet?" Graham, who had worked with Martin before, pulled out the script and handed it to him, saying, "We haven't confirmed the director, actors, or financing yet. I've had a few actors contact me, but filming won't start until the second half of next year at the earliest, so I'm not rushing to make a decision." Martin flipped through the script and said, "Louise and I can handle most of the financing." Graham understood. Martin was bringing in capital. This would give him a significant advantage over ordinary actors. The project funding was secured, the lead actor was secured, and along with it, market appeal. Could there be a more perfect solution? Graham said, "Working with you solves a significant portion of this project's challenges." "How could I possibly refuse?" Louise took over. "How about a 3-party joint production?" Graham's GK Films wasn't a large company to begin with, so if they didn't raise the money from here, they would have to find others. He nodded immediately. "Send someone to negotiate a contract with my film company." Louise glanced at Martin. Martin quickly glanced through the beginning and end of the script, confirming it was the Argo he'd seen before. He nodded slightly at her. Louise said, "I'll have someone go over to discuss it this afternoon." Martin, ever the most meticulous, told Graham, "We're still looking to produce The Prince of Thieves." Graham replied, "No problem, but my schedule is packed." It might not be until 2012. Martin's schedule was equally packed. He had 2 films confirmed for next year, The Martian and Argo. Adding prep and shooting time, as well as promotional time for other films, his schedule was actually quite tight. He said, "I don't have time next year either. Let's wait until 2012. They only needed to finalize the overall aspects of the project. The details would naturally be worked out by the professionals below them." The 3 of them chatted for a while, then discussed the director. Graham said, "Originally, I wanted to invite Steven Spielberg, but his schedule wasn't right. He was planning a film about Lincoln, and his asking price was too high." Martin said, "Spielberg's ability is undeniable, but as a director, he'd take most of the profits, so I only had a brief approach and then gave up." Graham sighed. Director Scorsese isn't interested in projects of this nature, and it's hard to find other suitable directors. The 3 of them weren't just actors and producers, they had studios behind them, so choosing a director also had to consider profitability. Martin thought for a moment and asked, "How about David Fincher?" Graham nodded, "We'll give it a try." Louise agreed. Director Fincher's ability is definitely there, it depends on his schedule. Martin said, "I'm meeting with him this afternoon, so I'd like to ask him." Graham said, "If he's interested, we can discuss the details of the collaboration." The 3 chatted for a while, and Graham left. After leaving Pacific Pictures, Graham got into his car and received a call from Matt Damon. "Hey, Matt, what's up?" he asked, picking up the line. Matt Damon on the other end said, "I just saw a project at my agency. It's called Argo, based on a real-life CIA rescue operation. Your GK Films project is looking for a lead actor. How about me?" he added. "I'm very familiar with how the CIA works. I've dealt with them many times in the past and understand their style." Graham thought to himself that if he had called earlier, you might have been the perfect fit, but now? He could only apologize. "Matt, we've already got someone for the lead role." Matt Damon wasn't going to give up so easily. "Can you tell me who it is? I'll call him and have a chat." It's not uncommon for Hollywood stars to use their influence to dissuade their opponents. Christian Bale and Matt Damon are both examples of this. Graham didn't hold back, saying, "Martin Davis and I have already finalized a deal with Louise Mayer of Pacific Pictures." Matt Damon fell silent. "Let's meet for a drink sometime." Graham said nothing more and hung up. In his Brentwood mansion, Matt Damon put down his phone. Seeing his grim expression, the agent on the other end quickly asked, "What's going on?" "What did Graham King say?" Matt Damon replied. "Martin Davis reached out and snatched up the project." The agent asked, "No hope at all? Can't we try again?" "I've looked into this project. It's based on a real case. It's quite legendary, and it'll captivate audiences." "Stop talking," Matt Damon said, raising his hand to stop the agent. "Let's give up." The agent frowned. "Giving up so easily?" Matt Damon clutched his chest. "Remember this, you must remember this," he emphasized. "We will not participate in any project involving Martin Davis, and we will not compete for it. Understand?" Seeing his serious tone, the agent nodded. "I understand." Matt Damon picked up the project document from the coffee table and, with some reluctance, tossed it into the trash can. The agent said goodbye and left. Matt Damon walked in back and stood by a photo frame, silent for a long time. Inside the frame was a large photo of three of them: Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, and Casey Affleck. The brothers had been having a miserable time in prison. Matt Damon had considered solutions, but the people they had offended were difficult to deal with. As for Harvey Weinstein, that guy was completely hopeless, and he had long since given up on them. The core members of the Foot Gang now only remained Matt Damon, Quentin, and Robert Rodriguez. The latter two were completely focused on their films and had no desire to cause trouble. Matt Damon had witnessed the despicable behavior of the Face Gang, led by Martin Davis, and didn't want to repeat the mistakes of Harvey and the Affleck brothers. He muttered, "I can't afford to offend, but I can always avoid him." From now on, Matt Damon decided not to touch any project that Martin Davis had his eye on. Pasadena, California Institute of Technology. A promotional tour for Gone Girl had just concluded when Martin approached David Fincher and said, "I've got a new project. Want to take a look?" Having worked with Martin twice before and knowing his reliability, Fincher asked, "What's your next exciting project?" This was the height of David Fincher's Oscar obsession. Martin handed him the script for Argo, saying, "This project is Oscar-worthy. It's based on a legendary true story." David Fincher took the script and read it carefully. The opening scene was a familiar one, a global sensation. Seeing Tony Mendez using a fake Hollywood crew and project to rescue someone, David Fincher's interest was instantly heightened, and he flipped right to the back to read the closing scenes. After reading for a while, David Fincher said, "The script is very well written, and the rescue itself is full of drama and very interesting." He asked, "Are you going to play the leading actor Tony Mendez?" Martin nodded. "It's basically confirmed." The project is jointly funded by Graham King's GK Films, Louise's Pacific Films, and my studio. "We are currently lacking a key director," David Fincher said. "What about the time? When do you plan to start filming and production?" Martin said, "In the second half of next year." David Fincher nodded slightly. "There is still time." Martin asked curiously, "David, do you have a new project on hand?" "Indeed there is a project." David Fincher closed the crew and said with a smile, "You probably won't be interested." He simply said, "Netflix plans to produce its own content. Greg invited me to be the producer and director of a political thriller adapted from a British drama." Martin has seen all of David Fincher's works, and he knew it was House of Cards as soon as he heard it. David Fincher shook his head. "With your current status and market appeal, you would be crazy to shoot Gathering, and your age is not right." Martin asked, "Didn't you go to shoot it?" David Fincher laughed and said bluntly, "There is no way. Netflix is too convincing, and offered me a price that I can't refuse." Martin said seriously, It's normal to make money. Indeed, without money, no matter how good a film artist is, he can only stare. David Fincher pointed to the script. Leave it here with me, and when the project is officially approved, let Louise find me to discuss the director's contract. As Martin's status in Hollywood improves, problems such as the director of the project are no longer so difficult to solve. Chapter 628, Lifting the Curse. Marriage, like life, is a battlefield, not a comfort zone. Charlize Theron, in her promotional campaign for Gone Girl, was incredibly dedicated, even using her personal experiences to attract attention. I witnessed my parents' fierce arguments, my father's attempts to harm me, and the price my mother paid to protect me. Following the Oscar-winning performance of Monster, the South African beauty's teenage years were once again hyped up by the media. It's eye-catching and easily manipulated. And she, too, is a true victim of marriage. At 15, Charlize Theron witnessed her mother shooting her abusive father. From then on, she became a staunch believer in non-marriage. That evening, Charlize's newly installed retractable bridge suddenly opened, one end resting on her side while the other extended into Martin's home. Martin climbed the steps to the bridge and, as he walked, felt a strange sense of belonging to the man next door. Fortunately, Stuart Townsend had already gone on to spend his life with Tony. Martin descended the bridge and saw Charlize. Charlize was waiting for him downstairs. Drinking alone is boring. Come on, drink with me. Martin followed her into the villa. There were 2 bottles of wine and 2 glasses in the small living room. He opened one of the bottles of tequila and said as he poured the wine, "The original novel has been at the top of the bestseller list for 12 consecutive weeks. Coupled with the appeal of you, me and Fincher, normal promotion will be enough. There's no need to do this. Thank you for your concern." Charlize picked up the glass and drank nearly half of it in one gulp. "I do this because I want success more urgently than you do." Martin also took a sip. "You are an Oscar winner for Best Actress, a Dior Goddess, and a South African Diamond. You are very successful." Charlize shook her head. "Ever since winning the Best Actress Oscar, my career has been cursed. Regardless of the reputation of the works I have starred in, with the exception of Hancock, the commercial success of them has been a mess. If it weren't for Dior's blessing, I would have been finished long ago, probably even worse than Nicole Kidman." She sighed. "Did you know? Creations have already started looking for me to play supporting actress." Martin heard it. "You mentioned Snow White and the Huntsman?" Charlize nodded. "Yes, let me play the Queen, and your other neighbor Kristen Stewart will play Snow White. I can only say this is crazy. The casting director and the people in that crew are blind and crazy, and they have problems with their brains." Martin spread his hands. "There will be a magic mirror with open eyes and telling lies in the movie." Charlize smiled. "You don't have to coax me in this way. I want something practical." Martin asked, "What is practical?" One of Charlize's feet passed under the wine table and landed on Martin's legs. "I am cursed by Oscar, and only you can help me lift the curse, duty-bound." Martin took the wine bottle and wine glass on the table, dragged Charlize's long legs, and threw her on the table. He diligently cleared the obstacles to lifting the curse when inspiration struck him. "Sally, if I can successfully lift the Oscar curse for you, you must spread the word." Charlize immediately understood Martin's meaning. "You want those Oscar-winning actresses who are suffering from the Oscar curse to come to you and ask you to help them lift the curse?" Martin laughed. "You're such a clever girl. The Oscar curse is a lingering nightmare that haunts many actresses, causing many to quickly fall from grace after reaching the pinnacle of success." Charlize was also deeply troubled. Such a terrifying curse? Of course, Martin had to use the strongest sword to break it. The curse was too tight, and the sword could only cut and cut. Finally, Charlize screamed, and relief came over her, as if the curse had been lifted. They showered and returned to drink. Charlize clinked glasses with Martin. "I hope that working with you will bring me good luck," Martin boasted. "I have always been able to turn around the bad luck of people around me and make them always have good luck." Charlize had just enjoyed it and said, "Your way of turning it around is really special." Martin said, "As long as this movie is a big hit, your luck will definitely get better. Then I'll try your luck." Charlize said directly, "In addition to Snow White and the Huntsman, I have 2 other projects to choose from, both of which are Warner Brothers projects." Martin made a gesture of invitation. "You go ahead," Charlize said. "One is a project that Warner Brothers President John Berg is vigorously promoting. It is a movie adaptation of Gillian Flynn's novel Dark Places. I have received an audition invitation for the heroine, and my hope of getting it is very high." Her voice suddenly changed. "You and Gillian are very familiar with each other." You have been friends for many years, right? Hey, Sally, don't slander good people. Martin was very confident. We are just neighbors and friends. Charlize didn't continue to pester her and returned to the point. The other is a project left behind by Alan Horn. George Miller is going to shoot the 4th installment of the Mad Max series, but he will only play a supporting actress. Martin thought for a while and said, "My personal suggestion is that you choose the Mad Max series. You don't think highly of Gillian's new work." Charlize thought of the fact that Warner Brothers had snatched the novel from Martin and asked, "Did you give up on purpose?" Martin would never admit this no matter where he went. "Of course not. I was waiting for Gillian to finish the book, but Warner Brothers came out. He found a suitable reason. I say this because I think Alan Horn's ability and vision are far better than John Berg's." Charlize nodded slightly. "I don't believe in Alan Horn's vision. But I believe in your vision. If you can get rid of the current decline, Martin, I will give you enough rewards." Martin said, "Just in case, you don't want to marry me, do you?" Charlize rolled her eyes and kicked Martin under the table. "Hasn't marriage brought me enough pain? I will never get married." She recalled the sad past. "It's actually quite good now." Martin squeezed her hand firmly. "After all we've been through, you're the real diamond among the thorns." Charlize said, "Our relationship is great now. When you get tired of it, or I get tired of it, then it'll end." She glanced at Martin. "You won't stop for someone. You'll keep moving forward until you achieve your goal." "I didn't expect you to understand me so well." Martin poured another glass and drank with Charlize. "I hope we'll be happy forever." Charlize said, "That depends on your perseverance and skills." Martin replied, "I never let anyone down." They finished their bottle of wine and went straight to the upstairs bedroom. The next morning, after Martin left via the retractable bridge, Charlize drove to the agency. Arriving at her agent's office, she said directly, "Turn down the role in Dark Place. I'm not interested. Also, reply to George Miller that I'm willing to audition for Furiosa in Mad Maximum." The agent was quite surprised. "Sally, are you sure? She is the absolute heroine in Dark Place, a role that really carries the entire film. You just worked with Gillian Flynn in Gone Girl. As long as you go for the audition, you will almost certainly get the role," he persuaded. "Mad Max is just a B-movie, and Furiosa is still a supporting actress. If you choose this way," Charlize interrupted the agent, "I've made up my mind. You don't have to say anything more." For a star of her level, it is difficult for the agent to change her decision if she really wants to make one. The agent urged again, "Sally, you're wasting your time and your talent." Charlize replied, "Just do what I say." "Okay, I'll let them know." The agent added, "Even if you pass the audition, negotiations will have to wait until after Gone Girl comes out. The film has a very high chance of success, and it will help you get a better deal." Charlize nodded. "Okay." With Gone Girl's North American premiere imminent, promotion is in full swing. Both the producers and distributors have invested considerable resources. Advertisements for the film can be seen across North America on television, radio, the internet, newspapers, magazines, and outdoor advertising. Furthermore, Gillian Flynn's original novel has become a huge hit, topping the bestseller lists for over 10 consecutive weeks, accumulating a large potential audience for the film. The news of David Fincher and Martin's film adaptation has boosted the novel's popularity, and the book's strong sales will in turn benefit the film. Warner Brothers is incredibly adept at this, having used this same approach to develop the Harry Potter series. Martin, David Fincher, Charlize, Léa Seydoux, Mene, and Gillian Flynn, the main creative staff, were simply going about their usual promotional duties. Besides Charlize's own revelations, which attracted attention, rumors of a love triangle between Mene, Isabelle Huppert, and Sophie Marceau caused some stir. According to Mene, Huppert and Marceau had a public falling out over the right to use his hand, nearly resulting in a slapping incident. Martin and the others were nothing but impressed. Mene was deeply pleased and said to Martin and Bruce privately, "They forced me to choose between kicking out Sophie or Isabelle, but I can't bear to do either of them." Martin said, "Nothing to talk about." Mene shook her head, "No way to talk about it. Women's quarrels are more terrible than men's." Bruce said, "Man, you are an old scumbag. Can't you solve this little problem?" "I plan to solve it completely," Mene said angrily. "I won't choose anyone. I only choose Celine Dion." Martin understood. "You made the right choice." Bruce didn't quite understand. "Why?" "I really love Celine." Mene had no scruples about talking in front of his family, and said, "Celine Dion has more than $400 million in assets. I got the news that Renee Angeli's throat cancer has relapsed, Bruce exclaimed. Uncle Mean is the winner in life. Chapter 629 I kicked them all. In mid-November, amidst an intense publicity spree, Gone Girl held its North American premiere at the El Capitan Theater in Hollywood. Besides fans and members of the Coca-Cola cult, the crowd also included a large number of fans of Gillian Flynn's books. Although she had witnessed the enthusiasm of fans at numerous book signings, walking the red carpet at the premiere, hearing so many people shouting her name, Gillian Flynn was still trembling with excitement. As a journalist, she had witnessed similar events countless times, but the difference between being a bystander and being the protagonist was truly worlds apart. Arriving at the media area, facing the cameras and microphones of the reporters, Gillian nearly fainted with excitement. She babbled incoherently, "I'm so happy. I fantasized about my work being adapted into film countless times before, but when this moment finally happened, I couldn't contain myself." The reporter quickly asked, pacing the conversation, "Who do you want to thank most?" Martin Davis," Gillian answered without hesitation, calming herself down a bit, at least back to reality. "I told Martin about this novel when it was still just an idea. We were neighbors at the time, and he encouraged me to turn it into a novel. Martin helped with the subsequent first edition and adaptation. Without him, there would be no Gone Girl." A thunderous cheer echoed from the red carpet behind. Gillian turned and, unsurprisingly, saw Martin walking down the aisle. He was so popular that he didn't even need to make a move. Wherever he turned his head, cheers would pierce the air. Gillian ignored the interview and watched Martin walk the red carpet, sign autographs for fans, and interact with the members of the Coca-Cola cult. She also ordered a commemorative Coke, and when Martin raised his glass, she joined in the chant, "Cola Cult Forever." On the second floor of the theater, John Berg stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the crimson-red crowds on both sides of the red carpet, listening to the thunderous cheers. He couldn't help but shake his head and said to Daniel, "Did he sign a distribution deal with Disney?" Even now, Daniel still felt a great regret about letting Martin and Davis' studio go. He said, "We couldn't meet the distribution conditions he demanded, so the deal fell through, and he switched distributors." He lamented, "Cola Cult is a fantastic consumer group," John Berg said, "a loose group that can't even be called a business organization. If Martin Davis encounters even the slightest setback, fails twice, they won't hesitate to abandon him." Daniel didn't respond. John Berg added, "We're Warner Brothers, the leading entertainment and media conglomerate in Hollywood and the world. Let alone Martin Davis, even if all the superstar actors didn't work with Warner, it would still be Warner." Daniel asked, "How is the filming of Pharaohs and Gods going?" Ridley Scott is a very efficient director. "We're wrapping up filming and will be returning to Los Angeles with a crew this month," John Berg specifically said. "This is a collaborative project we created, so we need to do a strong job promoting it." Daniel, realizing he'd gotten the project from Martin, felt a surge of confidence. "I can't guarantee anything else, but opening it in 4,000 theaters is absolutely guaranteed." As they chatted, the main cast arrived, took a group photo, and then entered the theater. Martin entered the lobby and saw Alan Horn waiting there, with his daughter, Cody Horn, standing beside him. The latter, seemingly waiting for him, came over and said, "The previews were incredibly popular. I wish you great box office success." Cody Horn stepped forward and said, "Martin, I support every one of your films by buying tickets." Martin smiled and said, "Thank you for your support." Alan Horn knew full well that as long as Martin's films continued to be successful, the release of John Wick 2, released by Disney, would be a box office hit. Suddenly, someone came down the stairs nearby, and Cody Horn gently tugged at Alan Horn's sleeve. Alan Horn turned and saw John Berg and Daniel coming down from the second floor. Martin also saw them, and Daniel nodded in return. John Berg walked over quickly, took the initiative to shake hands with Alan Horn, and said, "I haven't seen you since the handover. I didn't expect to meet you here today." Alan Horn smiled politely, "You and I are busy with work." John Berg glanced at Martin. It was Martin's movie that gave us two busy people the opportunity to meet. When the ex meets the current, there are always a lot to say. John Berg added, "Starting next year, Warner Pictures will have many big-budget movies released. You must come to the premiere then." Alan Horn responded, "You are also welcome to attend the premiere of Disney Pictures." John Berg said, "Let's settle it." The two sides didn't say any more. John Berg glanced at Martin and walked directly to the entrance of the theater. As they walked, he whispered to Daniel, Terminator 2018 lost so much money, and the Walt Disney Board of Directors was insane, hiring him as president of Disney Studios. Daniel was more familiar with Alan Horn. He's still very capable. He's a big part of Warner Bros.'s current situation. John Berg didn't like what he heard, and didn't bother to discuss it further with Daniel, walking straight into the theater. Martin walked with Alan Horn and his daughter. Alan Horn asked, "I heard you and Louise signed a deal with the Graham King's GK Films to collaborate on a new film." "That's right," Martin said honestly. GK Films is the primary producer, and Louise's and my company are the main investors. The two sides had already reached an agreement, with a production budget of $65 million. Alan Horn said, "Let's find a chance to talk to Graham some other time. This movie would be perfect for Disney." Martin replied bluntly, "I'm planning on trying for an Oscar for this film, and we'll have to invest a lot of resources during awards season." Alan Horn had confidence in both Martin and Louise, and Graham was considered a top producer. He said without hesitation, "That's not a problem." Entering the theater, Martin said goodbye to the father and daughter and went straight to the front row. Charlize Theron had already arrived and sat next to him. Seeing Martin approach, she whispered, "The movie's premiering soon. We'll find out soon if your curse-breaking method works." Martin asked, "What if it doesn't?" Charlize glanced down and said, "Get rid of it. You'll have fewer worries and more time in the future." "Sure enough, women who don't want to get married are scary," Martin said deliberately. Charlize shot back, "Men who don't want to get married are scumbags." Martin had no feeling about this and said, "What if the method to lift the curse is effective?" Charlize thought about it seriously and said, "It's equivalent to you saving my career." In return, Martin reminded her, "I can come to you anytime and anywhere now, so these are not rewards. I'm not a rogue." Charlize had already thought about it and said, "When we are together, you can do whatever you want me to do, or use me wherever you want." Martin was not surprised. "You have completely walked out of the wall," Charlize said. "I wasted 9 years. How much happiness could I have enjoyed in 9 years? I want to make up for it with you." She leaned closer and lowered her voice. "I heard that you often have threesomes with Jolie and Aniston. Such fun. I can join in too." Martin said, "The two of us can do it." Min came over at this time and sat on the other side of Martin and said, "Boss, I kicked them all out." Several main creators of the crew knew about Min. Charlize asked curiously, "Have you broken up with Isabelle Huppert and Sophie Marceau?" "Yes," Min vowed. "From now on, I will be devoted to Celine Dion. She is my true love." Martin didn't believe a word of it, because there was still Emma Thomas, David Fincher, Gillian Flynn, and others arrived, and the theater, which could accommodate over 1,000 people, quickly filled up. Many of them carried copies of the novel based on Gone Girl. Reporters from the press area filed into their reserved seats. Before the screening began, there was a brief Q&A session with media and fans. All of this lasted only 10 minutes. Besides the red carpet, the highlight of a premiere was naturally the premiere screening. After the ceiling lights dimmed, the theater quickly quieted down, and the screening of Gone Girl began. This is a highly immersive film, divided into 2 parts. The first half focuses on her husband, Nick Dunn, using a varied narrative technique to seamlessly connect multiple events. The second half, centered around the wife, Amy, is a thrilling drama, each scene brimming with amusement and a breathtaking sense of tension. Amy constantly oscillates between being a goddess and a psychopath. It's intense, yet also full of fun. Many viewers were laughing from the moment Amy ran away from home. In a serious social and marital thriller, laughter is normally considered a dreaded occurrence, a sign of serious problems. But this isn't the case with Gone Girl. The audience felt a genuine joy at the scenes involving the bitch and the dog, and couldn't help but laugh. It was laughter of joy, laughter brought on by the film. At the film's end, when a couple who share a bed but have different dreams, even willing to stab each other, are presented to the public and media as a happy family, many viewers felt both amused and shuddered. The phrase, "This is marriage," resonated with many. The marriage wasn't happy, but they chose to stay together. Chapter 630, a good movie to enhance the relationship between husband and wife. As light shone through the window, Charlize Theron jolted awake. She glanced at Martin, who was still soundly asleep, and thought of last night's premiere. She rushed to the bathroom, quickly washed up, and then went to the next room to turn on her computer. Reputation. Reputation, she thought, as if praying. Damn that Reputation. Charlize knew full well that if this film didn't do well, she'd be stuck playing supporting roles. She first opened Rotten Tomatoes and clicked on Gone Girl. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the red tomatoes, 96%. Critics were giving it a thumbs up. David Fincher has delivered another masterpiece. This film is dazzling and captivating in every way. The lead actors, Martin Davis and Charlize Theron, are like divine intervention, perfectly portraying the struggle between an unfaithful, weak, artistic man and a beautiful, elegant, scheming woman. It makes one feel deeply that marriage is a mixture of heaven and hell. Seeing the pinned review, Charlize's heart sank even further. She then checked IMDb. The rating there was currently a high of 9.2. A superb masterpiece. Personally, I think it's the best film of the year. Too bad it was released at the wrong time. It should have premiered on Valentine's Day. Highly recommended for couples. It's a great film for strengthening relationships. Charlize almost laughed, but suddenly turned to look at the next room. An inexplicable thought popped up in her mind. Martin seemed to have set up a tent. What if he took a wallpaper cutter and cut under it? At this thought, she quickly shook her head and threw away the crazy idea. She hadn't even enjoyed herself enough yet. Charlize then checked MTC, a film website that collects media ratings. The film had an average score of 85. From audiences to critics to the professional media, word of mouth was rave reviews. All that remained was the box office. Since it was only the premiere and not yet a wide release, Charlize could only check the Cinema Score website for live audience reviews. Unsurprisingly, it was an A. All of this indicated that the film was incredibly well received and poised for a box office smash. Charlize's heart settled, and she slipped into her pajamas and headed back next door. Upon entering, she saw Martin's tent, pitched high. The jerk was still sound asleep, and it wasn't time for his morning workout yet. Charlize decided to wake him up for his morning workout. She opened the tent, crawled inside, and kissed Martin awake. An hour-long workout, not a single drop wasted. Martin ate a lot for breakfast, but Charlize didn't eat anything, feeling full. They arrived at Los Angeles International Airport on time, joined the rest of the crew, and began their nationwide promotional tour. Thus began the 20-day North American promotional tour for Gone Girl. Every time they arrived in a city, the crew would do their best to attract the attention of the media and the public, letting people know that Gone Girl would soon be released nationwide in North America. Before the arrival of a new weekend, the film was officially released in North America with a scale of 3,621 theaters. Due to the R rating, many teenagers could not enter the theater. But the theaters showing the film were still very full. Atlanta, Peachtree Street. Robert, with his neatly combed hair, was carefully wiping the old wooden table in the office. On the table was a bottle of Coca-Cola produced in 2003 that had long expired. This was a new one, praying that Martin's new film would be a big hit. Robert wiped the table clean very carefully. Now he has resigned from his position as artistic director of the entertainment agency and is working full-time as the high priest of the Coca-Cola cult, handling all related sacrificial matters. There was a knock on the office door, and the assistant came in and said, "The two Ms. Carters are here." In the reception room, Robert put on his suit jacket and went to the reception room. Seeing Elena and Lily, he said to Elena, "Good morning, Saint." Elena still wore the virginity ring she had worn on her left ring finger. "Martin sent me another new Cadillac, and I had Lily drive it over." Lily handed the keys to Robert and said, "It's the latest flagship sedan." Robert took the keys. Elena checked the time. "You go ahead and do your work. We'll be leaving first." Robert asked, "What's the rush?" Lily said, "We're going to see Martin's new movie." They went downstairs and went to a nearby theater. They arrived just in time. The movie started as they sat down. After watching for a while, Lily began to mutter, "That's exactly how he is. He doesn't even need to act. He just stands there and looks like a typical scumbag." Elena said, "How could Martin be as weak as Nick Dunn?" Lily thought about it and realized that it was true. Yet, so he's not acting like himself. Elena stopped talking and watched the movie seriously. The marriage in the movie was really despairing. Thinking about her parents and Martin's father, marriage is really terrible. The movie ended and they returned to the car. Lily was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is marriage really like this?" Elena replied, "I've seen far more horrible marriages than this." Lily thought of Scott and Emma and shrugged, "After watching this movie, I don't want to get married at all." Elena turned and stared at Lily. "What did you do with Martin?" "No, nothing." Lily objected loudly, then muttered, "I did, but he's as timid as a mouse." Before she could finish her words, a white fist appeared before her. Lily instinctively tried to dodge, but the fist came down with precision, just as it had so many times before. With a dull thud, the care of her sister landed on Lily's head. Elena said, "Drive." Lily didn't dare say anything more and quickly started the car and drove away. They returned home and saw their father, Scott, at the entrance to the community. Lily stopped the car. Elena got out of the passenger seat and asked, "Why are you here?" Scott spread his legs and walked to his daughter with strange steps, then took out a card. "I was watching the Warriors game, and Hall was injured. There is some money in it." Elena didn't take it. "You keep it. Hall's injury is okay and he will recover soon. We have money, and the Atlanta Braves will also cover the medical expenses." Scott nodded. "I'm glad you're okay." He took the card back and suddenly asked, "Has Emma contacted you recently?" No. Eleanor had already given up on Emma Carter. The last news we got was that she was hanging out with those black drug dealers in South City. Lily also came over. "What do you want to do with Emma? Do you want to ruin our lives?" Scott smiled embarrassedly, and what he said was unexpected. "I want to divorce her, the kind that goes through formal procedures." Eleanor had a bad association. "What do you want to do?" A nearby Hummer opened, and Sophia got out of the car. Her bulging muscles made the loose sportswear into a tight-fitting suit, and her fatless face was covered with flesh, like a female King Kong. She smiled at Lily and Elena, and the sky seemed to crack with thunder. "I'm going to marry Scott." Elena felt like thunder rumbling in the sky. "Don't you have a husband?" Scott said. "He died a long time ago." Sophia continued, "I proposed to Scott, and he agreed, but the paperwork requires him to divorce your mother first." Elena said nothing else. "We don't know where Emma is." Sophia saw that she was not lying. "I'll send someone to find her." Lily didn't want to see Emma, and she knew Emma's character. If Sophia really wanted to find her, the four siblings would have a lot of trouble. In fact, Emma could completely disrupt the four people's stable lives. Lily thought for a moment and asked, "Sophia, you have an investment in Martin. Martin's new film, Gone Girl, is out now. Aren't you going to see it?" Sophia had been busy lately and hadn't noticed the film. "It's out already?" she asked. Lily gestured to the car. "Elena and I just got back from a movie." Sophia looked at Scott. "Let's go. We'll take our time finding people. Let's go see a movie." Scott crossed his legs and followed Sophia into the car. They quickly entered a theater, bought 2 tickets for Gone Girl, and began to enjoy Martin's new film. At the beginning of the film, Sophia and Scott would occasionally exchange a few words. But after half an hour, neither of them spoke. It was a movie that left couples speechless, even those with a special bond like Sophia and Scott. On the contrary, even though the film was wonderful and enjoyable, it left a certain after effect. After the movie, after exiting the theater and getting into the Hummer, Sophia was lost in thought. Scott sat off to the side, shifting his hips occasionally, as if he, too, had been shaken and affected. After a while, Sophia's face trembled a few times, and she said, "Emma can't find anyone right now, and you can't get a divorce properly there. Let's wait and see if we get married." Scott agreed, saying, "There's no rush about getting married. Emma might come out on her own someday, and it wouldn't be easy to find someone among the black people in South City." "That's fine." Sophia stopped talking about marriage and started the car back to the Beast House Club. Scott turned his head and looked out the window. On the huge outdoor poster, Martin stood in front of a missing person notice looking for Amy. His smile oozed. He looked like a complete jerk. Why didn't Scott take this jerk to heaven? November had already begun, and the traditional North American holiday season had begun. Although there were no public holidays in mid-November, Gone Girl still attracted a large number of audiences to the theaters thanks to the popularity of Martin and David Fincher, as well as the book's thriving fan base. When Friday's ticket sales ended and Saturday's midnight arrived, the latest box office statistics were released. Gone Girl closed with $20.75 million, squeezing out Megamind, which was released last weekend, to top the North American box office chart. Chapter 631 David Fincher's God of Luck. In a Miami beachfront hotel restaurant, David Fincher surveyed the long list of numbers on a spreadsheet, raised his ice-cold beer, and toasted Martin, Charlize, and Mean. "Guys, it's time to celebrate. This film's opening day box office broke the single-day record for any film I've ever directed." Martin clinked his glass with him and said, "Congratulations, David." Charlize, equally delighted, clinked her glasses with everyone else and said, "Congratulations to all of us." Mean grinned, "This is a glorious moment for us." Martin raised his glass, Cheers, David Fincher shouted. Cheers. The cold beer washed down with a wave of refreshing relief. When you're in a good mood, anything tastes good. This was especially true for David Fincher. My last record was set when The Curious Case of Benjamin Button was released. He looked at Martin. That was also with you. You're my lucky charm, so I'll be working with you on my next film, Martin joked. As long as it's not your lucky charm. David Fincher took the bottle, poured Charlize Theron a glass, and joked, my lucky charm is here. Charlize drank with him and said, David, we're the same. My lucky charm is also Martin. The North American box office results are in, and with the excellent word of mouth, the film's opening weekend performance is unlikely to be surprising. Charlize stared at Martin, her eyes burning with fire, and exclaimed, the Oscar-winning actress curse that has plagued me for years has been lifted just like that by Martin. Beliefs like voodoo still exist among the black community, and Mean couldn't help but ask curiously, Sally, can I ask what the boss used to lift the curse for you? Charlize smiled mysteriously. Of course it was a very special ritual. Mean asked Martin seriously, boss, can you teach me the ritual to break the curse? In the neighborhood where I grew up, many of my friends say they've been cursed by voodoo and won't die in their hospital beds. Bruce, who was standing next to him, patted him on the shoulder and said, use your best skills to break the curse for them. My best skills? Mean was stunned for a second, then realized what he was best at. He quickly said, no way, absolutely not. I'd rather they be cursed and go to see God than lick their ass. Everyone laughed. After another round of drinks, David Fincher said, let's call it a day. We have to leave for New York tomorrow, so get some rest. The drinking party ended, and Martin and David Fincher walked out in front. David Fincher said, I've spoken with the Graham King a few times. I'll start preparing for Argo after the Oscar nominations are announced. Filming will start in the second half of next year, and it'll be released the following year, Martin said. Just in time for the 85th Academy Awards, Charlize followed up and asked, are you discussing a new project? Martin replied, a political thriller. It's a strictly male-dominated film, with no room for female characters. Charlize didn't ask any more questions. Martin went upstairs and returned to his room, where Charlize followed him in. She closed the door and said, can you check how much of the curse is left? Continue to lift it. I don't think it's completely gone. Martin lifted her up and said, glad to help. The next morning, the crew departed Miami on a chartered flight for New York. A promotional event was scheduled at afternoon. Martin came down from the stage and returned backstage to find Georgina Chapman. Why are you here? Martin asked in surprise. Georgina smiled and said, have you forgotten? I'm divorced, and now I'm a wealthy woman with plenty of money and free time. Martin looked her up and down. If it was 5 years ago, you would definitely be extremely attractive to me. Not so much now, Georgina asked. I've heard some rumors. Don't you like people like me? She gently ran her fingers across her red lips. Like Jolie, Aniston and Charlize Theron. She was once someone's wife or fiancée. Martin thought to himself, which bastard slandered me? He quickly stated, where did you hear that? It's pure slander. Georgina ignored it and said, at the beginning of next month, Harvey Weinstein's case will go to court. Because I got a large amount of property in the divorce case, I can't testify in court, but I can attend the trial. Will you go too? Martin had been paying attention and said, I will definitely attend the trial. I came here to remind you. Georgina didn't plan to stay any longer. She picked up her bag and took out a room card and handed it to Martin. You must come over in the evening. There will be a surprise. Martin took it and took a look. She found that it was a top suite in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. You are worthy of being a rich woman, Georgina said. It's not just me. The supermodel group has jointly invested to test Natalia tonight. Martin asked, who is coming? KK, and the old fox are all here. Georgina mentioned all the supermodels who had a deep friendship with Martin. Candace, Kerr and Isabel are here too. Martin heard these 6 names, and counting Georgina and Natalia, there are 8 people. There will be a fierce battle tonight. He waved his hand. I'll be there tonight. You can go on your own. I won't see you off. I need to get some rest. Georgina blew her a kiss and left the backstage lounge. Martin closed his eyes to rest. The lounge door creaked open and slammed shut. Charlize Theron sat next to him and asked, I think I saw Harvey Weinstein's ex-wife, Georgina. Martin didn't need to deny it. You saw it right, Charlize asked tentatively. Did you hook up with Georgina before Harvey went in there? No, Martin denied flatly. I just knew her before. Charlize had been probed to the bottom, So she wanted to get to the bottom of it too. Tell the truth, right? Martin said, I'm not that kind of person. Charlize recalled a rumor she had heard. Do you like to hook up with other people's wives or fiancés? She also gave a particularly vivid example, pointing to her nose and said, for example, me. Martin decided that when he returned to Los Angeles, he must throw Leonardo and Nicholson into the Pacific Ocean. He was determined and resolute. These are all rumors made up by those bastards because they envy and hate me. They are all slander. Charlize found the rumors more and more credible and asked, what did Georgina ask you to do? There's a supermodel party tonight. Martin was honest on this point. They invited me to attend to test a candidate who wants to join them. Charlize was a model herself and had connections in the fashion circle. She asked, the fashion supermodel group? Martin nodded, yes, that's the group. Great. Charlize walked out of the fence. She had been pursuing to make up for the happiness she had lost in the past. Now she was in the mood. She took Martin's hand and pleaded, take me with you, okay? You know I was a model and have been closely connected with the fashion circle over the years. I want to join the supermodel group, Martin stated in advance. You should know the nature of this kind of party. Charlize moved closer. If it's not of this nature, I won't attend. Wait a minute. Martin pulled out his phone and dialed Angela Lindwall's number. I have something to tell you. I have someone who wants to come to the party tonight. You know her, Charlize Theron. Okay, no problem. He hung up and looked at Charlize. They'd like you to come, but you'll need to provide a recent medical report, Charlize said. Isn't this your first time organizing something like this here? Do you have a cooperating doctor or hospital? I've already completed my event, so I'll be right there. Martin dug out a business card, made a call, and then handed it to Charlize. Charlize left immediately. When Martin returned to the hotel after the event, Charlize was waiting in the lobby. They went upstairs, changed clothes, and got a car from the underground parking lot. They went to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Manhattan. Ascending to the top floor, Martin swiped his card to open the door. Charlize followed him inside and was greeted by 8 tall figures in black stockings. Not only Martin, but even she, was moved. Angela Lindwall, wearing stilettos, took 2 steps forward, raised her head slightly, and announced, tonight, Natalia Vodianova and Charlize Theron will join the fashion supermodels and become our sisters. She extended her hand, and Natalia and Charlize each walked over to stand on either side. Angela Lindwall said, the test officially begins. Please welcome the fashion supermodels' only challenger, Martin Davis. The other 6, A.A., K.K., Candace, Isabella, and Georgina, came to Martin's side and surrounded him as he walked forward. The real test began. To join the fashion supermodels, one had to share a common ancestry with the old members. Although Charlize and Natalia already had, the feeling of being in the same room, taking turns, was completely different from being alone. The next day, Martin slept until almost noon, fortunately not missing the cruise flight. After boarding the plane, he kept catching up on sleep. Everyone on the crew was thrilled. This past Saturday, Gone Girl earned another $22.48 million in North America, continuing to lead the North American film charts. The film's critical acclaim has been unwavering, with critical acclaim garnering widespread praise for everything from David Fincher's direction to Martin and Charlize Theron's performances. The Hollywood Reporter even praised it, stating, Charlize Theron's portrayal of Amy is completely worthy of another Oscar. With this film, Charlize has finally achieved a comeback. As the film continues to expand, it continues to break David Fincher's box office records. After its North American opening weekend, Gone Girl surpassed David Fincher's previous film, Benjamin, to gross $58.75 million in North America. Chapter 632 Warner's additional investment. The film's box office success and critical acclaim have garnered significant Oscar nominations, with a focus on Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Actress. Compared to Martin and Charlize, 2 Oscar winners, David Fincher's Oscar journey resembles that of Leonardo DiCaprio, with repeated attempts and failures, yet he keeps trying. This time, a nomination won't be difficult, but the film's subject matter presents a significant disadvantage. Gone Girl, after all, contradicts the values espoused by mainstream opinion. For Best Actress, Martin reviewed photos published in various newspapers and magazines, showing a pregnant Natalie Portman making numerous media appearances and frequently displaying affection with her boyfriend. On the plane, Charlize took the magazine from Martin and glanced at the cover. With her intelligence and knowledge of Hollywood, she instantly understood, can the Oscars use PR like this? Martin brought over another newspaper and, as he looked through it, he said, pregnant women are treated favorably throughout society, and the Academy is no exception. Why does it bother me? Charlize had never considered getting pregnant and having a child. Haha, is it that hard for a woman to take off her clothes and spread her legs? Martin looked up at her and said, because your competitors in this class. Charlize ignored Martin's words and said, what kind of person would come up with such a lousy idea? Martin said bluntly, someone like me. Oh, Charlize was quite surprised. Sure enough, not everyone would think of such a solution. A possibility suddenly occurred to her. She placed a magazine on the table between them, pointed to Natalie's belly on the cover, and asked, was this your work too? Martin was stunned by her words. After a moment's pause, he said, how is that possible? Charlize spread her hands. You gave her a good idea, and she wanted to repay you by getting pregnant at the same time. Martin shook his head. Sally, you underestimate my judgment. Natalie doesn't have a pretty face, and she doesn't have a figure. Do you think my taste is that bad? He explained simply, her agent is Ari Emanuel. Ari used many of his personal connections to help me win an Oscar. This time, when Ari asked me for help, there was no way I could refuse, Charlize exclaimed. This kind of PR is truly eye-opening. Martin, you're a genius. During this time, the crew was practically a constant flow, flying back and forth across major cities in North America, changing locations every 2 days at most. Thanks to the dedicated promotional efforts of the film's creators, Gone Girl achieved remarkably stable box office performance. This film is incredibly addictive, and despite knowing its dark, unorthodox themes, many people kept coming back for more. In its second weekend, the North American box office dropped only 36% from its opening weekend, bringing in another $38.15 million. Combined with its performance over the previous 4 days, the film's North American box office surpassed $100 million, totaling $122 million in its 10-day run. Gone Girl was a box office hit, and the entire filmmaking team benefited greatly. Charlize Theron's agent, while negotiating Mad Max 4 at Warner Bros., offered a $10 million salary. This was the first time Charlize had commanded a multi-million-dollar salary since her Best Actress Oscar win for the lead role in Ian Flux, despite her fame. Charlize has never made it to the top of Hollywood. Meanwhile, Martin's lead actor in Argo received a base salary of $20 million, with a tiered commission still under negotiation. Gillian Flynn also stood to benefit significantly. At Warner Bros., her agent visited the president's office. Mr. President, the market has given Ms. Flynn's work the most positive feedback. The huge success of Gone Girl has given the agent ample capital. Now countless fans are eagerly awaiting the release of her new book and the film adaptation. John Berg was secretly applauding the decision to secure Dark Places early, saying with a smile, Warner Bros. And Random House have already distributed Gillian's new work, Dark Places, throughout North America. It will officially go on sale over the Thanksgiving holiday, and we've also prepared a grand launch event in Los Angeles. He further explained, the adaptation is progressing steadily, and we've found the talented director Beckett Booker to direct it, the agent said. We're very satisfied with Warner Bros.'s progress. I'm here to raise 2 points on Ms. Flynn's behalf. John Berg valued Gillian Flynn very much. Go ahead. First, increase the investment in Dark Places. Ms. Flynn hopes to increase the budget to $70 million to produce a film that surpasses Gone Girl in production quality. The agent felt these demands were very reasonable and in line with Gillian's current status. He then added his second point, we must use a top-tier actress for the lead role. Ms. Flynn originally wanted Charlize Theron, but she's chosen another project. The phenomenal success of Gone Girl also gave John Berg immense confidence, and what his agent mentioned was also something he was considering. So, John Berg quickly responded, Gillian hasn't finished the script yet, and preparations have just begun. There's no need to rush the casting. Judging by the current award season, Natalie Portman is very popular. If she wins the Best Actress Oscar, we can invite her to audition. The agent thought for a moment and said, if she wins Best Actress, she'd be a great choice. John Berg added, I've submitted a report to the review committee. The budget for Dark Places will be increased to $80 million. This is a wise decision, the agent sighed. Warner Bros., Hollywood's most successful company, truly had deep pockets and was efficient. John Berg watched his agent leave when the phone on his desk rang. His assistant, McDonald, reminded him that Ridley Scott had wrapped filming on Gods and Kings and returned to Los Angeles with a crew. They had already begun intense post-production at Warner Brothers Studios. Ridley Scott's efficiency surpassed David Fincher's, with filming taking just over 10 months from planning to completion. This was John Berg's first major project personally overseen since taking over, so he naturally attached great importance to it. He left his office and made a point of visiting the post-production studio. At the entrance, he ran into Christian Bale. John stopped to chat with Bale, asking, "How's filming going in Morocco?" Bale smiled shyly and said, "It was a great experience." John offered some encouragement, "I'm very optimistic about you. This film you're starring in will definitely be a box office hit." Bale suppressed his smile and said seriously, "I'm confident." John patted him on the shoulder and entered the studio, where he found Ridley Scott, who had just finished editing a segment and was taking a break. John went over and sat next to Ridley. Taking in Ridley's red eyes and scraggly beard, he asked, "I've reserved the best time slot for next summer's film season. Can you finish post-production before the Oscars?" Ridley vowed, "The special effects and filming are happening simultaneously. The most important thing left is editing, which I'll have finished by February." He had the typical style of directors of that era. A film a year was standard practice. But it'll require overtime, and additional investment will be needed for post-production. John wanted to finish early and begin official promotion. "I'll submit an additional investment report to the review committee, increasing the project's production budget to $170 million. He also made a request, "Before this year's Super Bowl, I need a decent commercial clip," Ridley assured. "No problem, I'll submit it to you on time." John held out his right hand. "It's a deal, it's a deal." Ridley gave his hand a firm shake. Ridley also wanted to finish this epic production as soon as possible so that he could devote himself to the preparations for a new project. The novel for The Martian had already been completed and the script was being adapted. He hoped to start filming around June of next year. Martin Davis had also promised him that Davis Studio, Pacific Pictures, and Disney Pictures would fully cooperate. Thanksgiving was here, and the entire crew was on vacation. As usual, Martin would definitely spend either Thanksgiving or Christmas in Atlanta. But this year, Harris was on a business trip to Australia, and Hall was playing with a team, so Elena and Lily were the only ones at the Carter house. Can you imagine? Sophia proposed to Scott. Lily vividly told Martin what had happened some time ago. She gloated to herself, "But I ruined it. I had them both see your movie, Gone Girl, and they haven't talked about marriage since." Martin poured Elena and Lily some sparkling wine and asked, "No news from Emma yet?" Elena shook her head. "She left with the black people from South City and hasn't been heard from since." Lily said, "It's best if she never comes back." Martin nodded slightly and asked, "Have you heard from Jack?" Elena said, "The last we heard from Jack was that he abandoned Emma in Hawaii." Martin said, "No news is the best news." Lily then asked, "Is everything all right in Los Angeles?" Martin nodded, "The threats have been dealt with. You can come back anytime." After dinner, the three of them went for a walk. In Atlanta, away from the hustle and bustle of the entertainment industry, Martin felt a special peace of mind and longed to be alone with Elena. But wherever they went, Lily followed him. Martin simply returned home early. Elena sternly warned Lily to sleep on the first floor tonight and followed Martin upstairs. Lily was so angry that she picked up the sofa cushions and threw them down the stairs. But after years of receiving her sister's love, she didn't have the courage to follow her upstairs. Martin stayed in Atlanta for a few days after Thanksgiving, visiting Coca-Cola headquarters, seeing old friends, and even meeting with Sophia and Kelly Gray. He left Atlanta for Los Angeles before December arrived, and Harvey's case entered its trial phase. Chapter 633, 20 Years of Imprisonment. The Los Angeles courtroom was packed today. Not only were there reporters and protesting organizations, but hundreds of victims' families were in attendance. Near the entrance, more than a dozen television broadcast vans were parked. To accommodate the needs of the public and the media, wireless providers like AT&T and Verizon even deployed additional signal trucks. 3 buses pulled up in front of the courtroom and were immediately surrounded by reporters. The Me Too group, which has pledged to help the victims, led by Angelina Jolie and Jennifer Aniston, both wearing fist-shaped logos, accompanied over 100 victims into the courtroom. Gavin Newsom, who will be sworn in as California's lieutenant governor next month, left the courtroom with his wife, Jennifer Siebel, and gave numerous media interviews, demonstrating how to be a competent husband. Backstabbing brother Bob Weinstein also arrived. He passionately addressed the media cameras. "I've heard about Harvey's interactions with actresses, but I never imagined he'd go so far. People must be held accountable for their words and actions, and he must be severely punished by law." Weinstein Company, now under Bob's control, has shifted its management strategy from Harvey's era to focus on the production and distribution of B-movies. Georgina Chapman, his ex-wife, said nothing upon arriving at the courthouse. Martin, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Nicholson arrived together but declined to be interviewed, heading straight for the courthouse. Just as Harvey Weinstein was about to arrive and the media and crowd were at their peak, a woman suddenly jumped out. Last time, Meghan Markle had grabbed the headlines and reaped the benefits. So, this time, she hired two bannermen and custom-made t-shirts to draw even more attention. The two employees unfurled a massive white banner, emblazoned with the bold, bloody text, "Harvey Weinstein is a racist." Meghan raised a megaphone and shouted, "Among the many victims of Harvey Weinstein's abuse, there's not a single black person. What does this mean? Harvey Weinstein discriminates against black people." The audience erupted in shock, but the media cameras instantly shifted to Meghan. Regardless, Meghan had grabbed the spotlight again. Soon, the trial began. Martin, DiCaprio, and Nicholson sat in one row, with Jolie, Aniston, and others across the aisle. All three wore Me Too logos on their collars to show their support for the victims. The case was so influential that it was not only open to the public but also broadcast live online and on television across the country. In the dock, Harvey Weinstein sat expressionless. Witnesses, including Jennifer Siebel, took the stand one by one to accuse Harvey. Leonardo couldn't help but lower his voice and said, "Harvey is such a pervert. He actually forced people to lick him." Martin's voice was also low. "He's worthy of being the spiritual leader of the Foot Gang." Nicholson thought of his old friend. "He's even more perverted than that Malone guy," Martin said. "He picks up girls the normal way. He can pick up any woman. There's no need to force her." The old bastard. Nicholson shook his head. "Force is so tasteless." During a break in the trial, Harvey turned around and glanced around the gallery. He ignored the exaggerated victims, his ex-wife Georgina, and even Martin Davis, who was suspected of being the mastermind. His eyes fell on his younger brother Bob. The heartbreaking pain of betrayal by someone close and trusted is something only one person can truly understand. Harvey's gaze pierced Bob like a sword. The younger brother, who had always given in, now stood tall and met his gaze without giving in. Furthermore, during the subsequent trial, several Weinstein Company executives, including former assistants to Bob and Harvey, testified against Harvey, accusing him of crimes. Harvey's current situation was as dire as his previous 20 years of glory. When Brad Pitt took the witness stand, Harvey's gaze was almost murderous, especially since Pitt was accusing him of a shooting that didn't even exist. No, Harvey couldn't contain himself any longer, his supposed composure instantly breaking as he roared, "I didn't do it. This is all a false accusation." A false accusation. The judge banged the gavel and called for silence. Nicholson looked at the two younger brothers and warned them, "Whatever you do next, think of Harvey today. Don't let yourself end up in a situation like this, where everyone will come after you, and even the things you didn't do will be labeled your own doing." Martin nodded. "So, we only mess with people, not let them mess with us." Leonardo agreed completely. "Whoever wants to mess with us, we'll mess with him first." Nicholson thought to himself, these two younger brothers have truly learned how to protect themselves. Self-preservation is never about passive defense, it's about proactive attack. The trial lasted 3 days, and on the third day, the court announced the verdict. Harvey stood in the dock, head held high, maintaining the last bit of his boss's dignity. He was deeply disturbed. If he was sentenced to life imprisonment, he would fight to the bitter end and drag all those bastards down with him. The jury unanimously finds the defendant, Harvey Weinstein, guilty of false imprisonment, solicitation, rape, and attempted murder. All the cameras were focused on Harvey. Harvey held onto the dock table, holding himself steady, but his mind was racing, and he could barely hear the outside world. He only caught the judge's last words, a sentence of 20 years in prison, with no chance of parole for the first 15. Harvey could no longer stand and slumped into his chair, his face ashen. It wasn't life imprisonment, but it was dreadfully long, and yet there was still hope of release. The lawsuits against him weren't over yet, and there were astronomical civil damages. Over 100 victims, enough to scrape him clean. Harvey never spoke about certain things. After all, living was better than dying. Besides, if those things were spoken, even death would be easier. They had 1,000 ways to make him suffer. Like the Affleck brothers, for example. In the gallery, the victims were thrilled. This verdict meant their chances of winning in the subsequent civil lawsuit were infinitely high. Rich. Taking advantage of the confusion, Harvey turned to the lawyer and said, "Go tell those bigwigs that if I'm forced to see a proctologist, I'll say anything." Anything. The lawyer didn't react at first. Harvey reminded him, "Ben Affleck went to the proctologist." The lawyer understood. "I'll spread the word." Harvey felt a little relieved and reached out to touch that plump butt. He couldn't afford to lose anything there. The trial ended, and everyone except Harvey was satisfied. As Martin and the other two bastards were leaving, Jolie and Aniston followed. "It's so satisfying," Jolie, also a witness, said to Martin in a low voice. "Thank you for getting justice for me, Nicholson." "That jerk," interrupted. "Verbal thanks are the most insincere." Jolie, ever the flirtatious one, forced Martin to stop, pretending to squat. "Would you like me to give you a live demonstration, so you can see how sincere I am?" Martin held her back. "Don't be crazy." Aniston leaned over and said, "She's not crazy, she's just being horny." Martin grabbed each of them with one hand. Let's go. But Leo, that jerk, warned them with a look. "Look over there." Brad Pitt, Martin, Jolie, Aniston, and Nicholson all turned to their left and saw Brad Pitt standing alone less than 10 meters away, staring blankly. Pitt saw his wife and girlfriend, his hands in Martin's grasp. Just now, one of them had even tried to perform a live verbal duel. He couldn't quite articulate the feeling, but thinking of the treatment the Affleck brothers had received, he stepped forward, finally standing in front of Martin, Jolie, and Aniston. Aniston pulled her arm out, clasping it tightly around Martin's arm. She even stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. Jolie tilted her head and smiled at Pitt. Bruce took a step forward, ready to strike. Nicholson pulled out his phone, turned on the camera, and said, "Leo, watch this." Leonardo DiCaprio, also a jerk, whispered, "Pitt, come on. Pitt, do it." Who would have thought that when Pitt approached the man and two women, he didn't even start a fight, not even a quarrel. He simply glanced at Jolie and Aniston and said, "I wish you happiness in the future. A resentful ex-wife is a terrifying creature." Aniston said bluntly, "Of course I'm happy. Martin is so much better than you. He always makes me scream." Jolie interrupted with a lewd smile, "I'm always pushing Martin from behind." Martin was quite helpless. How could this be fun? Pitt's face suddenly changed. "Sorry, I have to go quickly. You just gave me inspiration. I'm writing a script." "This part is perfect for my script." Jolie was surprised. Who in Hollywood would want to? Hadn't she and Aniston done enough to crush Pitt to death? Pitt, who will soon be filming a new film, said directly, "You're all welcome to watch and support this Sacred Valley art film." Jolie and Aniston both laughed heartily. Martin said seriously, "I'll buy the DVD to show my support." Pitt waved and hurried off. Once in his car, he fumbled for a pen and notebook and quickly wrote down his inspiration. This Sacred Valley art film is based on a true story. A man, after meeting a wild woman, abandons his childless wife to pursue her. The wild woman then falls for another man, who then seduces his wife and engages in incestuous affairs right in front of him. He could also weave in some scenes with a female nanny and domestic helper. It's perfect. Pitt even has a title in mind, Forever Love. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634 Martin's Leonardo Oscar Strategy. Harvey's matter is over. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Nicholson asked Lorraine to make tea and said to Martin and Leonardo, "What is our next goal?" Martin took over, "Of course, to help Leo win the Oscar for Best Actor." Nicholson nodded. "This is related to the reputation of the trio, and it really needs to be resolved urgently." Leonardo rubbed his increasingly fat face and said, "Do you have such confidence in me?" Martin said, "This year is the best opportunity. I've mobilized all my actor friends to vote for you." Nicholson said, "I've also greeted all my old friends." Leonardo humbly asked Martin, "What was the key to your winning the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor for a comic book character that year?" Martin answered bluntly, "In the Santa Monica Pier incident, I prevented a terrible terrorist attack that could have turned into a massacre. This was the key to my winning the award." He always had a clear mind. The so-called crazy performance of the Joker, the so-called inability to extricate himself from the role, and all kinds of hype, etc., are all secondary factors. That's right, Nicholson also saw it clearly. This award is not so much an award for performance in role, but rather a reward given to Martin by the Academy and the whole of America. Leonardo sighed. I can't do it. I can't put on a mask and go fight crime, right? I'll just be fooled. Just then, Lorraine came over with a teapot and teacups, and Nicholson repeated his old words, the key for you is attitude. As long as you marry Lorraine, all the judges will definitely recognize your attitude. Lorraine put on a smile. Leo, I don't mind helping you. Leonardo was helpless. Don't be serious. Seriously, the key is that there is a power vacancy in the Oscars this year, Martin said half seriously. Georgina mentioned that Harvey was preparing a new project about the King of England before the accident, and the target was this year's Oscars. Now Harvey is finished, and that project is gone. All Harvey's preparatory work has been wasted. This is your chance, he further said. Next, you have to tell all members of the Academy what kind of sacrifices you have made over the years to win the recognition of the Oscars. Leonardo was surprised. I haven't made any sacrifices. I live a carefree life. Martin reached out and patted Leonardo's big belly. From a pretty boy, you destroyed yourself into greasy middle-aged uncle, all for acting skills, to break through the inherent image. Isn't this sacrifice big enough? Nicholson interrupted. Martin, this bastard is right. Many people still have a preconceived impression of you. They think you are still the Jack Dawson of the past and have never changed. These are obstacles to your winning. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said, it is not easy for those who are too handsome or too beautiful to win awards. Martin thought for a while and said, so, our most urgent task now is to change your inherent image in the minds of many old judges, and let them know what you have paid over the years to improve your acting skills and to impact the Oscars. What should I do? Leonardo also thought it made sense, turned his head and looked at Martin. You have the most bad ideas. Think about it carefully, how to do it with the best effect. Nicholson suddenly had a feeling that Leo seemed to be falling into a pit. Martin gestured as if firing a gun. It's simple. Use your special move. Don't look at me. It's not a 3-stroke combo, it's a water gun. Leonardo frowned. Find a bunch of female models to play with water guns. Of course not, Martin said seriously. Although the weather's cooler, the midday sun in Malibu has been great lately, and the beach is perfect for playing in the water, Nicholson said. Leo, you have a beach house over there, right? Martin turned to look at Lorraine. Want to earn some pocket money? Get your camera and video camera ready. Lorraine peeked. Sure. Leonardo suddenly thought of Brad Pitt and Ben Affleck. He crossed his arms and stared at Martin and Nicholson warily. What do you want? I'm your brother, you can't mess with me, Martin said. Why would we mess with our own brothers? Just wait until you win the Best Actor Oscar. He had recently reviewed the North American theater schedule for the new year. There were no films featuring the British King or any black and white silent films. Harvey was in prison, and those two films didn't appear at all. Malibu, a sunny private villa beach. Nicholson put on his sunglasses and called to Lorraine, who was setting up the camera. Hurry up, Leo and Martin are almost out. Lorraine adjusted the camera and went to get a camera nearby. Ready, Nicholson shouted towards the villa. Are you two bastards still here? Martin opened the door and walked barefoot onto the beach. I'm coming. He picked up the water gun standing by and slung it over his shoulder. After waiting a moment, Leonardo came out, also holding a large water gun. Martin asked, are you ready? Leonardo made a gesture of pulling the bolt to load a gun and said, I won't show any mercy. Lorraine raised her camera and took pictures. Nicholson stepped behind the camera and filmed himself. The two people in the shot formed a sharp contrast. Martin, wearing tight swimming trunks, had a clearly defined and smooth body with muscles, like a super athlete. On the other side, Leonardo, wearing patterned shorts, had a bulging belly, chubby legs, and a chubby face. He looked nothing like the Jack he once was. Martin stretched his arms and legs, ready to start. Before he could finish his words, Leonardo launched a surprise attack, shooting a volley of water at Martin with his water gun. The water sprayed Martin's head and face. Without waiting for Martin to retaliate, Leonardo turned and ran, desperately trying to get as far away as possible. Martin immediately gave chase and fired a volley of water at Leonardo's back. The water spray hit his back, making Leonardo run even faster. He held the water gun in one hand and grabbed his patterned shorts with the other, holding his belly up, head held high, and ran towards the sun. What did looks matter? What did a good figure matter? Was a water gun fun? At that moment, Leonardo seemed to have grasped the true meaning of life. Nicholson was already behind the camera, controlling it to focus solely on Leonardo. No mistakes. Lorraine did the same, completely ignoring Martin's pursuit as she focused her camera lens on Leonardo, snapping away relentlessly. As Leonardo ran, he sensed something was wrong. Looking back, he saw Martin had already stopped, filming his fat ass with his phone. Leonardo covered his butt with his hands and shouted, "Hey, you bastard, why are you filming my ass?" Martin was a real jerk. "I'm going to make a poster and put it up in the gay bar as wallpaper," he added. "Don't worry. We won't infringe on your image rights. We'll only be using your ass, not anything else." Leonardo turned and ran toward Martin. Just as he was about to speak, Martin raised the water gun in his other hand. A stream of water shot out, hitting Leonardo squarely in the face, spilling a good bit into his open mouth. "Stop. Stop." Leonardo shielded his face with his hands. Martin put away the water gun and said, "Leo, you lose." Leonardo didn't want to pay attention to this bastard and shouted towards the villa, "Is it done?" Nicholson acted like a director of photography and shouted, "Stop, the shooting is over, now we will move on to post-production." Leonardo wiped the water off his face and walked towards the villa. When Martin caught up, he asked, "Are you sure this is really okay?" Martin said seriously, "Your role in Shutter Island is no worse than any other film or character this year. The purpose of doing this is to tell all the judges that destroying your image for the sake of art is nothing." Leonardo, destroy my image even in real life." He glanced at Leonardo's belly and said, "Is there anything more convincing than this?" Leonardo frowned. "I think this is all heresy, but the more I think about it, the more it makes sense," Martin said, "because you agree with my plan, because you are now a fat, greasy middle-aged man." They went into the villa and changed their clothes. When they came out, Nicholson and Lorraine had already copied the videos and pictures to their computers and were watching them side by side. Nicholson asked Martin, "What kind do you want to choose?" Martin, standing behind him, said, "The fattest, ugliest picture." Leonardo's face trembled a few times, but he held it in and said nothing. For the Best Actor Oscar, he was going all out. Besides, what did an ugly picture matter? As long as he had money, fame, and status, the long-legged, blonde young models would throw themselves at him. Nicholson clicked on the autoplay function, and pictures of Leonardo with a water gun appeared one after another on the screen. Martin pointed to one and said, "This one's good." Nicholson paused. "It's really good. It shows Leo's fat and greasy side." This was taken at the beginning of the water gun battle. Leonardo, holding the water gun in one hand and tugging at his flowered shorts with the other, ran with his head held high and his belly puffed out. Leonardo covered his face, not wanting to watch any more. Lorraine inched closer and whispered, "Leo, I don't mind your fat and greasy appearance. You're just as charming this way." The moment these words left his mouth, Leonardo leaped 2 meters away, completely away from Lorraine. He thought, "This is too dangerous. She's my niece, yet she's after my body." Martin was still selecting photos, this one. And this one, they're both ugly. Copy them all and have Lorraine sell them to different newspapers. Lorraine's eyes were filled with dollars. "I'm going to make a fortune." Martin turned to the terrified Leonardo, "Do you still have any photos of you from when you played Jack? Make a digital copy and send it to the media along with your current photos. The comparison will shock people and break their prejudices and preconceived notions about you." Leonardo pulled out his phone and called his assistant, urging her to do it quickly. Not long after, the photos arrived in Leonardo's email. Chapter 635, Popular Around the World. The contrast between Leonardo's photos from back then and his current self was striking. Lorraine said, "Leo was still handsome back then." Leonardo reminded her, "You should call him Uncle Leo." Nicholson and Martin were editing the video, quickly selecting a clip and saving it. Lorraine quickly took the drive, beaming, "I'm really rich this time. I've got my monthly allowance." Leonardo looked from the money-obsessed Lorraine to the whispering Martin and Nicholson, and suddenly felt like he was the only one hurt by this. These bastards, are they trying to mess with him? Martin, focused on his work, said, "Jack, are you on social media?" Nicholson shook his head, not interested. "Give me a copy of these 2 photos," Martin said, gesturing to his computer screen. I have a lot of followers on Twitter, Facebook, my blog, and the Coca-Cola Cult website. Share a copy to help Leo get some attention." Nicholson immediately took action. Leonardo saw how serious the two were and scratched his head. It was true that these two bastards were helping him win an Oscar, but it was also true that they were using the opportunity to mess with him. He'd endure it for the sake of the Best Actor Oscar. Once he got the statuette, he'd melt it into juice and pour it down his throat with these two bastards. Martin put away the USB drive and turned on another computer. Lorraine asked, "Which website is most suitable for giving the video to?" Martin was well prepared and said, "My team has done special research." "Guess which website is visited most frequently by Academy members?" Lorraine was the first to say, "Rotten Tomatoes or MTC." Wrong. Martin gave the answer directly, "It's TMZ." Nicholson said, "That's right, it's TMZ. We also like to eat melons." Martin said, "Get the video on the front page of TMZ." Leonardo had already risked his life and asked, "You can be sure that it will be on the headlines, but it's just the photo of me with a water gun." Martin said to Lorraine, "Give the video to Bruce, let him sell it, and the money is yours." Lorraine ran out. "I'll go find Bruce." Martin first logged into his official Twitter and posted a photo of Leonardo with a big belly and a water gun, and wrote, "This is the most handsome man in Hollywood." Then he posted a photo of Leonardo when he played Jack, the former most handsome man in Hollywood. Leonardo looked down at his fat body, sat down on the sofa, and didn't want to talk. Martin posted the same content on his blog, Facebook, and the official website of the Coca-Cola Cult. Nicholson leaned over and said, "Great, great. The text and the picture go together perfectly." He pointed to the page and said, "Look, someone's replied." It was Annette Bening. "Oh my God, is this Leonardo?" She also had at other celebrities like Julia Roberts, Cameron Diaz, Meryl Streep, and Sandra Bullock. "Come see your favorite male idol has become a greasy uncle." Sandra Bullock quickly left a comment, one that perfectly matched her outspoken, silly character. "What the hell has Leonardo been through all these years? How did he get himself into this? Is this still the Jack I thought he was?" Martin pulled out his phone and sent a text message, calling for reinforcements. Soon, Kate Winslet took to Martin's Twitter account and replied to a stream of comments. To break free from stereotypes and hone his acting skills, these are the prices Leo has paid. He's been constantly pushing himself, Annette Bening replied. "Leo works harder than people realize," Martin called out. "Leo, come and see. They're praising you so much." Leonardo took a look and said, "It seems to be working. If I win, Martin, I'll host a party with a bunch of Asian actresses. I'll cover all the expenses." He mentioned something, "I know an investor from Malaysia, similar to your Burmese investor. He has money and connections in Southeast Asia." Martin thought for a moment, and since he didn't seem to know any Southeast Asian actresses, he said, "Let's find a Korean actress. Korean chaebols have a keen eye and appreciation for beauty." Leonardo vowed, "As long as I win Best Actor, none of this will be a problem." Martin pondered. Besides the 9-member girl group, what other high-quality Korean actresses are there these days? Sun Yejin? Jun Ji-hyun? Song Hye-kyo? After receiving Bruce's call, TMZ deputy editor Jody left the office and drove to a nearby parking lot. Spotting the familiar Volkswagen, she got out and climbed directly into the passenger seat. Bruce handed her a USB drive. Explosive news, Leonardo. Professionally, Jody immediately grabbed her laptop, plugged in the USB drive, and began reading. She'd initially assumed it was some damning dirt on Leonardo, and it was indeed, though not quite as damning as it was, since he was wearing flowered shorts. Jody asked, "Isn't there something more explosive? Isn't this explosive enough?" Bruce pointed at the video. "Look at that belly, that fat face, and that water gun. It's definitely worthy of a front-page TMZ story." Jody finished watching the video and asked curiously, "Why are you posting all this?" "I remember your boss and Leonardo are close friends," Bruce replied. "Martin is helping Leo win an Oscar for Best Actor." Jody couldn't understand what any of this had to do with winning an Oscar. However, the video did have enough juicy news value, involving Leonardo, and could even become a hot topic of gossip. She said bluntly, "I want the video." "Name your price." Bruce had asked Lorraine about her bottom line before arriving, and she said, $3,000, plus a front-page spot on the website. "Okay, I'll get the check later." Jody put away the USB drive and turned off the computer. "But Bruce, if you want the headlines, you're going to have to pay something," Bruce quickly said. "This isn't my business." I don't want to pay anything. Jody's hand reached out like an eagle's claw, his slender fingers grasping Bruce's vitals with uncanny precision, as if shifting a manual transmission car, and shook him repeatedly. Bruce helplessly said, "Tonight, wait, no mistake in the song, post, content, 169, book, forum, look." Jody glanced at her watch and said, "I can't wait until night. There's a hotel nearby, let's go now." Bruce, desperate to help Leonardo with his Oscar bid, followed Jody into the hotel. As they went upstairs, he kept complaining, "Can't you gain weight?" Jody was tall and thin, like a European model. She thought her figure was perfect, and she wouldn't accept the suggestion of weight gain. As they left the hotel, Bruce kept holding his back, not because his back was hurt, but because his pelvis was hurting from the impact. Lorraine, on the other hand, had contacted several media outlets with a series of glamorous photos of Leonardo. She traveled extensively in Los Angeles, selling thousands of dollars in sales. Add to that the $3,000 check Bruce gave her, and her allowance for the month skyrocketed. The next day, many entertainment media outlets published Leonardo's new, stylish photos, including influential Hollywood publications like The Hollywood Reporter and Entertainment Weekly. Vanity Fair, a favorite of Hollywood's biggest stars, even featured a photo of Leonardo with a water gun on its cover. The cover page featured a carefully crafted soft copy by Leonardo's professional publicist. The core of the article was Martin's words. To achieve a breakthrough in the performing arts, Leonardo has not only shattered stereotypes in films but also made significant changes in his life, becoming a truly formidable actor. The article was particularly confident, as it included a comparison between the cover photo and a photo of Jack from that era. The first impression was that Leonardo today is truly a formidable actor whose acting and talent speak for themselves. Leonardo's water gun photo went viral overnight across the United States and quickly spread around the world. Enthusiasts resounded, sharing it endlessly. Just like Jack's photo back then, it became one of Leonardo's most widely circulated images. Later, Time magazine featured Leonardo's water gun photo on the cover again. Of course, he's still a ways from being named Person of the Year. This year's candidates for Person of the Year are Mark Zuckerberg and Harvey Weinstein. Time magazine's cover story read, "Leonardo has long since changed, destroying his established image in the real world for the sake of art, with a new year drawing near, Oscar publicity and PR are in full swing." Martin's goal this year is to secure a Best Actor nomination, so he's had a relatively easy time. Besides attending previews for Gone Girl and helping David Fincher canvass for votes, he's primarily working with Nicholson to advise DiCaprio. DiCaprio has also invested heavily in publicity and PR. Shutter Island, released earlier this year, has returned to theaters in major cities like Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York. Nicholson and Warren Beatty have also helped identify this year's main contenders, Javier Bardem in A Beautiful Mistake, Jeff Bridges in True Grit, and James Franco in 127 Hours. Their roles aren't as compelling as DiCaprio's, and the films aren't as impactful. They also lack the backing of a Harvey Weinstein-like mastermind. The power vacuum at the Oscars made Leonardo DiCaprio the frontrunner for Best Actor. The top contender for Best Actress was Natalie Portman, who frequently attended various events while pregnant. Her maternity status afforded her various preferential treatments. No other actress had used similar publicity and PR tactics during awards season in the past 2 decades, making them particularly effective. Before Christmas, to further attract attention, Natalie Portman held an engagement ceremony with Benjamin Millepied. Martin also received an invitation and, for Ari Emanuel's sake, planned to attend. Chapter 636 Martin leads Oscar astray. To promote her Oscar campaign, New Yorker Natalie Portman went so far as to hold her engagement ceremony in Los Angeles. The ceremony appeared low-key, with few guests invited, but news had already leaked, and dozens of entertainment reporters gathered near a Malibu villa, hoping to capture the first-hand footage. Martin entered the villa, and Ari Emanuel greeted him. "That's a brilliant idea." He accompanied Martin to the back lawn, whispering, "Even though ballots don't start being mailed until the end of the month, Nat's popularity has overshadowed all the competitors." Martin warned, "This strategy only works once, it won't work the same next time." Ari understood this and said, "If she wins Best Actress this time, Nat's next step will be towards the commercial side of things. Hollywood hasn't had a recognized actress since Julia Roberts, so perhaps Nat could compete." He made a crucial point, "Nat's one of ours, Ari and Natalie Portman are both Jewish. Martin asked, "Are you planning to make Nat the company's top female client?" Ali nodded and said, "I have this idea. If I want to become the top actress in Hollywood, business is the key." I have also received preliminary contact for her post-Oscar work, which is related to you. Martin thought about it carefully. It seems that none of the several works related to him, whether it was The Martian and Argo in which he was confirmed to star, or The Beauty of Napoleon in which he invested, had any contact with Natalie. Ali briefly explained, Warner Bros.'s big project is Gillian Flynn's new adaptation of Dark Places. You've seen the source material. It's a work centered around the heroine. Gone Girl was a huge hit, and this novel is getting a lot of attention. Martin commented on the situation. Gillian is a highly sought-after writer and screenwriter in Hollywood right now. Ali asked, has Gone Girl grossed over $180 million in North America? Martin replied, $185 million as of yesterday. Ali exclaimed, this will be another blockbuster, over $200 million in North America and nearly $500 million worldwide. Most importantly, it's an R-rated film that's not a comedy, horror, or action. Martin, your vision and appeal are amazing. Martin hadn't expected Warner Brothers to work with Natalie, but there was no guarantee. No one could guarantee that Dark Places would be a failure. Turning to the lawn, Martin saw Natalie and Benjamin and his wife. He went over to offer his congratulations and a gift, then sat down with Thomas, who had arrived earlier. Thomas said, I met with Ridley Scott at Warner Brothers this morning. Post-production on Gods and Kings is nearing completion. He doesn't have final editing rights, but it's expected to be finished by February. Ridley said he'll take a 10-day break before diving into preparations for The Martian. This is a fantasy epic, and like Kingdom of Heaven, Ridley still doesn't have final editing rights. Martin can already foresee the future of this film. Without dwelling on other matters, he asked, has NASA responded yet? Through connections in Washington and the White House, Martin had Random House's sample copies sent to NASA after Andy Weir's novel was completed. NASA's support was essential to the film's production. Thomas added, Louise went to Washington to sign a cooperation agreement with NASA. Martin said, I'll call Louise later. Ali came over and sat down next to Martin. He said, Ridley pushed back Fox's new Alien to director The Martian. It's a hardcore sci-fi film. Will it work? Martin had to reassure himself, I'm 80% sure it can work. Ridley excels at sci-fi. No, Ridley's best at epics, Ali reminded Martin. You must remember that, especially when you're with Ridley. Saying a few good things about him in epics is more effective than anything else, Martin understood and said bluntly, Ridley's epics are my favorites. Thinking back to Ridley's epics, aside from Gladiator, it's worth noting the others. The engagement ceremony began, and Martin and the other two fell silent, watching in silence. The photographers and videographers were taking photos and videos, which would be sent to the media, generating further buzz at this crucial moment when Oscar votes were about to be released. The engagement ceremony was a complete success, and the host arranged a reception afterwards. Natalie, heavily pregnant, sought out Martin individually to express her gratitude, saying, your creativity puts me so far ahead of my competitors. She was overjoyed that everything she had done had paid off. I've won 14 Outpost Awards for Best Actress, starting with the Gotham Independent Awards. You're welcome, Natalie. Martin smiled. I saw Black Swan, and your role was fantastic. Natalie wasn't at all modest. I prepared a lot for this role, and I put in a lot of effort. I practiced ballet alone for 6 months, and I did 90% of all the ballet scenes myself. Martin nodded casually. This kind of publicity is common at the Oscars. If many of the dance scenes had been performed by body doubles, Natalie would have had a hard time even getting a nomination. If she won this year's Best Actress Oscar, Natalie would be the first actress born in the 1980s to win the award. In some ways, this symbolizes her becoming the first Hollywood actress born in the 1980s. She wanted this award so badly. Voting will begin soon. Martin, do you have any other ideas for getting more votes? Martin felt that these were enough. I can't think of any for now. You're a genius, in choosing scripts, in acting, and in publicity. Natalie looked around, seeing no one was paying attention. She lowered her voice and said, tonight, I'll kick Benjamin out, and in our bedroom, how about I thank you properly? She held her swollen belly with her hand. Maybe I'm not as pretty or sexy as Elizabeth Olsen, but you haven't experienced something this special, have you? Although Martin often acted inappropriately, He always had a moral compass. He remained unmoved by Natalie's proposal. Besides, he had no grudges against Benjamin Millipede. He immediately said, "Nat, we're friends. There's no need to do this. Just do what you're doing now, and you have a good chance of winning." Natalie sighed, a little regretful. "If only I had met you a few years earlier, how great would it have been?" He had money, good looks, status, and fame, and he knew how to promote and market. Martin knew his own limitations, thinking, would you have noticed me a few years earlier? If they continued chatting alone, the topic would surely veer off course again. He made up an excuse and went to where Ollie and Thomas were. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Ollie asked. "What's wrong?" Martin shook his head, unsure of what to say. Remembering Martin's arrival from Natalie's place, Ollie understood the situation and said, "Don't worry. Natalie can be a bit daring sometimes and play things wildly. Her high IQ, high education, and indifference to fame and fortune are all just deliberate facades. I understand." Martin didn't despise it, because he was the same. Ollie and Thomas knew him inside and out. He jokingly said, "I'm still a sunny, handsome guy and an American hero." After the reception, Thomas got into Martin's car. Bruce drove to Burbank. Thomas saw a giant poster of Leonardo DiCaprio outside the window and said, "This year's Oscars promotion is a bit strange." He picked up a nearby newspaper with a photo of Leonardo playing a water gun. The Best Actress winner isn't promoting her acting or role, but is instead posing for the media cameras with her baby bump every day. Leo is even more interesting, she's actually playing dirty. "This is the first time I've seen an actor publicly playing dirty in Oscars promotion," Martin said. "Harvey's downfall, and now it's a time of chaos." Thomas shook his head. "But this Oscars promotion is going too far." Bruce couldn't help but laugh. "Martin has single-handedly distorted the entire Oscars promotion," Thomas agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, Leonardo playing dirty, Natalie Portman playing dirty, James Franco claiming to have broken his arm playing dirty, Nicole Kidman playing dirty with Cruise, the love of her life. The first Oscars in the post-Harvey Weinstein era seemed to have been single-handedly steered in the wrong direction by Martin. Martin felt that playing pity and playing dirty with a baby bump was better than playing up LGBTQ issues. Back at the studio, Martin called Louise, who had already started discussing cooperation with NASA. In Los Angeles, Brad and Andy Weir were co-adapting the script. According to the two, 50 pages of the script would involve NASA's technical and operational details. Like the FBI and CIA, NASA has a dedicated Hollywood office that handles matters related to filming in collaboration with Hollywood crews. They have worked with many Hollywood crews in the past and don't mind working together again. Weis reported that NASA has a very high degree of recognition for the novel The Martian. Several executives said that they had never seen a science fiction novel that could tell such a wonderful story and maintain a high degree of technical accuracy. This can be regarded as hard science fiction among soft science fiction. In the past, relatively few hard science fiction movies have been commercially successful. Even before the project officially began, Martin was already considering promotional measures. He asked Louise to discuss with NASA whether they could bring a batch of special paper and posters aboard the next planned space launch. Once recovered, they could be used to create brochures or commemorative posters, creating a great publicity stunt. Meanwhile, the studio was raising funds for the film. The Martian had a production budget of $100 million, marking the first time in Davis Studios' history that a film project had been budgeted over $100 million. Then, Christmas arrived, and after the holiday, Davis Studio was moving. Chapter 637 Mexicans. On South Broadway, diagonally across from the Walt Disney Studios, several trucks parked in front of a 4-story office building. Mexicans disembarked and began loading goods into the building. A shiny new brass plaque hung at the building's entrance, inscribed in large letters, Davis Film Production Studios. At the end of the year, Martin's lease on the Warner Brothers office building expired, and rather than renew, he chose to relocate his company to the Disney building. Standing in his spacious 4th-floor office, Martin had a good view of the Disney building across the street. Similar to Warner Brothers, the studio complex lay behind the office building. There was a knock on the office door, and Martin went to open it. Jessica arrived with a few Mexicans pushing a cart. "Boss, the safe you ordered has arrived. Should I have them put it right inside the office?" Martin nodded. "Push it in." He pointed to a reserved spot on the corner. "Just put it there." The Mexicans arrived with a cart and, together, lifted the heavy safe and placed it in the corner. Martin glanced at the location and said, "It's ready." As the Mexicans passed by Martin's desk, two of them glanced at it. In one area, a large pile of documents lay. Frequently working for Hollywood companies, they knew at a glance that they were scripts. Without stopping, they headed out of the office. Martin asked Jessica, "Are you almost done moving this stuff?" Jessica replied, "We've finished moving everything this trip." Martin, like a mature capitalist, said, "We'll resume normal business tomorrow." The sounds of moving things continued outside through the open office door until they quieted down half an hour later. After settling their bills, the truck and a large van left one after another. In the van, the four Mexicans were discussing something. "Boss, such a big safe is placed in the office. It must be used to store valuables. These people who came from Mexico not long ago did not know what kind of work they did before. Some of them were very bold. Let's find a chance to take him down." The boss looked quite honest and a good guy. "Diego, don't talk nonsense. We are doing a legal business." Diego, with a dark blue tattoo on his neck, scratched his head and said, "Boss, working so hard to make money is too slow." DePaul next to him said, "They say America is a paradise. We threw away our business in Mexico and finally came to the United States, but we still have to work hard." Boss Rodriguez said, "Didn't you see? The owner of that office is Martin Davis, a real big shot in Hollywood. It is said that he has a good relationship with the new chief of LAPD. Diego was not convinced. "In Mexico, we even took over the mayor." Romero, who was driving, said, "Shut up. This matter is over. No one is allowed to mention it again in the future." Rodriguez said, "You haven't been here long enough to understand. The LAPD is the largest armed and violent organization in Los Angeles. People like us, if we mess with them, will be targeted for ammunition." Diego and Romero fell silent. Rodriguez continued, "Los Angeles isn't safe. No one would put valuables in an office safe. Would that just encourage others to steal quickly?" Romero, who was driving, interrupted again, "When I came out of the office, I saw some scripts on Martin Davis's desk. I saw them too. They must be scripts." Rodriguez looked at Diego and DePaul and said, "Watch out, I'll teach you how to make money risk-free." Diego and DePaul nodded repeatedly. Rodriguez said, "Martin Davis is famous for his good vision in Hollywood. The film projects he chooses are always big sellers. I often come into contact with people from Hollywood companies. I have heard it mentioned more than once that many Hollywood companies and producers want to know in advance what projects Martin Davis will choose in the future." DePaul reacted quickly, "Those scripts on the desk, yes, those scripts are our business opportunities." Rodriguez said to Lamela, who was driving, "You know, a lot of people in Hollywood spread the news outside and say that we have seen the scripts of many projects of Martin Davis." Romero said, "But we only saw the script." Rodriguez looks honest, but he is not a pushover. "The script is hidden somewhere. This news should make some money." Romero nodded, "I'll go this afternoon." Diego and Romero said, "Let's go together." Rodriguez nodded, "Okay. Although you speak English well, you also have to adapt to the environment here. Don't always get guns or something. We have to use our brains to make money." "Understood," the two responded. Back in downtown Los Angeles, the four of them had lunch. Rodriguez went looking for high-end options while the other three went out to spread the word. Like other Hollywood production companies, Davis Studios always receives numerous scripts from screenwriters. Every week, Martin takes time to pull out these scripts and quickly review them, but over the years, there are very few worthwhile ones. Rough estimates indicate Hollywood receives nearly 400,000 scripts annually, with industry associations reporting a low of 350,000 in a single year. This doesn't include remakes, sequels, comic book adaptations, or novel adaptations of established films. Even a single % of these will be produced is a luxury. As for the Hollywood script blacklist, made famous by the success of Juno, some have become successful films over the years, but, as the industry's 80-20 rule states, many more have failed. Martin keeps an eye on the blacklist, and if he sees a promising project with unsold rights, he'll certainly take action. The dozen or so scripts he recently received are piled on his desk, and Martin is flipping through them quickly. Among them are submissions from established screenwriters, but many are from emerging writers. The first script Martin opened was called Seventh Son. He opened the first page to the setting, closed it, and set it aside. There was no need to read further, as it was a magical epic. He had no recollection of the subsequent scripts, like Middle East Lovers and Prince's Escape, The screenwriters themselves were new, and the content wasn't particularly interesting. The same thing happened with the next dozen or so. The last one, Transcendence, was the last one Martin came across, and it was a familiar one, Transcendence, about an electronic scientist assassinated by terrorists, whose wife transfers his mind into a supercomputer. He'd seen the film before, and it stuck with him because the lead actor was Johnny Depp. But thinking about Depp's troubles whenever he left the Caribbean after playing a sea captain, Martin simply closed the script and set it aside. He finished reading all the scripts and initially wanted to have them all taken away, but then, remembering that even fairy-tale books like Jack the Giant Slayer had been used, he had the scripts he didn't remember taken away. Leaving behind Seventh Son and Transcendence, Martin thought about it, but couldn't think of a use for it, so he simply put the script in his safe. The phone on his desk rang, and Martin answered it. It was Maya, asking him to come over. Since joining the company and signing a writing contract with Davis Studio, Maya had been writing and revising the script. As a new screenwriter, despite Brad's help, getting the script to Martin's satisfaction proved challenging. Furthermore, Martin's suggestions had morphed the script into a musical. Maya's boyfriend, Sebastian, had also resigned from the Smokehouse and joined Davis Studio, specializing in the score and songwriting for La La Land. Martin went upstairs, where Maya and Sebastian had a large, private studio. Maya handed Martin a manuscript and said, "I've revised the script again." Martin had been unhappy with the script, particularly the ending, where the actress, now a star, finally gets together with a hero, like something out of a Disney fairy tale. At first glance, the happy ending seemed appealing and perfectly acceptable in any other genre. But this Hollywood-set film wasn't appropriate. It didn't fit Hollywood reality or the public's perception of Hollywood. The heroine could still harbor lingering feelings for the hero, yet choose to marry a richer, more prestigious man. Martin took the script and flipped straight to the ending. The ending had been changed. Instead of the hero and heroine being together, the heroine married a producer and reunited with him at the music bar he owned. They met, but never met again, ultimately going their separate ways. Maya asked, "Is this an okay ending?" Martin closed the script. "That's a good ending," Sebastian then said. "I've composed a piece specifically for the ending." Martin asked, "Can you listen to it?" Sebastian sat down at the piano and pressed the black and white keys. It was a slightly mournful piece, but within that sadness, it also held a sense of hope and progress. Perhaps Martin, after listening to Taylor Swift so often, had developed a certain appreciation for music, and could actually hear these things in the melody. He decided that in order to improve his musical literacy, he would listen to Taylor and her group of girlfriends singing more often. After playing a song, Sebastian took a breath before coming back to his senses and looked at Martin. "I was the first to propose the type of song, but I only know how to compose music, not choreography or lyrics. The studio needs to prepare early." Martin nodded. "I will ask someone to communicate with Disney. Disney is very good at music, singing and dancing, and there is no shortage of professional talents." Sebastian was relieved and said, "I will continue to compose music." Martin returned the script to Maya. "Continue to refine it. If you have any questions, communicate more with Brad." His cell phone rang, waved and left the studio, and found that the call was from Jolene Aniston. "Hi, dear, do you want to go to the filming of an art film together tomorrow? I spoke to Jenna on the phone. She and Pitt's new film is going to start shooting tomorrow." Chapter 638. Let's make a movie. In the valley north of Los Angeles, an ordinary black business car pulled into the studio. Before their stardom, Bruce and Martin had been here to watch Jenna Jameson film, so they were familiar with the area. The car stopped at the studio's security entrance, and Martin, Jolie, and Aniston got out one after another. Jenna Jones was waiting. "You're here," Jolie smiled and said. "Today's scenes are exciting." Jenna said, "I won't disappoint you." She turned to Martin and said, "Thank you for the permission, old friend." Martin shook her hand. "You're welcome." Jenna greeted Bruce, who had followed behind, and led the group upstairs. "This area was originally used for overhead shots, but it won't be used for today's scenes, so it's perfect for you to watch from upstairs." She opened a door and said, "I'm going back to filming." Aniston said, "You're busy, don't bother us." Martin and his group entered the room and found another person inside, his old neighbor. Mr. Jones saw Martin and came over to hug him. "Thank you so much for coming to support Jenna." He then shook hands with Jolie and Aniston one by one, saying, Thank you. Martin introduced, This is Mr. Jones, an old friend of mine and a neighbor from our Sherman Oaks days. He's Jenna's father. The first part was perfectly normal, but the second part was a revelation to Jolie and Aniston. An elderly father came to the Sacred Valley to watch his daughter film an art house film. It truly ignited the artistic atmosphere. If you were just directing, it would be fine, but the problem was that his daughter was not only directing, but also starring in the film. Jolie and Aniston were baffled. But Martin, accustomed to it, joined Mr. Jones at the window and chatted about recent events. Although Aniston found it strange, she joined Martin. Jolie, naturally, followed. Then they heard Mr. Jones say to Martin, "Pitt may be famous, but he's new in the industry and his skills are definitely not up to par. Jenna is a Best Actress winner and will handle it effortlessly." Martin nodded in agreement. What else could he say? Mr. Jones added, "I hope Jenna wins another Best Actress and Best Director award and becomes a true benchmark in this field." Martin warned, "Let's stop talking now, shooting's about to begin." Down below, Brad Pitt, dressed in a suit, had already entered the set. The set had been decorated as a simpler version of a sugar storm. Jenna, dressed in a coat and thigh-high leather boots, left the director's booth and shouted to the prop master, "Make a sugar storm." Two burly men were carrying bags of powdered sugar in the back of a truck. The blower revved up, and a small amount of powdered sugar drifted into the wind, transforming into a light white mist. Filming began. The scene began with a striking resemblance to a scene from Gone Girl, with the male and female protagonists entering the set one after another. But things quickly changed. The artistic scenes for the male and female protagonists were all real art. Although Pitt had done this kind of scene countless times in real life, this was his first time filming it. Newbies are bound to make mistakes, and Jenna, both director and actress, had to call pause and make adjustments. Filming was sporadic, and the lead actor had to maintain his form constantly, which was no easy feat. During a break, Jenna left the set and returned to the director's booth to review the footage. Mr. Jones shook his head. "That Brad Pitt thing is no good. I used to come over to watch the shoot, and those actors were as ferocious as animals. Sometimes I had to talk to them before filming, telling them to be gentle and soft." He sighed. "This Brad Pitt, do you want me to go down and tell him to be harder?" Martin, accustomed to Mr. Jones's words, simply ignored them. Jolie and Aniston, stifling laughter, looked incredibly tired. Filming resumed, and this time, in addition to Pitt, Jenna called in the two burly men who had been removing the powdered sugar. One of them was acting rather unruly, perhaps out of envy and jealousy, constantly nudging Pitt, making him seem dangerous. Before long, both Jolie and Aniston were trying to drag Martin away. Jenna, who was taking a break from filming, came up from downstairs clutching a rolled-up notebook. She said, "Pitt just mentioned something to me. Can we talk for a minute?" Martin looked a little surprised. "Did he know we were coming?" "I don't know," Jenna said, remarking with unwavering confidence. "No one knew you were coming today except me." She handed the notebook to Martin. "Pitt wrote a script and just let me take a look. I found something a little strange about the crew." Martin took it and glanced at it. The script was called Forever Love. He flipped open the pages and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Noticing his strange expression, Jolie, curious, walked over to Martin and read the text. After reading just one page, she covered her mouth and laughed. Aniston also came over, peeking out from Martin's other side. Her eyes widened at the sight of the script. Why did the plot sound so familiar? It was as if she had experienced it herself. Jolie smiled widely, saying to Aniston, "Isn't this about us?" "How hilarious." Aniston's ex-wife Nature erupted, and she grumbled, "That bastard, Brad Pitt, won't let us off the hook." Martin quickly schemed the script and handed it to Jenna. Jenna asked, "This script?" Martin shrugged, "I don't mind." He truly didn't care. After all, it wasn't a copyright infringement if someone simply changed the name or filmed it. For example, Hollywood is full of celebrity biopics that are filmed without authorization. Martin looked at Jolie and Aniston. "What are your thoughts?" "Of course we should. How could someone like Jolie care about such a thing?" Far from objecting, she was actually quite excited. She asked Jenna, "Director Jones, do you have the budget to film this? Can I invest in it?" Aniston tried to speak, but Jolie covered her mouth. Jolie said, "If you object, I'll fire you and replace you with Charlize Theron." Aniston broke free from her grip. "You dare?" Jolie said. "Why not? It feels fresh," she whispered into Aniston's ear. "Think about it, Jenna's better than anyone else. Aniston understood immediately and conceded, "Forget it, just write the script." Even if he has the guts, he wouldn't dare use our name. Martin looked back at the two of them. Jolie said directly to Jenna, "Don't mention our name, and don't make any allusions in the styling." "You understand," Jenna promised. "I'll be very careful about these things. Good luck with the shoot." Martin glanced at her and prepared to leave. "We won't disturb you." Jenna escorted Martin and the other three out the side door. As soon as they got in the car, Jolie said to Bruce, "Bruce, let's go to the hotel." Bruce replied, 20 minutes. Within 10 minutes, he had pulled into the hotel's underground parking lot. Before Martin led Jolie and Aniston into the room, he had Bruce check it out to make sure everything was alright. Once inside, Aniston pulled a miniature camera from her bag and said, "How about we film one too?" Jolie agreed. Sure. Since they all agreed, Martin certainly wouldn't object. On Valley Boulevard in North Hollywood, a black Lexus parked on the curb near a Mexican restaurant. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses grabbed a black leather bag from the passenger seat, got out, and checked the restaurant sign to make sure it was the right place before entering. A Mexican man wearing a Dodgers baseball cap glanced at him and asked, "Darrett?" The middle-aged man nodded. "I'm looking for the Newell brothers." "We are." Romero motioned for him to follow and led him to the back of the restaurant. Darrett soon encountered a sturdy Mexican man sitting in a booth, eating a typical burrito. Two tattooed Mexican men sat nearby. Rodriguez put down his fork, wiped his lips casually, and asked, "Are you the one who's looking for tips?" Delete smiled. "I heard you have news on Martin Davis and his new project," Rodriguez said. "Yes, exclusive secrets." He glanced at the briefcase the man had brought with him. "I've been in Hollywood for many years, and I've never seen anyone like Martin Davis. Every film he chooses never fails. Even Tom Cruise, Will Smith, and Leonardo DiCaprio couldn't achieve that at their peak." This was the key to Delete's attraction. Over the past 6 years, the films and roles Martin Davis has chosen have all been commercial hits. Even the box office low performer, The Reader, which was overly literary and artistic, still turned a profit solely on the box office. Delete was no ordinary man. He pulled a wad of dollars from his pocket and placed it on the table. Diego and DePaul swallowed. Rodriguez remained calm, his expression unchanged as he said, "This isn't enough." Darrett pulled out another stack, placed it on top, and placed his hand on it. "I'm showing my sincerity. Davis Studios just moved, and Martin Davis ordered a safe." Rodriguez paused. Darrett returned the money. Rodriguez checked it and found it was genuine. "We went to deliver the safe, and when we entered Martin Davis' office, we saw some scripts on his desk." Darrett's eyes lit up when he heard about scripts. These weren't just scripts, but hundreds of millions of dollars in profits. Rodriguez continued, "No one would be so foolish as to keep such valuables in a company's office. Martin Davis must have bought that safe to store scripts." Darrett thought that made sense. Martin Davis would only keep scripts he liked in the safe. He asked, "Go on," Rodriguez said. "Your money can only buy this much information." Darrett frowned. "Are you kidding me?" Rodriguez said. "I've already told you where the scripts are. You can find them any way you can." Chapter 639 The Most Responsible Way to Vote for the Oscars. Inside the Mexican restaurant, Darrett didn't rush to leave. Instead, he said, "The information you provided isn't comprehensive enough." Rodriguez, receiving the money, couldn't afford to give it away. If the information was more detailed, it wouldn't be this price. "You can get more details." Darrett smiled at him. "Right." Rodriguez took the money. "That's all I know." Darrett opened his briefcase, pulled out another wad of dollars, and said bluntly, "You have a solution, right?" Rodriguez wasn't stupid. He understood what he was talking about, but the risk was too great. After all, that man was Martin Davis. Not only was he friendly with the LAPD, he had single-handedly taken down a dozen armed Russian spies. For his brothers, facing Martin, they were completely helpless. Darrett nodded. "I understand." He pulled out another wad of dollars from his briefcase and placed it side by side with the previous one. Diego and DePaul, who were nearby, began breathing rapidly, their eyes fixed on the black briefcase. Romero quickly reached out to stop them, lest they do anything foolish. He'd noticed from the doorway that the man's car was followed by a van. Rodriguez shook his head. "I don't have a plan." Delete pulled out another wad of money. "No, you do." Rodriguez looked unmoved. Delete pulled out his final wad of money and placed it side by side. "Have you figured out a plan?" This time, even Rodriguez's breathing quickened. Los Angeles wasn't a good place for ordinary people like them, coming from Mexico. This place was a haven for the rich. Delete glanced at Rodriguez, then stopped talking and put the money into his bag. It was a real test. No ordinary person could handle it. Wait, Rodriguez finally couldn't help himself. Double the amount, and I'll figure it out. Delete smiled. Sure, Diego and DePaul were thrilled to hear his promise. What could be better than the American dollar? Dollars mean fine wine, beautiful women, a better life. Delete pulled out more money and pushed it across to Rodriguez, saying, "This is a deposit. I'll give you the rest when you're done. Since you've been in Hollywood, you know those things are useless to you. They're of immense value to us, so we won't mind a small amount." Rodriguez examined the money and held out his hand. "It's a deal, it's a deal." Delete shook his hand and left the restaurant. Rodriguez picked up the money on the table, threw a wad to each person, and warned, "Watch your mouths." Diego took the money and smelled it. The smell was so enticing. He said, "Boss, tell me what to do." Romero and DePaul collected the money and looked at Rodriguez. That wad of cash was enough to kill several people in Mexico. Money in hand gave one the confidence to do anything, and it gave one immense confidence, making one feel capable of anything. Rodriguez accepted the money and, without hesitation, reflected carefully on what he had seen in the office and the surrounding building. There were surveillance cameras at the entrance and inside the building. He looked at Romero. "You're good at lockpicking. Can you open that safe?" Romero nodded. "Not a problem. If all else fails, we can brute force it." The safe was easy to fix. Rodriguez continued, "Next, we need to find an electrician, someone who knows about security cameras." DePaul replied, "There are a lot of people coming from Mexico, so finding someone who knows these technologies shouldn't be hard." Rodriguez stood up and said, "Let's get started." Just after the 2011 New Year's holiday, Martin received his Oscar ballot in the mail from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Now a member of both the Screen Actors Guild and the Producers Guild, he was eligible to vote for all acting awards and Best Picture in the Academy's internal voting. As the Academy mailed out the ballots, the Oscars publicity campaign intensified. Leonardo DiCaprio appeared on The Helen Show, where he spoke extensively about the years of honing his acting skills, the hardships he endured, and it brought tears to anyone's eyes. "Listen, is that reasonable?" In the villa's grand living room, Nicholson, watching the TV program, shook his head and said, "We're asking you to act silly, not to play the victim." Leonardo, his face drooping, said, "Do you know how miserable I've been all these years honing my acting skills?" He stood up and spun around in front of Martin and Nicholson. "I'm 50 pounds heavier than I was in 2000. Isn't that miserable enough?" "Yeah, you're miserable, Leonardo." Martin couldn't bear to hear this rich guy playing the victim in front of a poor guy like him. "You've had over a dozen official girlfriends, right? Dozens of unofficial ones, and every one of them is a famous supermodel." Leonardo raised a finger and shook it. "You're completely wrong, Martin. You've got it backwards. It's me who's been dumped by over a dozen women." Elizabeth Olsen, who had just arrived with a fruit plate, was stunned by this shameless statement. No wonder he's hanging out with this guy from his family, and even become best friends. They're all the same jerk. But a jerk like Martin is 100 times more lovable than Leonardo. Martin gave Leonardo a thumbs up. "You're worthy of being Hollywood's top superstar." "How shameless." Nicholson pulled his Oscar ballot from his pocket, asked Elizabeth for a pen, and said, "Since you were kicked out by a dozen women, I have to vote for you first for Best Actor." Leonardo looked at Martin and began to talk to him. "Since I bought so many of Lily's artworks, you should vote for me, right?" Elizabeth had already handed the ballot and pen to Martin. Martin was quite helpless. He wrote Leonardo's name on the first line of the Best Actor column. He then wrote Natalie Portman in first place for Best Actress, and Charlize Theron in second place. He chose Inception and Gone Girl for Best Picture, and Mean in first place for Best Supporting Actor. But there were still a lot of blank spaces. Leonardo and Nicholson were in the same boat. Martin wanted to finish the ballots today and mail them directly to the Academy. He asked, "Have you made any suitable choices for the remaining ones?" Leonardo said, "No, we are important members of the Academy. Every name on the Oscar ballot must be carefully selected." Nicholson's tone was particularly serious. "Next, I'll teach you the most responsible way to make your choice." Martin immediately felt a sense of responsibility when he heard this. "Jack, you're right. We should set an example for Oscar voting." Nicholson asked, "I remember your entertainment area has an indoor archery gym?" And a dartboard, Martin said. Yes, I practice for fun. Leonardo exposed Martin's past. This guy has severe paranoia. Elizabeth, who had been acting as a temporary waiter and had never interrupted, couldn't help but say, Leo, if you had experienced serious violent incidents like those at Burbank High School and the Santa Monica Pier, you would also have paranoia. Leonardo agreed. You're absolutely right. Nicholson dismissed Martin's paranoia as a mere after effect of his excessive exploits. Martin led a few people to the adjacent ancillary building. The basement level of the ancillary building had originally housed a small bowling alley, but Martin had no interest in it and had converted it into an indoor archery range, darts court, and sports equipment center. Nicholson brought a list of candidates and covered it on a large dartboard. He said, next, we'll choose the remaining spots by throwing darts. Martin clapped his hands vigorously. This method is indeed responsible. It should be adopted by the entire academy. Leonardo seemed to have a sudden realization and asked Nicholson, you old white men, do you always vote in this responsible way? No wonder I always fail in my Oscar bids. Martin pretended to be enlightened. So the reason Leo always loses an Oscar isn't because of his acting skills, but because Jack and his friends are too responsible when voting. Nicholson didn't bother to pay attention to the two idiots. He picked up a dart, stood outside the throwing line, and said, stop talking nonsense and vote. I'll go first. The list above is for Best Supporting Actress and Best Supporting Actor. Martin and Leonardo cast their votes in a completely responsible manner and picked up their pens. Nicholson threw the dart with a swish, but it missed, hitting the wooden board behind the target and falling. Best Supporting Actress. Leonardo made a signing gesture. Wooden board. Nicholson picked up another dart and threw it again, this time hitting the target. He looked closely and said, Best Supporting Actress, Amy Adams. Martin and Leonardo wrote Amy Adams' name in the first place for Best Supporting Actress. Then Leonardo took the stage and had the Best Supporting Actor nomination, which was surprisingly Christian Bale. Despite the ongoing conflict, out of absolute responsibility to the Oscars and all the nominees, Martin wrote Bale's name below means. Then it was Martin's turn. Leonardo explained, you throw your darts too accurately, picking whatever you want. That's irresponsible and unfair to everyone else. I think you need to blindfold yourself. I'm a responsible person. Martin found a black cloth, covered his eyes, and swung his arm to throw the dart. The dart hit the target firmly. Nicholson said, Best Supporting Actress, Jackie Weaver. Not only Martin, but even Leonardo and Nicholson didn't recognize this actress. But the dart had made its choice, and they still filled in her name. With a conscientious attitude, the three idiots worked diligently for over an hour to complete the Oscar ballots and mailed them out that same day. Chapter 640 Theft. Because it was barely dawn, and he'd been awakened by Elizabeth Olsen's kiss of love, Martin arrived at the office early after finishing his morning exercise. Alice, the receptionist, had already arrived to open the office door. Martin nodded to her and went upstairs with Bruce. The elevator quickly reached the 4th floor. Martin entered the elevator lobby and caught a faint whiff. What's that? Bruce, do you smell that? Bruce sniffed hard. Did someone with smelly feet take off their shoes in the elevator last night? Martin exited the elevator lobby and reached the office door. Just as he was about to open it, his eye caught a brass handle and he quickly pulled back. He noticed a slight greasy stain on the keyhole where the handle meets the keyhole. A closer look revealed faint scratches near the keyhole. Martin instinctively stepped back and said to Bruce, who had followed him, something's not right. Without a word, Bruce pulled out 2 pistols, handed one to Martin, and then, sidling up to the marble wall, approached the door. He only took a glance and said, the lock is new, there can't be such traces. It must have been opened with a non-matching key. Martin held the pistol tightly in both hands, guarding behind Bruce, and said, let's retreat first. It's also possible that Jessica opened the door. Jessica also had the key to his office, and she was the one who cleaned it daily. Bruce reminded, go back the way you came. If someone really broke in illegally, try not to destroy any traces. The two of them, one guard in the front and the other guard in the back, retreated to the elevator. Martin carefully observed the ground and found no other traces except his and Bruce's footprints. The two took the elevator downstairs again. Jessica and Emily were about to go upstairs when they came out of the elevator. They were stunned when they saw Martin and Bruce holding guns. What game is the boss playing? Using a gun in the company? Jessica asked. Boss, what are you doing? Martin came out of the elevator and asked, I wasn't here yesterday. Did anyone come into my office? Jessica shook her head. No, Emily was certain. No one went up to the 4th floor yesterday except the cleaning lady. Jessica asked, Boss, what happened? Bruce sheathed his pistol. There might be a burglar. Seeing Alice approaching curiously, Martin shielded the pistol with his body and said, Alice, go to the door and stop the other employees. Don't let anyone in for now. He then said to Bruce, call the police. Bruce pulled out his phone and called the police. Several people had entered the 1st floor, even though Alice, who was diligent, had only briefly cleaned it. Martin looked around and approached the door. He checked the lock, lowered the security door, and called Alice over to question her, but found nothing. Bruce and Jessica checked the surveillance cameras and found that they were not functioning properly. The hard drive had been forcibly removed, and the backup power supply had been damaged. 2 patrol officers quickly arrived outside. They were just maintaining order and reminding everyone to protect the scene. After more than 10 minutes, a detective from the Detective Bureau arrived with personnel and professional technicians. The personnel dispersed to inquire about the relevant situation, and they were very polite and cautious in their words and deeds. Inspector Gerald was well aware of the relationship between Martin and the chief, so he came over to shake Martin's hand and personally asked him about what he had discovered. Martin explained it in detail and asked Bruce to take him to the monitoring room. Gerald immediately made a phone call to summon more personnel, and sent people to the nearby area to inquire and check the relevant situation. It took so long that Martin simply gave most of the company's employees a day off, leaving only management personnel such as Jessica and Emily. Gerald came over at this time and invited Martin upstairs. We found some traces, but they're few. The intruders were very careful, he said as he emerged from the elevator. They must have worn overshoes and gloves. They left no fingerprints, no clear footprints. Arriving at Martin's office door, he pointed at the lock. At least one of them is a master locksmith. They opened not only this door, but your safe as well. Martin remembered clearly. There don't seem to be any valuables in the office safe, Gerald said. Check to see if anything's missing. Martin searched the office carefully, finding nothing missing. He then approached the safe, where several technicians had gathered. The safe was empty, save for 2 scripts. Gerald asked, is anything missing? Martin shook his head, squatted down, and examined the scripts. He frowned slightly when he saw they looked flipped. He first answered Gerald, nothing's missing. I didn't put anything in this safe except 2 documents. Gerald asked, nothing was stolen. Martin told Bruce, check everywhere else. A short while later, Bruce came over and said, nothing's missing. Except for your office, no other rooms have been touched. Martin had a rough idea. The thieves weren't going in to steal anything. They were likely targeting the safe. He approached Gerald and explained the situation. Gerald told Martin to keep quiet for now and leave the investigation to the professionals. Soon, more details came to light. The electrical distribution box connected to the building had been opened, and the hard drive and hidden backup drive for the security cameras were missing, apparently stolen. However, there was some good news. Traces were found at the back of the office building. It seemed someone had climbed up to the 4th floor by following the drain pipe, the security grill, and the air conditioner unit, and had violently broken through the security grill on the emergency exit window. Furthermore, surveillance footage from a nearby building captured several figures wearing black clothes, black pants, and black hoods. But surveillance here is relatively scarce, and public surveillance is scarce outside the main road. They can only wait for the Detective Bureau to search for other leads. Gerald exchanged a few polite words with Martin and quickly led his men to evacuate. Martin and Bruce were left in the office. The latter asked bluntly, are they here for the scripts? Martin pulled out 2 scripts, placed them on the table in front of him, and examined the covers. The 7th Sun and Transcendence. I thought they might be useful, so I tossed them into the safe. I didn't expect it would attract thieves. Bruce asked, who knew about this? Martin replied, scripts I've reviewed and rejected but don't have the copyright to are not kept secret within the company. Many people know I kept 2 of them. The studio's office collaboration software database is accessible to all regular employees. This feature was originally intended to encourage employees to recommend scripts. Bruce asked again, are you very interested in these 2 scripts? No, Martin said simply, you know what epic fantasy is. Bruce had heard Martin say more than once that he wouldn't take any epic fantasy projects or roles. Martin asked, if they're here for the scripts, what would they think when they see the ones I've locked away in my safe? Bruce knew Martin's reputation for discerning taste was particularly strong these days, so he said, contact the copyright holder immediately to acquire the rights. They might even invest heavily in production. I don't know who did it, but since they stole it from me, I'll help them no matter what. Martin stood up, walked a few steps, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. Jesse, you and Emily, come over here. Jessica and Emily quickly entered the office. Martin handed them the scripts and said, contact the authors or copyright holders to discuss acquiring the scripts. Jessica glanced down. If she remembered correctly, Martin had rejected the 2 scripts last time. Martin further instructed, act as if you are determined to win, make a bigger noise, and drag out the negotiations for a longer time, but don't really buy the copyright of the script, understand? Emily continued, should we create a momentum to get these 2 scripts? Martin nodded, that's right, let's do it now. Jessica and Emily immediately contacted the screenwriter, and the contact information was on the script. After the office door closed, Bruce asked, do you want to find the culprit from this? Martin said, if someone spent a lot of money to buy these 2 scripts, would they keep them in the script library? They will definitely invest in making them into movies. He walked to the window and looked at the Disney studios across the street. It doesn't really matter which thieves did it. What matters most is the people or forces behind them. Bruce sighed. It's not that we want to cause trouble, but there are too many bad people in this circle. There are so many bad people that if we don't take them down, someone will take us down. Martin laughed. In the eyes of many bigger forces in Hollywood, I may not be as good as Tom Cruise. Bruce understood what he meant. Tom Cruise had Scientology behind him and 30 years of experience, but he was still almost blackmailed to the point of being unable to recover. Fortunately, his accumulated health bar was thick enough. We'll have to be more secretive about the projects we purchase in the future. Martin thought for a moment and said, I'll say hello to Harris later and set up a shell company in Harris's name. If we find any projects we're interested in, let Harris talk to the people first. He then told Bruce, even though there's nothing valuable here at the company, security still needs to be upgraded. Bruce replied, I'll get started. The entire morning passed by dealing with these trivial matters. In the afternoon, Martin went to Century City and met with Nokia's marketing director, Cross, at WMA. Martin's 2-year Nokia mobile phone endorsement contract was set to expire this month. During these 2 years, due to the incipient growth of smartphones and Android, Martin's popularity, and the decline of its longtime rival, Motorola, Nokia phones still held a significant market share in North America. Martin politely declined Nokia's offer to renew the contract, even though the company offered him $15 million per year. Cross was completely baffled by Martin's decision. Our collaboration over the past 2 years has been very successful. Why not continue? This involves my personal privacy, Martin replied vaguely. I can only say I'm sorry. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641 Hollywood Star Income Ranking. There was no room for negotiation regarding endorsements, and the Nokia representative quickly departed. The mobile phone endorsement space is open, and I've prepared a few new candidates. Thomas, knowing Martin would only endorse Nokia for 2 years, handed Martin a few documents and asked, would you like to take a look? Martin took them. Commercial endorsements now account for more than a third of his annual Hollywood income. In the past year, Martin had 5 major endorsements. Coca-Cola's endorsement had risen to $15 million a year, Cadillac, Cartier men's watches, and Nokia phones all earned $12 million, and Brioni earned $6 million. Not counting the dividends from the Coca-Cola commemorative edition, his annual pre-tax income from endorsements alone was a staggering $57 million. Now the mobile phone space was open. Martin quickly flipped through the documents, finding 3 mobile phone brands, BlackBerry, Samsung, and Lenovo. Thomas elaborated, BlackBerry and Samsung approached us last year about mobile phone brand endorsements. At the time, you were still under contract with Nokia, so you haven't responded yet. He worried Martin didn't understand the final brand. Lenovo is Asia's largest PC manufacturer and distributor, and they're looking to expand into the global market. A few years ago, they hired football star Ronaldinho to endorse their PCs. Michael Bay is a client of Alibaba, And he's got confirmation that Lenovo also spent a significant amount of money last year to sponsor DreamWorks' blockbuster, Transformers 3. Martin remembered this last point. Although Transformers 3 also featured product placement, it was far superior to Transformers 4. After a moment's consideration, Martin said, "Forget BlackBerry and Lenovo, the former will soon be swallowed up by the tide of the times, becoming a niche phenomenon. The latter, while once the number one player in the mobile phone market across the Pacific, has fallen at an alarming rate. Most importantly, their endorsement isn't welcomed by either the American market or the other side of the Pacific. This isn't just a matter of money." Thomas added, "Lenovo is willing to offer $15 million. Martin waved his hand. Thomas stopped talking and said, "Samsung offered $13 million per year for 3 years. His expression suddenly turned strange, and his voice dropped. "The Samsung executive who contacted me also told me privately that if I had any Korean actresses I wanted, just tell me. It's no problem. They can pack them up and send them to Los Angeles. Don't worry about it. They'll take care of the shipping." Martin thought to himself, what are these Koreans up to? How insidious. They dared to sugarcoat this. He thought for a moment and said, "We can talk to Samsung, but the offer cannot be less than $15 million US. Thomas suggested, "Don't refuse BlackBerry and Lenovo for the time being. You can talk to them first until there is competition." Martin waved his hand and said, "You are responsible for the specific negotiations." He then asked, "What about Apple?" "Apple's mobile phone market share is constantly increasing," Thomas said. "Apple's spokesperson is actually Steve Jobs, but his health has not been optimistic since last year." He thought of Martin holding valuable Apple stocks and reminded him, "Jobs is seriously ill. If he dies, it may have a certain impact on Apple's stock price." Martin nodded, "I understand. You pay attention to the Apple mobile phone and talk to Samsung first." He just recalled carefully that the incident of the Samsung mobile phone turning into a bomb seemed to have another 5 or 6 years to go. Thomas said another thing. Vanity Fair magazine has notified the company of the next issue of the annual income ranking of Hollywood stars. You are in the top 3. It only counts the salary, share and peripheral income from film and television, but not commercial investment and endorsements. Martin has been on the celebrity income rankings of various magazines since 2008, and his ranking has been improving every year. He said, "You are only in the top 3. I thought I could be number 1, Thomas reminded. "The top 2 are both captains," Martin thought, "Johnny Depp and James Cameron." He changed the subject, "But my income is all fictitious. In addition to the salary, the post-production share of Inception and Gone Girl, as well as other films, has not been received." Thomas said, "It will be the end of next month. Warner may drag it to the last day." Martin said, "If Warner does not pay on time, ask for liquidated damages plus interest." After talking about work, Martin came out of the meeting room and received a call from Nolan. The two met in a cafe in Century City. Nolan asked directly, "I heard you have a space-themed sci-fi project in the works, The Martian," Martin said, giving a brief overview of the project. "Ridley Scott has already begun preparations, and filming is expected to begin in April or May." Nolan pulled out a script and handed it to Martin. "Jonathan has completed the first draft of the space epic I told you about a while ago. Take a look," he added. "There's a plan attached." Martin took it, flipped through a few pages, and confirmed it was interstellar. He asked, "Has the filming schedule been set?" Nolan roughly said, "Filming in 2013, release in 2014, but I haven't decided on a specific company yet." Martin remained cautious about commenting on this matter, simply saying, "My schedule should be around the same." Nolan smiled and said, "With you taking on the lead role, I'm confident in this project." He then asked, "Have you received your share of the commission from your previous Warner Brothers projects?" "No." Martin shook his head, echoing the sentiment. "It used to arrive at the beginning of the year, but it's a few months late. The interest is enough to buy me a few luxury cars." Nolan's face didn't betray dissatisfaction, but his words laced with emotion. "My studio invested in Inception, and lost even more in interest." Martin took a sip of his tea. Nolan continued, "Warner Brothers has changed." Martin replied, "Indeed." Nolan was silent for a moment, then said, "I hesitated for a while about whether to continue working with Warner Brothers on this space epic. I can't give you advice on that," Martin said, setting down his teacup. "I gave up on Warner Brothers. My old friend Alan Horn offered me a good deal." Nolan didn't elaborate further. This year, he was about to face many changes. For example, his 3-year contract with CAA was about to expire, and he wasn't planning to continue with CAA. The reason for this was that CAA's management and senior executives were all Jewish. Not only did they not support him in the Moroccan kidnapping incident, they actually put immense pressure on him. This fact left Nolan with a very negative impression of CAA. He felt obliged to fulfill the 3-year contract. The two then discussed Interstellar, including the complexities of the copyright and investment situation. No mistakes. Leaving the cafe and heading home, Martin carefully read Nolan's script. The story's themes were incredibly banal, a classic Hollywood trope, love and family. Of course, this was all within Martin's expectations. While Hollywood film budgets were rising, the overall trend was becoming increasingly conservative. Furthermore, the true initiator of this project was Steven Spielberg, not the Nolan brothers. Before the Nolan brothers joined, Spielberg had been working on it for 4 years and even considered directing it himself. According to Nolan, the first half of the script largely relied on concepts from Spielberg and his screenwriters, with the Nolan brothers developing their ideas later on. The actual copyright to the script was held by DreamWorks. Since its demise, DreamWorks has abandoned independent distribution and now has a contract with Paramount Pictures, acting as a sort of subsidiary. Paramount Pictures, in turn, has signed a partnership agreement with Warner Brothers on the project. So, while Nolan is extremely dissatisfied with Warner Brothers, he still needs to work with them if he wants to direct the project. Martin was well aware that, despite his and Nolan's inclination to collaborate again, the project was uncertain. Fortunately, it was still early, so Martin didn't have to worry about that for now. January was all about the Oscars and awards season in Hollywood. In recent years, the Oscars ratings have been declining, and its conservative style has been criticized. Many young people have long since abandoned the Oscars. Their favorite movies often don't even receive nominations, let alone major awards, so why bother watching the ceremony? Are online games not fun, or is social media dating boring? This year's awards show organizers sought a change, omitting comedians or talk show stars as hosts and instead opting for the duo of Anne Hathaway and James Franco. With over a month to go, the preparations were already busy. Anne arrived early in Los Angeles, the heartbreaking city, to prepare, arriving at the Kodak Theater every day. Her partner, James Franco, was equally dedicated to the job. In the morning, after rehearsing a line, the two sat in the front row for a break. James Franco flipped through a copy of Vanity Fair to refresh his mind. Anne had just finished texting her friend Emily Blunt when she glanced at the magazine in Franco's hand. Just then, she spotted the 3 people on the cover, James Cameron in the center, Johnny Depp on the right, and Martin Davis on the left. Franco noticed Anne's gaze and asked, "What's up?" Anne asked, "Can I borrow the magazine?" Franco handed it to her. "Thank you." Anne took it and immediately flipped to the title page. The title caught her eye, 2010 Hollywood Star Earnings Rankings. In first place was director James Cameron, with $257 million. Nearly $240 million of that came from the film Avatar, with the rest coming from copyrights for older films. Johnny Depp was next, with $115 million. Captain Sparrow had earned nearly $100 million from Alice in Wonderland and Pirates of the Caribbean 4, then, Anne spotted Martin's name. Chapter 642 The unique charm of the trio's leader. Martin's familiar face in the accompanying picture seemed to have aged little, only to have acquired a more mature air and charm. Anne Hathaway, her lips tightly pressed into line, suddenly felt a numbness in her cheek and a lump in her throat. She instinctively opened her mouth, just as she had when she'd been with Martin. A strange sound threatened to escape her throat, and she quickly covered it. Anne thought, what a close call, but looking at Martin in the picture brought back memories of the good old days when her mouth was always full, and she felt a surge of nostalgia. Anne had clearly seen the series of numbers listed on the leaderboard. Number 3, Martin Davis, $82 million, $40 million from salary and royalties from Inception, $32 million from salary and royalties from Gone Girl, $10 million from copyright revenue from other older films. Anne knew this was just a rough estimate, and while there would undoubtedly be some error, it wouldn't be drastic. In previous years, Martin's earnings would have been enough to rank first. Later, Spielberg, Leonardo DiCaprio, Nolan, and so on, all pale in comparison to Martin. Although her annual income approached tens of millions of dollars, the high expenses of a female star made this little money insufficient. Anne clearly remembered that when she was with Martin, his annual income was only a few $100,000, and he had just achieved some fame. In just 5 years, he had already stepped foot into superstardom. James Franco noticed Anne's dazed state and asked, "Are you okay?" Anne regained her composure and said, "I'm fine." She returned the magazine to Franco and slowly walked backstage. She had always wanted to find a handsome, rich, and white man, but she knew he was right in front of her, yet she had lost him. At this moment, Anne wanted to ask Martin if she could turn back. Entering the backstage area, she saw the newly elected Academy president, Tom Sherrack, discussing the presenters with the awards ceremony director. "We've finalized 3 nominees for Best Picture presenters," the director said to Tom Sherrack. "Steven Spielberg, Tom Hanks, and Martin Davis." Tom Sherrack nodded slightly. 3 strong contenders, but Martin's a little too young. "The Oscars' influence has been declining in recent years, and we must reverse this decline." The director was suddenly under immense pressure. Tom Sherrack added, "Sandra Bullock injured her leg while filming her new film, Gravity, and may not be able to attend the ceremony. I've spoken to her by phone, and I'm planning on having Jack and Martin present the Best Actor award." The director instantly understood Sherrack's intentions. This was a trio renowned throughout Hollywood, and indeed, throughout the United States. According to Nicholson, the 3 had fought side by side on the Santa Monica Pier, fighting against dozens of armed spies. They had a life-or-death friendship. He tentatively asked, "What if Leonardo doesn't win?" Tom Sherrack said, "Whether he wins or not, the excitement is building." The director said, "For the past 5 years, the highest ratings for the Oscars have been when Spielberg, Coppola, and Lucas jointly present Scorsese with the Best Director award. The Best Actor presenter is set." Tom Sherrack was under immense pressure. The Oscars were the Academy's flagship. If their influence waned, the Academy would decline. He added, "For Best Picture, let Spielberg or Hanks be up for it. It depends on who's willing to take the award." Anne passed by, pretending not to hear these words. Inwardly, she was thinking, Martin would undoubtedly be backstage during the ceremony, so she'd find a chance to chat with him. Maybe their old friendship would rekindle. She had always felt that Martin was a man of integrity and nostalgia. In the reception room of Davis' studio in Burbank, Inspector Gerald came to visit. Martin asked, "Has the case been concluded?" "It has been found out." Inspector Gerald was very efficient in handling cases. He opened the file bag he brought, took out the information inside, and handed it to Martin. "It has been found out now that it was done by this group of Mexicans." There were photos of 6 people on the file. Martin had a vague impression of 2 of them. After thinking about it carefully, they seemed to be the Mexicans who delivered the safe on the day of the move. He looked at the information again and found it to be true. He asked, "Inspector, have you caught them?" Gerald said apologetically, "It took us a day to track them down, but when we went out to arrest them, we found that they had fled to Mexico at noon. They may be in Tijuana now." I reported it to the police station. The police station issued a warrant through their connections in Tijuana, but the situation there is very complicated. It is unrealistic to expect the Tijuana police to catch them. It doesn't matter. Martin didn't care about these thieves and asked, "Is there someone behind them directing them?" Gerald shook his head directly, "We haven't found anything yet. They have all fled to Mexico." So, Martin understood and didn't make things difficult for them. In a place like Los Angeles, Inspector Gerald's speed in finding suspects was definitely fast. Gerald stood up and said goodbye. "Mr. Davis, we'll keep you informed if there's any new developments in the case." Martin saw him out. "Thank you." Returning, he handed the information to Bruce and asked, "Any recollections?" Bruce reviewed it carefully and said, 4 of them delivered the safe." Martin couldn't help but wonder, could they have been sent here to scout the area under the pretext of delivering the safe? He remembered, "That day, I was reviewing scripts submitted to the company, and they were piled on my desk." "That's a possibility," Bruce asked, pointing to the key question. "Who's behind them?" Martin said, "Wait a minute, we should find out soon." He glanced at his watch. "We're going to Brentwood. There's a screening of Shutter Island today. We've been watching Leo's clown show for so long, so we have to do some PR for him." Bruce thought to himself, "These 3 bastards not only make enemies, but also mess with each other when they're bored." Another film screening concluded, and Leonardo, exhausted, sank to the sofa after all the guests had said their goodbyes, unwilling to get up again. He had invested unprecedented amounts of money and energy in this year's PR. Martin had even gone to the point of embarrassing himself, and Leonardo was pushing forward with all his might. Lately, he'd been meeting with other Academy members or on his way to them. He'd almost become numb from all the fancy meals. The chicken and steak tasted like plastic. Martin took a bottle of water, threw it to Leonardo, and said, "Catherine Kennedy promised that she would give priority to you in the Best Actor vote. She has just been elected as vice president of the Academy and can influence the voting choices of many people." Nicholson came over and sat on another sofa. This time the Academy changed its term. Sid Guinness voluntarily retired. Warren Beatty did not run for election. 65-year-old Tom Sherrack was elected president. Kathleen Kennedy and Tom Hanks were elected vice presidents, and the Academy is also getting younger. Martin said, "Do I have any misunderstanding about rejuvenation? 65 years old is young?" Leonardo laughed. "This is a rare rejuvenation for the Academy. Why, we old people haven't retired yet, and you young people are anxious to take over." Nicholson pushed up his sunglasses and changed the subject. "Martin's special public relations this time, coupled with a change of term in the Academy, is indeed a rare opportunity for you, Leo." Leonardo was furious. "I will make a fool of myself to the end." Nicholson changed the subject. "Has the suspect in your case been caught?" "The suspects were found, but they haven't been apprehended." Martin himself wasn't concerned about the intruders. He was more concerned with other matters, putting no pressure on the LAPD. His connections with McLean weren't worth using for this. The LAPD has uncovered some information, and through it, they've narrowed down 6 suspects. But they're all Mexican, and they were not stupid. They left Los Angeles the day after the incident and returned to Mexico. They're probably in Tijuana. As you know, the situation there is very complicated. Nicholson asked, "Do you want me, the master detective, to go out? Are you going to deal with the Tijuana gangs?" Martin asked. "That's not America. If you get stuck there, I can't save you. They just have to wait and see with John Wick and Hurricane Rescue." A few dozen Tijuana gang members would overwhelm him and Bruce, not to mention a 6-man Navy SEAL team. Nicholson shook his head quickly. "Forget Tijuana, a border, heaven and hell, more than just talk. The gangs in Tijuana don't buy into the Hollywood bastard trio's plans, and they might even be taken hostage and extorted for a large sum of money." Leonardo asked, "Are we just going to let this go? When have we ever suffered such a loss?" "Of course not," Martin said seriously. "I'm thinking about hiring a group of mercenaries to go to Tijuana and kill them all." Nicholson was afraid that there would be nothing he could do. "That's a good idea. A few tens of thousands of dollars can make a lot of Mexicans fight for their lives." He had been in California for decades and was quite wild. "Do you have information about those people?" Martin nodded. "Yes, the LAPD has found out their identities and obtained a lot of their daily photos." Nicholson was not polite to Martin. "Give me $200,000 as the cost of the incident." "Money is not a problem," Martin reminded again. "Don't go to Mexico. There's no need to show up in person." Nicholson said, "I won't go to Mexico." He grinned. "Detective Nicholson is offline, and next is Andrew the murderer." He stood up and waved his arms violently. "No one can provoke our asshole trio and still enjoy himself freely. Eh? The boss of the asshole trio. I will never allow it," Leonardo said. "No wonder I willingly recognize you as the boss." Martin gave a thumbs up. "This is the unique charm of the leader of the bastard trio." Chapter 643, Subcontracting and Subcontracting Again. Southern California, San Diego. A black Chevrolet pulled up outside a restaurant. Nicholson, fully made up, stepped out and walked toward the restaurant. He wore a wig, contact lenses, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, transforming him into a completely different person, resembling a refined and astute accountant. This was the work of a retired makeup artist friend of Nicholson's. In those days before CG, many special effects for actors relied solely on the hands of makeup artists. In a business car behind, Martin watched Nicholson enter the restaurant and said, "Bruce, is it open?" Bruce turned on the receiver and said, "Yes." Martin and Leonardo both donned headsets. Bruce picked up the intercom and said to the people in the car behind him, "Have your weapons ready to attack at any time." This was just in case. Martin pulled out his pistol and checked the magazine. Leonardo, frustrated by Martin and Bruce's paranoid delusions, said, "It's okay. Jack won't go there unless he's sure. He's not crazy enough yet, so he won't take any risks." Martin tugged his body armor under his shirt, holstered his pistol, and prepared to exit the car. but the voice coming from the headset was normal. Nicholson's altered voice was chatting and laughing. Soon, the conversation got down to business. $200,000 for 6 people, Nicholson said. I hate them. I don't want to see them again, another voice said. They seem very annoying. I'll warn them to stay away from you as much as possible, but you have to tell me which city they were in, Nicholson said. Tijuana, nothing more specific, another voice said. It'll take some time. Let's find them first, okay, Nicholson said. The conversation stopped, and footsteps could be heard. Martin removed his headset and looked toward the restaurant entrance. Nicholson quickly emerged, got into the Chevrolet in front, started the engine, and drove off. Bruce followed in his car. Leaving downtown Tijuana and entering a small lane, Nicholson, who had taken off his wig, parked and got into the van. Bruce went to deal with the Chevrolet, while Martin drove towards Los Angeles. Nicholson said, "It's done." Martin said the same thing, "You don't have to go there in person," but Nicholson shook his head. "You and Leo are still young and don't understand the thoughts of an old man like me. There are not many fun things to find in a few decades of life. If you can't find fun, you might as well be dead." He raised 2 fingers. "Now I only have 2 major beliefs as my pillars, the Los Angeles Lakers and having fun." Leonardo asked, "It won't be traced back to you, right? Not to mention my makeup. If those 6 bastards died in Tijuana, how many people would care?" Nicholson was not worried at all. If dozens of people don't die in Tijuana every day, is it still called Tijuana? He pointed to the south again. "The bastard I dealt with has been a middleman for decades. Not only is he reliable and reputable, he has never overturned." "Do you know what the secret is?" Martin habitually thought. "Is there someone behind him?" Yes and no. Nicholson gave the correct answer. Subcontracting at all levels is the key. In San Diego, a middle-aged Latino man emerged from a FedEx outlet, got into his Cherokee, dug out his Nokia 1100, and dialed a number. "I've mailed you a dossier. The 6 people listed are in Tijuana. Find them. I don't want to see them again. $100,000 to get them, ASAP." The man was a bit excited. $100,000? Big deal. "Don't worry, it'll be done quickly." That afternoon, he received the package and immediately contacted his subordinate. "Hey, buddy, here's a deal, $60,000 to find and take down these 6 bastards hiding in Tijuana." Upon hearing the amount, the other party assured him, "Don't worry, we'll definitely get you." The next morning, in Tijuana, a city on the Mexican-U.S. border and known as the capital of crime, several burly Latino men smoked and played cards in an ordinary bungalow. The door opened from the outside, and Marcelo, with his afro, entered, carrying an envelope. He shouted, "Guys, big deal." Paquita, his arms covered in black tattoos, asked, "Boss, is there $10,000 for the big deal?" Marcelo opened the envelope, pulled out a stack of photos he'd taken of a photo, handed them to a few of his buddies, and declared, $30,000 for the big deal. Upon hearing this number, the others dropped their cards and passed the photos around. Marcelo said, "These 6 bastards committed serious crimes in the U.S. They've supposedly received a large sum of money and are currently hiding in Tijuana. Their details are on the back of the photos. Our mission is simple, find them and send them to hell. Not only will we get $30,000, but we'll also keep the money they're holding." The others examined the photos, memorizing the relevant information on the backs. This truly was a big deal. Marcelo's gang had a certain level of professionalism. They were once Mexican drug enforcement officers, but their line of work had a unique characteristic: all their work was preparation for becoming traffickers. For some reason, they weren't accepted by the traffickers, and instead became mercenaries active along the U.S.-Mexico border. Marcelo shouted, "All right, guys, get moving. Hurry and find him. Someone who suddenly gets a large sum of money like this is bound to spend a lot of money, so it won't be hard to find him, including him." The 5 of them left the bungalow and headed for well-informed bars or red light districts, searching for clues. These local Tijuana bosses were incredibly efficient. Los Angeles, Annapurna Pictures. In the president's office, Megan Ellison, with her short hair and masculine features, closed a script and placed it next to another. The 2 scripts were Seventh Son and Transcendence, unmistakable. She pressed the intercom and said to her assistant, "Send Darrett and Wilson over." Soon, 2 middle-aged men entered Megan's office. Megan picked up the script and shook it, then asked, "What's the situation now?" Darrett replied, "On the day the police were called, Two executives from Davis Studio urgently contacted the screenwriters and copyright owners of the two scripts, wanting to buy the scripts as soon as possible. As far as I know, they were quite anxious, and the screenwriters and copyright owners seized on this and asked for a high price of millions of dollars. The two sides are in a tug-of-war, he added. Our contact with them has also raised their psychological expectations. Megan laughed, acting more like a man. Martin Davis attaches great importance to these two scripts. Derek can fully confirm this. Very much. Go and start formal negotiations with them to obtain the copyrights of the two scripts. Megan acted in a style much like her father, and said directly, money is not a problem. Yes, Derek responded and was about to leave. Wilson quickly said, wait. Megan asked, what's the problem? Unlike Delight, who had just joined the industry a few years earlier, Wilson was a typical Hollywood producer, so he had more to think about. President, I've heard the news. Martin has already reported it to the police. The LAPD and the Detective Bureau are still investigating. If we take over the rights to these two scripts, Martin Davis will probably suspect us of involvement. He hadn't previously understood this, but when Megan told him that Delight had obtained copies of the scripts from the creators, he said, Martin Davis is very difficult to deal with. Megan suddenly laughed. The scripts are here, anyone can bid. She spoke with the aura of an oracle princess. Even if Martin Davis finds out, what can he do? Wilson opened his mouth, unsure what to say. Megan asked, does he have more money than me? Or does he dare to come and kill me with a gun? Wilson didn't know how to respond. Megan Ellison was an outsider in Hollywood, and she didn't follow Hollywood's rules. She had money and influence, and she cared nothing for the traditional Hollywood establishment. Megan had participated in the investment of the Hurt Locker and achieved initial success in Hollywood. Her confidence was overflowing, so she said to Dredd, go ahead, accept their offer, buy the copyrights of the two scripts, and let all the creators in Hollywood know that Annapurna Pictures will pay a price that those old companies and studios won't. Dredd understood what Megan meant. I will buy the copyrights of these two scripts in a very high-profile manner. Megan's eyes were firm and full of confidence. Go now. She looked at Wilson again, a smile on her face. The production still depends on you. Martin Davis's success so many times is definitely not accidental. You go find first-line actors and directors, and there is no upper limit on the budget. Wilson said, the scripts that Martin Davis is optimistic about are indeed worth investing in. Leave the production to me. I won't let you down. Megan handed the two scripts to Wilson and said, you know a lot of people in Hollywood. Keep an eye on Martin Davis. If you get news that he is optimistic about a project or script, I understand. Wilson took the scripts back to his office and carefully reviewed them again. Seventh Son was a classic fantasy epic, and Transcendence was a science fiction film. To achieve the desired impact, each film would require a budget of at least $100 million. This was a departure from the company's first investment, which was more literary. But Wilson, like Megan, believed it was worth it. In late January, Hollywood broke the news that Megan Ellison, daughter of madman Larry Ellison, had purchased the rights to both scripts for a staggering sum. Annapurna Pictures paid $2.8 million for Seventh Son and $3.2 million for Transcendence, respectively. At a subsequent press conference, Megan Ellison personally announced to the media that the crew of Transcendence had cast Captain Johnny Depp as the male lead for $30 million. The announced production budgets for both projects reached $150 million each. Combined with the recently launched Zero Dark 30, Megan Ellison and Annapurna Pictures soared to fame. The news caused a stir in the circle just as the Oscar nominees' luncheon was about to begin. Chapter 644, Never Let Brothers Down. At the Ritz-Carlton in Beverly Hills, Martin had a long-term luxury suite. With some time left before the nominees' luncheon, Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson joined him. Leonardo loosened his tie slightly and said, Annapurna Pictures has acquired the rights to those two scripts, paying a ridiculously high price. What do you think? Martin said bluntly. What else can I say? Those scoundrels are inextricably linked to Annapurna Pictures, Larry Ellison's son and daughter. They're not messing around in Silicon Valley, but are here to wreak havoc on Hollywood. Nicholson looked at Martin and said, don't be impulsive. They're not going to be easy. He meant difficult, not impossible. Leonardo said, she has a father with a net worth of nearly $30 billion. Nicholson's words changed again. What does she want to do by publicly announcing the signing of Seventh Son and Transcendence? It's clearly a declaration of war. Martin was also unhappy. We have always been the ones who messed with people, but now we are messed with by a woman, and a very troublesome woman. Leonardo responded, "This is Hollywood, not Silicon Valley." Nicholson said, "I have a good idea." Martin and Leonardo both looked at him, because it was indeed troublesome to mess with Megan Ellison. From her high-profile series of behaviors, it is not difficult to see that this woman is learning from her madman father. Nicholson has rich life experience and began to analyze, so her character is both arrogant and tough, as if she can do whatever she wants. He summarized based on some cases he had experienced, this kind of person has a shortcoming. Once you break her arrogance and toughness and completely conquer her, you can do whatever you want, even turn her into a slave girl. Martin pondered for a moment. It seems to make sense. Leonardo nodded. I have seen similar situations, he reminded. Remember Nicholson? Some of Rainier's female slaves came from this. Nicholson shouted to the side. Old Bruce. Bruce pressed the remote control, and a large full-length photo of Megan Ellison appeared on the projection screen in the room. Nicholson pointed at the photo and said, Martin, Leo, take the initiative. Show your masculine charm, conquer this woman, make her your slave, and do whatever you want. I have confidence in you. Martin looked at the full-length photo of Megan Ellison, who looked like a younger version of Larry Ellison with longer hair and a bigger chest. He quickly shook his head and said, I'm a good person with a moral bottom line, and I would never do such a rotten thing. Leonardo was much more direct than Martin. No long golden brown hair, bad review. Facial lines and facial features are seriously masculine, bad review. Body proportions are not good enough, no long legs, bad review. No, I can't do that, you two bastards. How can you judge people by their appearance? Nicholson was furious. Megan Ellison can share Larry Ellison's tens of billions of assets. If you can control her, just imagine, hundreds of billions of dollars in wealth. Martin still shook his head. You are digging a pit on the spot and lighting a fire in it, tempting us to jump in. Leonardo DiCaprio said, let's try a different approach. Nicholson looked disappointed. It's such a rewarding feeling to tame a billionaire princess. Take your time to figure it out. Be patient and look for opportunities. You'll find them eventually. Martin glanced at the clock, stood up, and said, let's go. The nominees' luncheon is about to begin. The three of them went downstairs and into the hotel's grand ballroom. The crews of Shutter Island and Gone Girl were next to each other, and on the other side was the crew of Inception. Martin greeted everyone he knew. Both Nolan and David Fincher hoped to achieve something at this year's Oscars, at least a Best Director nomination. Just as Martin finished greeting everyone, a pregnant Natalie Portman approached him. As time went on and various preliminary awards were presented, her advantage grew, and her popularity grew, making her the clear favorite for Best Actress. Natalie was sincerely grateful to Martin at this time. She looked around to see if there was anyone, then moved closer and said, did your company have its burglary recently and someone stole the script you were looking forward to? Martin was very angry. That's true. I've met several astrologers and fortune tellers from all over the world. Some of them said that I can help people reverse their bad luck in my situation. Natalie was obviously not joking and was kind-hearted. You haven't had good luck lately. Maybe I can help you. Martin declined. Thank you, but you really don't need to. I have gotten rid of my bad luck. Natalie smiled and whispered, you can come to me anytime before I give birth. Although Martin was furious, he could feel Natalie's sincerity. Nat, I wish you success in reaching the top. Natalie said, you deserve half the credit. The lunch was about to officially begin. Martin returned to his table. Min, who had just sat down at the Inception table, came over and said, boss, do you want me to go out? Martin didn't understand for a moment. What do you want to do? Min said, Annapurna Pictures and Megan Ellison. Do you want me to go? Martin patted his arm. No, she was born in 1986. I saw her in the newspaper. She looks like a 40-year-old woman. This time, Min had no good ideas. If she's over 30, I'm sure. If she's over 40, I can definitely handle her. Nicholson, who was standing nearby, also heard it and patted Min on the shoulder. Man, even this old bastard like me admires you. There were only a handful of people he admired, and even that jerk Martin couldn't make Nicholson say such a thing. Min was very humble. Jack, I'm always learning from you, Nicholson said sincerely. In some ways, I'm not as good as you. Leonardo then poked a few people and reminded them, Megan Ellison is here too. Martin and the others turned to the right. Megan Ellison and David Ellison were sitting at a table against the wall. Nicholson said, she's made everything clear. After lunch, come with me to meet her. He looked at Martin and said, "If you can't think of a solution, just make a sacrifice and tame her physically." Martin sighed deeply. "I can't let my brother down, even if I'm wronged." Nicholson and Leonardo fell silent, because this statement made so much sense. There was a thud of high heels hitting the floor behind him. Someone had pulled a chair too far out, hitting Martin's chair back. Martin turned around and saw a woman with long red hair, fair skin, and a retro-style makeup. Unrelated sentence fragment. 16-9. "I was so careless." Jessica Chastain apologized immediately. "Martin, I'm so sorry." Martin smiled and said, "It's okay," seeing his warm attitude and friendly smile. Jessica Chastain quickly introduced herself. "I'm Jessica Chastain, a fan of yours." She opened her clutch, revealing a commemorative Coca-Cola logo. "Hello, Master. I'm a member of the Coca-Cola cult." Martin shook her hand. "Thank you for your support." Jessica Chastain quickly said, "You're my master. Supporting you is my duty. It's time to start." "We'll talk later." Martin gestured to the stage, ending the small talk. He glanced at the Academy's new president, Tom Sherrack, and host Emily Blunt as they entered the stage, and suddenly remembered Ridley Scott's already developed The Martian, in which Jessica Chastain had played a key role. But Martin didn't dwell on it, as the nominations began to be announced. Emily Blunt looked at the big screen to the side and read out, nominees for Best Supporting Actor: Christian Bale, John Hawkes. Mean Christie. Mean covered her mouth, overcome with excitement, and grabbed Martin's sleeve. "Boss," Martin said, "this is the result of your hard work." Mean knew full well that there were many people in the industry who worked harder than him. How many of them could have made it as far as he did? Opportunity was far more important than hard work. Without the opportunities given by the boss, he would have remained a small-time actor like his former companions. When the Best Actress nominees were announced, Jennifer Lawrence almost jumped in and kissed Nicholson. The 90s actress received her first Oscar nomination for Winter's Bone, which Nicholson recommended. Tom Sherrack personally announced the Best Actor nominees, and unsurprisingly, Leonardo DiCaprio was among them. Christopher Nolan and David Fincher were also nominated for Best Director. Since 2009, the number of Best Picture nominees has increased to 10, and this year's list has filled all 10 spots. Martin's two films, Inception and Gone Girl, and DiCaprio's Shutter Island, have all been nominated for Best Picture. After the nominations were announced, the Academy also implemented a new initiative, introduced only this year. Invitations to present the awards ceremony were distributed to numerous people. Multiple envelopes were delivered to the appropriate recipients, including Martin and Nicholson. They each quietly opened them, each glancing at them, their intense gazes simultaneously fixed on DiCaprio. Sensing something was amiss, DiCaprio demanded, "What are you trying to do? This is a formal occasion, don't mess with me, let's go to the restroom," Nicholson said, leaving the room first. Martin followed. DiCaprio gritted his teeth and left, too. The award presenter's role was a secret. When they reached a quiet place, Nicholson lowered his voice to Martin. "Which one are you?" Martin whispered. "Best Actor." Nicholson nodded. "Me too." Leonardo breathed a sigh of relief. Martin, however, grabbed him by the collar. "Don't relax. It's not time to pop the champagne yet. If you don't win this award, Jack and I will become the laughingstock of the world. You know the consequences." Nicholson grinned and said, "We'll send you to the Sacred Valley and leave you in the care of Pete." Chapter 645, Getting Started. This invitation to the award presenters was reminiscent of Martin Scorsese's award win a few years ago. Leonardo DiCaprio's confidence surged. A group photo with the nominees was next, and Martin and the other two were preparing to return to the banquet hall. Jessica Chastain emerged from a nearby doorway. After a few steps, she spotted Martin and tried to greet him with a smile. Someone hurriedly caught up with Chastain from behind. Megan Ellison had already spotted the red-haired actress and said, "Jessica, wait." Chastain paused, turned, and saw a stranger she had never seen before. "I'm Megan Ellison, president of Annapurna Pictures. I was involved in the investment and production of The Hurt Locker." With a brief introduction, Megan displayed a vibrant personality and a proactive, even assertive, side. She bluntly declared, "I have a movie directed by Catherine Bigelow, and I want you to play the lead. I contacted your agent, but she said you're not available. I can't accept that, let alone a rejection." This stunned Jessica Chastain. She didn't know Megan personally, but she had heard of her and knew who she was. But this aggressive invitation was too uncomfortable. Martin and the other two nearby heard all these words. Nicholson whispered, "Here comes the challenge, are you going?" Leonardo glanced at Megan Ellison's legs, face and hair, and sighed, "I can't get hard with this look. The war has been declared openly, what else is there to say?" Martin walked over there. "Come on with me." Nicholson patted Leonardo on the shoulder. "Why can he run 10,000 meters, but you can only run 100 meters? Do you understand?" Leonardo followed Martin, surprised. "Is Megan Ellison married or engaged? Otherwise, with her appearance, it doesn't make sense." Nicholson nodded. "That's possible." Jessica Chastain was stunned for a moment, and was also thinking about how to respond. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the other side. "Jessie, I was wondering why I couldn't find you." "So, you're here?" Jessica Chastain turned around, saw Martin, and said with a smile, "Martin, what do you want to talk to me about?" Martin, as if he hadn't noticed Megan Ellison, said, "Just thought of something. I have a role that you'd be perfect for." The Martian hadn't cast the rest of the cast yet, and the role of the spacecraft commander would definitely require a more mature actress. He simply said, "Director Ridley Scott is developing a space-themed project. If you're interested, you can take some time to visit Disney Studios." Megan Ellison fixed Martin with a burning gaze. Martin ignored her completely. Jessica Chastain glanced at the domineering Megan, then at the radiant Martin, and pleaded, "Can you give me your business card? I'll tell my agent and I'll contact you." Martin pulled out a business card and handed it to Jessica Chastain, reminding her, "Yours." Jessica Chastain took Martin's and quickly took out her own. Without even glancing at Megan Ellison, Martin invited, "Let's go." Jessica Chastain followed him back to the lobby. Nicholson and Leonardo DiCaprio also entered. Megan shoved her hands in her pockets and watched the men leave, her mouth twisting. It wasn't hard to imagine this was Martin Davis's response. Following behind her, Derek took 2 steps forward and said, "President, should we put pressure on them?" Pressure. Megan, despite her tough personality and some of her father's arrogance, was relatively level-headed. "This is Hollywood. We're newcomers. How can we put pressure on them?" Derek said. "David has been in Hollywood for several years and has invested heavily." Megan shook her head, "But he's still a joke in Hollywood." Megan could say that, but Derek couldn't handle it, so he immediately shut up. "That trio of Hollywood dirkheads is quite interesting," Megan said, lowering her voice. "Keep an eye on Martin Davis. I'm going to keep him from getting any new projects." She thought of more. "Also, find out what projects he's got on the books and contact those playwrights and novelists." Derek understood the overbearing CEO's intentions. "I'll do it right away." Back in the banquet hall, Martin and the other two were still sitting together. Nicholson said, "She's tough and domineering, but not as arrogant as I imagined." "I thought she'd confront you directly," Leonardo interjected. "What's her attack?" "Martin isn't afraid of anyone above her or below her." Martin, not one to treat his brother unfairly, nudged Leonardo. "That's enough," Nicholson warned the two idiots. "The war has just begun. This will be a long battle. She has deep pockets and a powerful family background, so it's hard to defeat her all at once." Martin said, "Take your time." After the nominees' luncheon, all the Oscar nominees gathered in another hall for a group photo. The nominees' luncheon concluded. Next up was the Academy mailing the final ballots and selecting the winners. Martin, Nicholson, and DiCaprio agreed that, aside from the already decided candidates, the remaining nominees would be chosen using golf, a skill none of them particularly skilled at. This approach ensured both a sense of responsibility for the Oscars and fairness. Tijuana, near Viejo Street. 7 or 8 Latina women emerged from a bungalow with a courtyard, their shorts and skirts crammed with dollar bills, blowing kisses into the lighted windows. The leader, a tall, slender figure, said to the few people peeking out from the windows and doors, "Honey, call us if you need anything." DePaul, tugging at the waistband of his pants, stepped out, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "We'll have a different group next time." "No problem." The tall figure opened the iron gate, glanced at the darkening sky, and walked with the women toward Viejo Street. She secretly wondered how long it would take for these high rollers to regain their composure so she could call and contact them. There's no other way. At the end of the month, the prostitutes need to sprint to achieve their sales targets. If they don't meet the targets, the gangs that control them will actually kill. At the end of each month, the gangs conduct performance reviews of the prostitutes under their control and select the bottom performers for execution. This serves as both a warning and a way to refresh the ranks. As for the people, the North is a beacon for the entire world, attracting a constant stream of people from all over Latin America. A woman wanted to smoke, but when she pulled out an empty pack, she said, "I'm going to buy some." A figure with long legs waved and led the others on their way. The woman crossed the dilapidated street, preparing to go to the convenience store across the street. A van suddenly drove up in the darkness and screeched to stop beside the woman. Quickly reacting, the woman tried to run, but someone jumped out and grabbed her. She tried to struggle, but a sharp dagger was placed at her neck, instantly freezing her. She was forced into the car. The car was filled with people dressed in black and wearing black hoods. The woman, desperate to save her life, unbuttoned her shirt. "I can handle two at a time. Hurry up. I'll be dead if I get back too late." Marcelo, still wearing a hood, asked, "How many people were in that yard you just left?" With a knife at her fingertips, the woman dared not lie. "6. Another man held up several photos. "Are they them?" The woman looked at them one by one. "Yes, they are. Watch your mouth and pretend nothing happened." Marcelo winked. Paquita and Jesus tied the man up with rope, taped his mouth, put a black hood on him, and found a secluded place to throw him down. Inside the bungalow with a courtyard, the 6 men finished their exercise, ate supper, drank beer, and talked about women again, each one excited. Diego, the tattooed man, said, "Boss, this money came too easy. I called yesterday, and they said the hype has died down. Should we go back and try again?" Rodriguez remained cautious. "That's Martin Davis." DePaul took a swig of beer. "Even if he's an American hero, what can he do to us? We'll just go back to Mexico. His friendship with the LAPD is useless." They were all flattered by the easy money. Even the calm Romero remarked, "We were careless and made a mistake last time. We should have sold the leads, collected a few more deposits, and then come back to Tijuana. You're a real talent," the other two praised. DePaul said, "Boss, let's go back and try something big. Just do what Romero said. You saw last time how valuable the script Martin Davis favored was. If we pull off one big hit, we can retire." Thinking of this haul, Rodriguez couldn't help but be tempted. After experiencing the taste of quick money, it's hard to settle down and earn it slowly. Romero said, "Boss, with Lautaro's lockpicking skills and Otamendi's electrical prowess, we can definitely break into Martin Davis's house and plunder not only the script but also his collection and jewelry." Diego licked his lips. "I'm particularly fond of Martin Davis's girlfriend, Elizabeth Olsen. We can find a time when Martin Davis is out and she's home, and then," the others laughed. DePaul took over. "After we're done, we'll go back to Tijuana and then directly to South America or somewhere else, and have fun." Rodriguez had done it once, so he wasn't so hesitant the second time. Just as he was about to speak, he heard something. Who? The others quickly reacted and rushed to their guns. With a crash, the glass window shattered, and a dark object was thrown in. "Get down," DePaul shouted. With a bang, a flash of light and a loud noise exploded, leaving the 6 people dizzy. The door was kicked open from the outside, and several men in black rushed in. The leader yelled, "Don't shoot the heads." Gunfire rang out, blood splattered, and bodies fell to the ground. Each person had been shot 4 or 5 times. Paquita turned on the lights while the others searched the room. Marcelo had the bodies straightened out and photographed one by one. $30,000, a real bargain. Chapter 646 Special Golf Tournament. In the VIP lounge at the Los Angeles Country Club, Martin and Leonardo were already there, but Nicholson hadn't arrived yet. "That old bastard, has he been drained by Jennifer Lawrence?" Leonardo checked his watch. "He's half an hour late." Martin, remembering the old bastard's heart attack, pulled out his phone to make a call. There was a knock on the door, and Bruce went to open it. Nicholson arrived. He sat down on the sofa, panting heavily. Martin asked, "Lawrence thanked you like crazy last night," Nicholson said as he opened his bag. "She wasn't thanking me, she was trying to murder me. She forced me to paint her face and not stop until I was done." Leonardo was surprised. "How could you have so much? I couldn't finish it." Nicholson pulled a large envelope from his bag. "I wanted to give Jennifer Lawrence freedom, but she didn't want to leave." Martin criticized him without hesitation. "You're 70 years old, and you're still a jerk," Leonardo said. "Old jerk." Nicholson ignored the 2 idiots and tossed the envelope to Martin. "Take a look." Martin took it, opened the envelope, and pulled out more than a dozen photos taken from different angles. Every photo showed a corpse. So fast, he recognized the 6 people in the envelope. Nicholson said, $200,000 is incredibly motivating. Leonardo came over to take a look and said, Mexico is such a mess. Martin put the photos in an envelope and handed it to Bruce. Destroy them all, Leonardo said. Let's go to the practice field. We have to vote today. Nicholson held his hip and said, I can't swing today. I'll be filling out your ballots. The three idiots arrived at the practice field and had reserved the field for the day. They had pre-prepared names hung around the field. Whoever their golf ball hit would be the winner. Martin and Leonardo were both terrible golf rookies, relying on pure luck to ensure fairness. Nicholson filled out his ballot, his back aching, but he kept talking. We should make a documentary about the Oscar voting. Martin swung his club, hitting the white ball, which landed in the air. He turned and said, it's called 108 Ways to Ensure Fair Oscar Voting. Leonardo came over, carrying his club. The Academy should pay us royalties and promote it widely. This voting method was much more troublesome than throwing darts. It took nearly a whole morning for the three of them to complete the voting. After leaving the training ground, Bruce drove them in a golf cart to the club restaurant. The buffet lunch was of excellent quality and taste. Martin selected his food and carried his tray to the table where Nicholson and Leonardo were sitting. He noticed an unfamiliar man sitting there. The man was very polite, stood up and said, Hello, Mr. Davis, my name is Brown, an entertainment agent. Martin pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at Nicholson and Leonardo. The latter said, Brown has recommended a brand new way to play golf. Martin was somewhat curious, wondering if it was even more expensive than the ones back in Hong Kong. Brown sat down, opened a tablet, and explained, Well, there's a special golf tournament this weekend. The participants are all very distinguished and successful people like you three. The organizers will not only use the event as a social platform, but will also ensure it's fun. Nicholson was skeptical. What kind of golf haven't I played? Brown opened the photo album on his tablet, pulled up a picture, and placed it between Martin and the other two for them to admire. A very beautiful and voluptuous blonde lay on the golf course. From Martin's perspective, the emerald green lawn framed two tall hills. In the middle of the hills stood a golf rack with golf balls on it. Next to the hills, a man, whose face was not on the picture, swung his club, preparing to hit a shot. Brown clicked on the next picture, still on the golf course, this time with a red-headed woman lying on the ground. Perhaps due to the low winter temperatures, some of the grass had turned a reddish-brown color. In this patch of grass, a golf ball holder stood firmly upright, also holding a golf ball. Nicholson wasn't a great golfer, but he'd played golf quite a bit over the years, but never anything quite like this. Leonardo was curious, how is the holder so stable? Won't it fall? Martin casually replied, it must be a special design. Brown replied, yes, it's a special design. It won't fall. With the knowledge of the asshole trio, Brown naturally understood what the special design meant. Remembering the asshole trio's notoriety, Brown clicked on a video. The first thing that appeared was the blonde from the first picture. Then, the man standing next to her swung his club, but perhaps his skill was poor, and the club hit someone. The ball flew out, and the hill shook violently, then rose even higher. Martin averted his gaze. If this had happened head-on, someone could have been seriously injured. Brown turned off his tablet and said, three of you, would you like to join us? We've got a private car service, and the ticket is only $3,999. Any problems we encounter will be handled by us, not yours. Nicholson glanced at Martin and Leonardo, who both shook their heads slightly. The bastards trio were indeed despicable and shameless, notorious in Hollywood, and prone to stirring up trouble, but definitely not on this way. Nicholson was curious, this unique way of playing golf isn't something most people would come up with. Brown lowered his voice, frankly, Tiger Woods invented it. Martin wasn't surprised at all to hear the name. After all, Tiger Woods was no ordinary man. Nicholson, his curiosity satisfied, said, we're traditionalists. We don't like these newfangled ways. You should find someone else. Brown was quite surprised. He had assumed these three were high-quality clients. Martin said, don't interrupt our meal, thank you. Sorry. Brown, always polite, quickly packed up and left. Nicholson looked at Leonardo. You're not interested, Leonardo said. I've always respected women. What about you? Nicholson asked Martin. Disrespect aside, with my novice skills, I could cause serious harm, Martin said bluntly. I have no grudge against them, so why would I hurt them? Leonardo thought for a moment. Although Martin could be aggressive and would bite like a mad dog if provoked, He never seemed to be brutally aggressive towards those he had no grudge against. Nicholson said, "Someday, let's get Megan Ellison here, make her lie on a golf ball, and let you play golf." Just like when he had dealt with Bale, Martin was unrelenting towards those on his opposite side. "Good idea, Jack. It's up to you. I've been waiting for that day." After lunch and a short nap, the three of them returned to Los Angeles and mailed out their Oscar ballots. Martin had something to do that afternoon. So instead of going to the nightclub with Leonardo and Nicholson to wash his face, he went to the Disney studios. With Hollywood crews largely leaving California for filming, traditional studios have long since declined, leaving Disney and Warner Brothers relatively busy. A two-story office building adjacent to a medium-sized soundstage had been cleaned out, and the studio had even given the exterior a fresh coat of paint. When Martin arrived, Marius, Alexandrovich, and Alina were moving office supplies into the building with several employees from Davis Studio. The Napoleon's Beauty Studio, with its own separate financial accounting, had already been established there. Besides sending a separate financial officer and other personnel, Martin handed over all the actual production work to Alexandrovich's small team. "The script is complete, and we are confident that we can finish filming and production this year." Alexandrovich had lost a lot of weight these days, but he knew that this opportunity was rare. "Martin, you have given us the greatest support. We have no way to repay you. We will definitely make the best film possible." Olena continued, "We have never met an investor as straightforward as you before. Those in Ukraine who invest in film and television projects are particularly stingy and like to meddle in other people's affairs." Martin nodded. "Ukraine is a good place. If I have the chance, I will invest there." Alexandrovich immediately said, "I have some connections in Ukraine as well. Maybe I can help you." Martin laughed and patted the shoulder of Alexandrovich, who was a head shorter than him. "Okay, I'll count on you then," Alexandrovich said. "I will do my best." Martin talked about work. "The second tranche of funds will be allocated to the studio's account soon. You should speed up the preparations here. Actors and various staff can go to WMA to find Thomas Lane. WMA can provide all the staff." As one of Hollywood's top agencies, WMA had no trouble securing all the necessary personnel, both on and off screen, for such a small project. Martin had already instructed Thomas that he would take care of everything. Alexandrovich said, "I've already spoken with Thomas twice about Svetlana playing the lead role." Martin, the scumbag, had almost forgotten about the Russian actress and nodded casually. "Okay," Alexandrovich then asked. As for the other actors, Martin didn't have the time or energy to deal with such trivial matters. "You discuss it with Thomas." Alexandrovich understood that Martin considered these matters insignificant, effectively delegating authority to the three of them. This was also a sign of trust. At this point, he was far from achieving sainthood, not yet a major figure in the future, and felt a certain gratitude. After a moment's hesitation, Alexandrovich added, "I have another idea and creative a concept, also a comedy, about a star beloved by Ukrainians who eventually becomes president." Martin looked at him and saw if he was going to start right away. He said directly, "Put your ideas in writing and give them to me." Chapter 647 Advanced Business War. At Annapurna Pictures, in the president's office, Megan Ellison, the overbearing female CEO, was on the phone with the truly overbearing CEO. "I just read the investment report you sent me," Larry Ellison asked on the other end of the line. "Why are you suddenly looking to mobilize over $200 million? Megan Ellison said, "I've identified two film projects that require significant investment. Annapurna Pictures is a new company, and the market lacks confidence in us, making it difficult to raise funds from other sources." Larry Ellison was puzzled. "Over $200 million for two projects," Megan replied. "Actually, the total production budget is $300 million, and I have over $100 million on hand." Larry Ellison asked, "I remember you were planning to pursue small to medium-sized art house films." "Initially, I was, but now the opportunity is rare, and these two projects are widely favored by the industry." Megan briefly described Seventh Son and Transcendence, as well as Martin Davis's situation. Larry Ellison was silent for a moment, then warned, "Observe for a while. Be cautious with such a large investment." Megan listened to her father's advice, wondering if she should exercise even greater caution with her investment. She hung up the phone when she heard hurried footsteps outside. Darrett, clutching a Spanish-language newspaper, hurried down the hallway to the CEO's office, a look of slight panic on his face. Megan Ellison looked up from behind her computer screen and said, "What happened?" You need to remain composed at work. Derek tried to remain calm, but the contents of the newspaper made it difficult. He quickly said, CEO, those Mexicans are dead. He was distraught. All of them. Megan, the domineering CEO, frowned. What Mexicans? The ones who provided us with the script information. Derek placed the newspaper on her desk. They were shot and killed in Tijuana. Megan glanced at the newspaper. The Spanish language was difficult for her to understand, but the picture was clear. In the large image, 6 bodies lay amidst a pool of blood, with bullet holes visible on the wall. 6 separate images showed the faces of 6 dead men. Derek was genuinely terrified. Why were they being gunned down? Megan closed the newspaper and tossed it aside. Derek, a well-to-do man, a graduate of a prestigious university, had never experienced anything like this. His voice trembled. It had to be Martin Davis. Absolutely. President, what should we do? Wasn't this a business war? Why were they playing by the rules? How could a business war be fought with guns? That's right, this has to be Martin Davis. The domineering female CEO's perspective was completely different. While Derek saw a threat to his personal safety, Megan saw business opportunity. She pondered, Martin Davis was so angry that he resorted to such brutal means. This proves one thing, Derek's legs couldn't help but tremble. When facing those Mexicans, he had maintained a superior composure. But after seeing the pictures of the Mexican bodies, he felt only a shattering fear. Megan's thoughts became clearer. Martin Davis is incredibly optimistic about the script's 7th son and transcendence, which is why he's so angry and resorting to such vengeance. Derek was stunned for a moment, but then, on second thought, it seemed to be the case. He couldn't help but say, this is the kind of revenge he'd resort to after suffering a huge loss. Megan nodded slightly, glanced at Derek, and said, don't worry, this is Los Angeles, not Tijuana. Derek felt a little more at ease. Megan thought for a moment and said, keep an eye on Martin Davis. According to common sense, after losing these 2 projects, he'll definitely be actively looking for new ones. The scene from the Oscar nominees' luncheon flashed before her eyes. The key to getting a project is funding. When it comes to money, who are we afraid of? Derek quickly agreed. After her subordinates left, Megan thought carefully, called her father, and outlined the situation. Larry Ellison had experienced real business battles. He'd clashed with Bill Gates, fought Microsoft executives, deployed corporate spies, and even had security personnel besiege rival shareholders within Oracle. He knew that the most sophisticated business battles often involved the most ruthless tactics. He said, I'll send a team of bodyguards over there, and have them guard you 24/7. Megan, accustomed to having bodyguards around her since childhood, didn't refuse. What about the investment? Larry Ellison, unfamiliar with Hollywood, asked directly, as he had with David Ellison. How confident are you? Megan replied, 70%. Larry Ellison, daring to take a risk, said, don't even mention 70%, even 50% is a good bet. Megan added, if we're going to do this, do it the best we can. I plan to invest more, bringing the total production budget for both projects to $350 million. The deal was sealed. Megan called Wilson again, you're well informed in Hollywood. Keep an eye on Martin Davis. Wilson, understanding her meaning, replied, yes. An office building adjacent to the Walt Disney Studios building was completely occupied by the crew of The Martian. Production had already begun on a new film, produced by Louise Mayer and directed by Ridley Scott, starring Martin. They were the 3 key members of the production team. The new film had a total budget of $120 million, the largest investment in the Davis Studios history. Pacific Pictures, Disney Pictures, and Gray Pictures all participated in the production and financing. In the recently concluded negotiations for the lead actor, Thomas secured a lucrative contract for Martin. Gone Girl has almost concluded its North American run, having grossed $228 million there. Its international run continues, and its combined global box office has now exceeded $450 million. Combined with the phenomenal success of Inception, these 2 films from last year have solidified Martin's position, having just entered the $20 million club. Martin's contract with The Martian offers a base salary of $20 million, plus a tiered share of North American box office revenue. The cutoff is $120 million of production costs. Upon reaching $120 million at the North American box office, Martin will receive a 2% share. This automatically increases by 1 percentage point for every additional $30 million, up to a maximum of 10% of the North American box office. This is commonly known as a 20+10 contract. He also receives a 5% share of offline gross profits, including DVD, online streaming, and television rights. This is a strictly single-star film, and Manet is the second highest paid actor. However, supporting actors in Hollywood earn far less than leading actors. Manet only received $3 million plus a corresponding share of post-production revenue. This is already considered high for supporting actors in Hollywood. The combined salaries of the other supporting actors are less than Manet alone. Jessica Chastain has already auditioned with makeup, and Louise and Ridley have unanimously chosen her to play the female commander of the spaceship. Auditions are also underway for the remaining roles. Several of my assistants have already traveled to the Middle East and Australia to scout suitable filming locations. Compared to David Fincher, Ridley Scott is a serious director, exceptionally efficient. In recent years, regardless of the size of the budget, Hughes maintained a production pace of one film per year. He looked at Martin and said, "I want you to spend the next 2 months fully preparing for your role. You're about to play an astronaut on Mars, and you'll need to undergo a series of intensive physical training," Martin said. "I will," Louise said. Since I've known Martin, Hughes maintained a high-intensity training regimen, including running, boxing, strength training, and firearms. Ridley, the old-school director, suddenly realized what was happening. As we age, our memories slip. "I almost forgot you're the most athletic actor in Hollywood." He changed the subject. "One more thing, find a farm or a farming company and learn how to grow potatoes." This was a key plot point and a selling point for the film. Martin replied, "I've already prepared for that." He hadn't learned from anyone. Growing potatoes was a skill he acquired in a previous life. Martin, also born in the early 1980s, came from a rural background. It was common for children of that generation to help with farm work, using farmyard manure to grow potatoes, vegetables, and sweet potatoes. He'd experienced this countless times. In fact, he had more experience using farmyard manure than many professional farmers in the United States. The three of them spent a long day discussing the project's filming and production, with Louise taking overall control. Ridley Scott was a master at directing sci-fi films, even if he never considered himself so. The crew's preparations were incredibly efficient. Ridley planned to thoroughly prepare for the filming, so that filming would begin in mid to late May, wrap up in 2 months, and all post-production would be complete by the end of October, allowing for a November release. He would then take a month off before resuming his collaboration with 20th Century Fox, where a new project had already been finalized, the new Alien film. At the end of the three-person meeting, Ridley suddenly asked Martin and Louise, "Do you have any suitable epic film projects? We can continue to cooperate." As expected, epic films are true love, but Martin didn't want to jump into this pit and said, "I just encountered some changes here, and there is nothing suitable for the time being." Ridley had heard something about it, but didn't say anything more. Coming out of the small conference room, Martin chatted with Louise for a few words and left the crew studio. Bruce came over from the other site and said, "Annapurna Pictures issued an announcement this morning that they will increase their investment in the two projects, Seventh Son and Transcendence. The production budget of the former will be increased to $180 million, and the latter will be increased to $170 million. Martin was a little surprised. Interesting, the domineering female president actually made additional investments. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648 Lone Ranger. After meeting Leonardo and Nicholson for tea that afternoon, Martin got into his car and headed home. On the way, he received a call from Nicholson, asking him to buy a newspaper. Bruce stopped the car to buy the newspaper, and Martin saw a picture of a Spanish-language newspaper reporting on a shooting in Tijuana. Similar cases occurred frequently in Tijuana, and the clearance rate was close to zero. Martin showed Bruce a report and said, "The newspaper broke it so quickly." Bruce understood the situation. This is also a way for the hirer to prove to the employer that the mission was accomplished. Martin nodded, then suddenly remembered what Bruce had just said and asked, "Does this newspaper have a high circulation in Los Angeles?" "Not bad," Bruce said, knowing a bit. Los Angeles has a large Mexican population, so this should be one of the largest Spanish-language newspapers. Martin pondered and asked, "Bruce, If you were Megan Ellison, what would you think if you saw this news? Bruce said, hurry and find some bodyguards for 24-hour personal protection, so you don't get me. You're still used to fighting and killing people, messing around with people. Martin simply took out his phone and called Leonardo and Nicholson, asking them to hurry. Half an hour later, the three of them met at Nicholson's house. Nicholson's housekeeper had prepared tea and snacks. The three of them sat in the garden, basking in the warm winter sun, discussing what had just happened. Leonardo also had a film company called Open Road Pictures. Martin asked, from the perspective of a film studio owner, if you were Megan Ellison, what would you think after reading this news? Leonardo pondered for a moment and said, if Megan Ellison has connections to those Mexicans, she'll undoubtedly suspect we were behind this. Judging by the investor's perspective, she'll increasingly prioritize the two scripts you lost. Nicholson took over. This morning, Annapurna Pictures announced additional investments in Seventh Son and Transcendence, which confirms this suspicion. Leonardo looked at Martin with doubt. What's the status of these two projects? Are you so optimistic that you've put them in a safe? On the contrary, I'm not. Martin was unsure what to say. The scripts are indeed well written and of very high quality, but after careful study, I have a feeling they might not be the genres that audiences would generally appreciate. Leonardo seized on Martin's weakness. You're not optimistic about them, and yet you're keeping them in a safe? Are you full of salt? Nicholson scoffed. How can a jerk like Satan wouldn't even accept be in his right mind? Leonardo, also a film company owner, couldn't help but ask, why do you think these two projects will fail? Ever since the success of The Lord of the Rings, Hollywood has produced a constant stream of magical epics, but how many have been successful? Martin took a sip from his teacup and continued, perhaps Hollywood's decades of influence and inertia have continued, with epic films appearing every year with big-budget projects. Leonardo thought carefully and said, I'll never touch epic projects again. Martin continued, as for Transcendence, Annapurna Pictures paid a large sum of money to invite Johnny Depp. My personal opinion is that the success of Depp's portrayal of Captain Jack Sparrow is precisely how much of a hurdle he will face in other projects and roles, he added. These two projects also have a chance of success. Before film is released on a large scale, who can guarantee its success or failure? Leonardo said, although when it comes to women, you're a jerk who likes to seduce other people's wives, but in the 5 years I've known you, you've proven your vision and judgment time and time again. Martin automatically ignored the latter sentence and gave Leonardo a middle finger. You, an amateur athlete who can run the 100 meters in 20 seconds, stop slandering others. Leonardo was too lazy to refute this scumbag. He opened a mobile phone and sent a message to a middleman. I am planning to organize a party for Asian actresses after the Oscars. You should invite a few more beautiful and sexy female stars who are married or engaged. The other party quickly replied, your hobby is really special. Leonardo retorted, don't slander people. That Megan Ellison must be very happy now. It feels so good to fleece you. Nicholson felt uncomfortable if he didn't stir up trouble. Following the previous train of thought, he said, people have inertial thinking. Megan just messed with you, and she felt very comfortable with it. If you have another project that you like, will she take action? Leonardo put away his mobile phone, digging a hole to bury people. I like it, Martin said. The bait can't be thrown too obviously, otherwise it won't attract fish. Nicholson asked, do you have any suitable projects on hand? Not yet. Martin only thought of these things after seeing the newspaper news. How could he be prepared? Nicholson was already excited. You're responsible for finding projects, and I'll be the one casting the bait. Leonardo interjected, what about me? Just stay calm and go for the awards, Martin reminded him. If you lose the Best Actor award, Jack and I will send you to the Sacred Valley and let you film with Brad Pitt. The trio's gathering for the day ended. Back home, Martin was still thinking about bait. Successful films were hard to find, but what about those that were a dud? Films that met the high investment, low return criteria and still piqued investor interest were also difficult to find. Martin's first thought was Ridley Scott. Ridley's epics generally met this requirement, but ideally, they weren't original. Ridley Scott also hinted at Martin's ability to promote films. Since 2010, besides Ridley's, whose films have been the most disappointing? Martin thought of two promising candidates, Robert Downey Jr. and Johnny Depp. The former was okay, but the latter was a disaster. Depp already had Transcendence, so there was no need to bother two people with one thing. Martin tried to recall the Depp films he had seen. Forget about movies like Alice 2 in Caribbean 5, As for the others, Martin actually remembered one, something based on a famous TV series, with the eccentric Johnny Depp playing a grease-painted eccentric. It was called, I think, The Lone Ranger. He picked up his phone, called Thomas, and asked, "Do you know of a TV series called The Lone Ranger? Check to see which company owns the copyright." "I know. No need to check. It's a classic." Thomas had seen related works and knew a bit about them. The Lone Ranger was originally an ABC radio series, with about 3,000 episodes. Later, when ABC expanded its television business, it was made into a TV series, starring veteran actor Clayton Moore. I remember ABC also making 2 Lone Ranger movies in the 1950s. He thought carefully, the copyright should have always been in ABC's hands. After ABC was acquired by Disney, all the rights to films and television were transferred to the Disney Studios library. The current head of the rights is your old friend, Alan Horn. No mistakes, just one song, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one forum, one look. Martin couldn't help but exclaim, "What a coincidence." Thomas asked, "Do you want me to contact Walt Disney Studios?" "No need," Martin said, feeling the need for quick action. "I'll call Alan Horn myself." Thomas, thinking of the recently lost 7th son in Transcendence, reminded him, "Maintain confidentiality." Martin hung up and called Alan Horn, who also lived in Beverly Hills. They arranged a meeting time, and Martin arrived at Alan Horn's house on time. Alan Horn said, "Wait a moment. I've asked Cody to go to Disney and get the relevant information about the Lone Ranger." Martin said, "No rush." Alan Horn continued, "Someone mentioned this old classic series to me before, Jerry Bruckheimer, by the way. He wanted to adapt it into a blockbuster film with an investment of over $150 million. However, Disney and Jerry Bruckheimer had a serious conflict of interest over the distribution of the profits from the Pirates of the Caribbean series, so I temporarily put his proposal on hold." He looked at Martin and said, "If you're interested in adapting it, Disney Pictures can work with you." Martin tentatively said, "I have an idea. Perhaps Disney can get a huge return without investing any money. Just by licensing the adaptation rights for 10 years, they can reap huge profits. Spending $150 million on adapting a Western like this is too risky." Alan Horn would have ignored anyone else's words, but since it was Martin, he couldn't help but take it seriously. He thought back to the worst fall he'd ever taken in his life, in Terminator 2018. The two chatted about the topic, and some time later, Cody Horn returned with the materials for the Lone Ranger. The materials were very comprehensive, as Jerry Bruckheimer had once considered adapting the film and had compiled them specifically, even including a preliminary plan. This saved Martin a lot of trouble. A little over half an hour later, Martin left with the materials, called Nicholson and DiCaprio, and the three of them met up at Nicholson's home. Jerry Bruckheimer has always had good vision. Nicholson flipped through the information Martin had brought. "Do you think there's a problem with this project?" Martin explained, "It's an outdated Western, but it's backed by the gold medal producer Jerry Bruckheimer," Leonardo added, "and Martin Davis, who has a great eye for scripts and projects, is the background guy." Martin continued, "My opinion remains the same as before. The key to the problem lies with Johnny Depp. Depp is working with Megan Ellison on Transcendence. While we were approaching Disney, we were also approaching Depp." Nicholson understood immediately and continued Martin's train of thought. "Megan Ellison snatched 2 projects from you, and you snatched Jessica Chastain right in front of her. But these matters are too small to fit our trio's style of doing big things, so we're using this project to force Depp to leave." He knew Hollywood like the back of his hand. Hollywood crews have an exit mechanism. Transcendence is still in preparation. According to Hollywood rules, Depp can leave the crew before filming officially begins as long as he pays a certain price. Martin said, "We're pretending to pay for Depp's breach of contract. I've dealt with Depp before and know him and the people around him." Nicholson has seen a lot in this circle. "Depp is a good guy, but he's also an alcoholic and a loudmouth. He's surrounded by a group of unreliable people. It's very difficult to keep them secret." Leonardo said, "Jack is right. The situation around Depp is a mess." Martin remembered it the same way. Nicholson said, "The digging plan has officially begun." Chapter 649. The pit is dug. Nearing noon, a drunken Johnny Depp finally awoke and staggered downstairs. His new girlfriend, Amber Heard, had already prepared breakfast and lunch. Noticing his unpleasant odor, she pushed him to the bathroom. "Brush your teeth and wash your face," A flicker of disgust flashed across Amber's face as the door closed, but upon hearing the noises inside, her smile instantly returned. They resembled the protagonists in Gone Girl. After dinner, the adorable couple boarded their driver-cum-bodyguard's car and headed for their scheduled meeting. The appointment was originally for 10 a.m., but Depp had no sense of time. Being hungover and late was par for the course, being punctual and sober was rare. After Pirates of the Caribbean, everyone interacting with Depp, both on set and in life, had to adapt to his pace. The car pulled into the parking lot of a business club, and 4 or 5 attendants escorted Depp through the main entrance to meet his agent, Wiggum. Even after years of working together, the agent couldn't help but say, "John, you're so late." Depp didn't care at all. "It's only a short wait now." "It's no big deal." Wiggum led the way. "Come with me." The few people left the lobby and headed towards the business building. Wiggum said something to the bodyguard, and the bodyguard asked Depp's followers to go to the entertainment area to kill time. Wiggum looked at Amber again, but the latter held Depp's arm tightly. Depp was famous for his love-brained personality, and of course he wouldn't let Amber leave. The four of them came to a meeting room in the business building and met Thomas, Ryan and Jessica, who had invited them this time. Thomas introduced Jessica first. "This is the business director of Davis Film Studios." Both sides quickly got down to business. Jessica handed Depp the Lone Ranger file. "The Davis studio wants to invite Johnny to join this project. We're looking at a $160 million investment. If Johnny agrees, we'll immediately reach an agreement with Disney and begin development." Depp glanced at it and thought he'd heard someone mention it, but he couldn't recall who it was. He'd been drinking too much the previous night, and the alcohol was still affecting his brain. Wiggum, who was also reading, reminded him, "Jerry once wanted to adapt this project." He looked at Thomas and asked directly, "You guys," Thomas said, "we're here on behalf of Martin Davis. Martin thinks Johnny is perfect for the role of Tonto." Hearing Martin Davis' name, Amber felt a pang of excitement. She quietly pulled her phone from her purse, pretending to check a message, but actually turned on the recording. Wiggum asked, "Have you got the rights?" "We're in the process." Thomas, not understanding the real situation, assumed Martin was serious about the project and was poaching Depp as revenge against Annapurna Pictures. He sounded incredibly confident. "Martin and Alan Horn have been friends for many years and have reached an agreement to collaborate. Once some details are finalized, a written contract will be signed shortly." Amber leaned in to take a look. "Is The Lone Ranger a classic?" Jessica said. "Yes, ABC's classic radio and television dramas have a strong audience base and hold great promise for adaptation." Wiggum asked, "You just said preparations will begin soon?" "Filming is imminent," Jessica replied, "expected for May or June." "That conflicts with Johnny's schedule," Wiggum thought, realizing that the two men were representing Martin Davis. He had a vague idea. "Johnny has signed on with Transcendence, and won't be available during that time," Jessica said bluntly. "If possible, we hope Johnny will withdraw from the production. All expenses incurred during this period will be covered by Davis Studios." She laid out the key point. "We won't let Johnny suffer any loss in terms of salary. $35 million, plus up to 10% of the North American box office share, plus a corresponding share of offline revenue. All that's negotiable." Depp looked half asleep, occasionally burping. Amber glanced at him, utterly disappointed. How could someone like him become so famous? Jessica added, "Davis Studios, Pacific Pictures, and Disney Pictures all want to work with Johnny." With Depp in his hand, Wiggum felt he had grasped the key to the meeting, so he remained calm. "This is no small matter. We need time to consider it." The two sides chatted for a while longer, then Depp lost his patience and stood up to leave. Wiggum, helpless, apologized to Thomas and Jessica, then followed him. As they left the club, Depp's group of friends surrounded them, demanding they join them for drinks. Depp shouted, "Black Mamba, the party's about to begin." Wiggum knew there was no point in discussing business today. Amber said, "I've got a skincare appointment with my girlfriend. I'll meet you at the bar afterward." The group split into 3 groups. As they walked, Depp said to his friends, "I'm treating you today. We'll have the best wine." Someone asked, "Any news?" Depp laughed and said, "Do you know Martin Davis? The media has him and me on the same level, and today he came to me and asked me to play the leading role in one of his projects." Another asked, "What project? Why doesn't he do it himself?" The Lone Ranger. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor of the club, Nicholson watched the group of people split into 3 groups and walked away. He asked Martin, "What's going on with Thomas?" Martin put away his phone. The terms have been made. Depp's agent has accepted the information. They said they need to think about it. This was as expected. Nicholson said, "We've put out the bait. We'll see if the fish bites." Leonardo, who had been observing Depp's girlfriend through binoculars, said, "This girl is nice. She's pretty and has a great figure." Martin said, "She's your type." No. Leonardo put down the binoculars and said, "There are rumors in the industry that Depp wants to get engaged to her." "She's your type." Martin ignored him and said to Nicholson, "If there's any action over there, they'll definitely contact Disney. We'll be the first to know." To Hollywood, Megan Ellison is just an outsider. No mistakes. Amber drove alone in a car and soon stopped by the roadside. She pulled out her phone and played the recording she'd just made. It was crystal clear. A while ago, when she met Depp with Megan Ellison, she'd said a few words. Amber was quite tempted. Without much hesitation, she picked up her phone and dialed the number Megan had given her. As soon as the call went through, she introduced herself and said, "Half an hour ago, Martin Davis's agent, Thomas, and his agent, Jessica, met with Depp and tried to pressure Depp into playing the lead in his new project." Megan said, "Come to my office." Amber quickly arrived at Annapurna Pictures, where an assistant led her into the office. Megan was direct. "Tell me what happened." Amber had already composed herself on the way, quickly and in detail explaining what had happened. She even pulled out her phone and played the recording. "That's good, you're thoughtful," Megan complimented her. She fetched her checkbook, signed a check, and placed it on the desk. "Here's your payment." Amber wanted more, so she refused. "It's my job," Megan, without even looking up, said. "I trust you can keep an eye on Depp and prevent him from making a decision that would upset me." Amber then went to take the check, saw the number on it, and assured, "He definitely won't." "Excellent," Megan said, almost imperatively. "Leave the recording on your phone." An assistant came over, and Amber immediately copied the recording. Without further delay, she left. Megan opened the web and searched for The Lone Ranger. A wealth of relevant content came up. A classic show from the last century, featuring characters familiar to a generation, had been acquired by Disney after its acquisition of ABC. Megan called Depp's agent directly. Seeing that she got the news so quickly, Wiggum didn't feel the need to keep it secret and blurted it out. This way, the two companies would compete for Depp, and the ones who would benefit were him and Depp. Megan hung up the phone. As she expected, Martin Davis had two projects snatched away and was looking for other projects, and he also wanted to steal her male lead. This reminded Megan of what happened at the Oscar nominees luncheon. Martin snatched away Jessica Chastain in front of her, and now he was using the same trick to secretly poach Depp. Megan pressed the intercom. "Send Darrett and Wilson over." Soon, the two men rushed over. Megan explained the details of the matter and played the recording that Amber had secretly recorded. Wilson, a veteran Hollywood producer, said, "I've heard of this project. A while ago, at a Producers Guild gathering, Jerry Bruckheimer discussed it with a few close producers. He complained that Alan Horn, the new president of Disney Studios, was arrogant and had broken his predecessor's promise by holding back on his planned adaptation of The Lone Ranger." Megan asked, "Is it Jerry Bruckheimer, the same producer who produced Bad Boys for Life, The Rock, Con Air, Public Enemies, Pearl Harbor, Black Hawk Down, the Pirates of the Caribbean series, and the National Treasure series?" Wilson replied, "That's him." This was incredibly convincing. Add Martin Davis to the mix. Megan acted decisively, and things were going as she'd expected. "Wilson, go talk to Jerry Bruckheimer and ask him about the project." She then turned to Darrett and said, "Go talk to Johnny Depp's agent, Wiggum, and get a copy of the relevant information about the Lone Ranger. Then, ask about the situation at Disney." The two agreed in quick succession. Megan was still worried, so she specifically reminded him, "You must keep it confidential and don't let Martin Davis know anything." "Understand, I understand." The two of them left the office and immediately got busy. Chapter 650, a top project worth $200 million. In this commercial world, as long as you're willing to spend money, things are easy to do. In just one day, the two small teams led by Darrett and Wilson compiled the verified information and sent it to Megan Ellison. Wilson had direct contact with Jerry Bruckheimer and reported, "The news is indeed true." Jerry submitted a proposal to Walt Disney Studios on behalf of Bruckheimer Films in early December of last year, wanting to adapt The Lone Ranger into film. "The information we have was actually compiled by Jerry," Megan Ellison laughed. So Martin Davis is trying to steal someone else's project, Wilson continued. Indeed, Jerry and Disney Studios had a conflict over the profit sharing of the Pirates of the Caribbean series. The latter's new president, Alan Horn, had a lot of opinions about Jerry and directly suppressed this project. Jerry believed that they were trying to make him surrender. He added, I also found out from Jerry something that was not in the information. His original plan was to lead the original production team of Pirates of the Caribbean, such as Gore Verbinski continuing to direct and Johnny Depp starring in the leading role, to create another Caribbean series. Megan said, a gold medal producer with a gold medal production team, great. Wilson, based on his years of experience, suggested, President, we should take this project as soon as possible. Darragh interrupted, in order to snatch Depp away, Davis Studio offered an extremely exaggerated salary and fully covered the liquidated damages. Martin Davis is clearly taking revenge on us. In addition, I bribed the people at Disney Pictures and got accurate information that the project of the Lone Ranger was discussed by Martin Davis himself with Alan Horn. This was enough for Megan, the proud, strong and decisive female president, to make a decision, immediately mobilize the company's most capable personnel to form a negotiation team, and formally purchase the adaptation rights of the Lone Ranger from Disney Pictures today. Money is not a problem, she thought for a moment, then said, Wilson, you will officially contact Jerry Bruckheimer's team. I want the Caribbean's gold medal production team to join this project, Wilson said. Martin Davis' personal friendship with Alan Horn will be the biggest obstacle. We're going public with the offer. Alan Horn is only the president of Disney Studios, not the controlling shareholder. Megan's strategy was simple, leverage power and pressure with money. Let all Disney management know our offer. This will make it a purely commercial transaction. Martin Davis, no matter how close his personal relationship with Alan Horn is, will have to give way before the company's profits. Annapurna Pictures had only been around for a short time, with a library of copyrighted films and a handful of film projects. It was a new company among new companies, but it had ample funds. That afternoon, explosive news swept Hollywood. Annapurna Pictures had offered Disney Studios $30 million for the film rights to the classic series, The Lone Ranger. Disney Studios immediately convened a management meeting and responded, making preliminary contact with Annapurna Pictures, stating that the film rights to The Lone Ranger were not for sale. This was a clear signal to raise the price. Annapurna Pictures then raised its offer, and the two sides began to spar. In Martin's office at the Davis Studios, Leonardo opened the glass cabinet and took out Lily's latest work. While admiring it, he said, the fish has taken the bait. Nicholson looked at Martin, you must respond. You can't back down now, I understand. Martin picked up the phone and called Jessica. We also make an open offer, $50 million. Nicholson's eyebrows jumped. Are you crazy? What if you scare people away? Martin said, no. Jerry Bruckheimer's original plan was to make it into a popular series of movies again like Caribbean. For the copyright of a series of movies, $50 million is nothing. As far as he remembers, the film and television rights of the 50 Shades of Grey series were sold for more than $100 million. Leonardo replied, we're not really buying it, so what's there to be afraid of? Nicholson's phone rang. He answered the call and, after hanging up, said, the latest news is that Annapurna Pictures has contacted Jerry Bruckheimer, and Megan Ellison seems to want to hire Bruckheimer's team to produce the film. We offered Depp the option up front, and she's contacted Jerry Bruckheimer. If nothing unexpected happens, she'll also ask Depp to play the leading man. This was the key. Martin, from an investor's perspective, secretly calculated, Bruckheimer's original plan called for a co-production with Disney, with a budget of no less than $150 million. If you factor in copyright fees, she'll have to invest at least $200 million in production alone. Leonardo, who has a film company, said, it'll only be more, not less. Nicholson laughed heartily, delighted. This is a big deal. If, as you say, 3 such large-scale projects all fail, Annapurna Pictures will inevitably go bankrupt. Even if Larry Ellison had nearly $30 billion in assets, he wouldn't allow his daughter to be so generous with her money to Hollywood. Martin warned, be careful, you two. Don't get shot on the back 8 times, Nicholson replied, go ahead. I'm afraid no one will come after me. The 3 of them then left Burbank and headed to Hollywood to attend the Screen Actors Guild Awards luncheon. There were no surprises in the lead roles. Leonardo DiCaprio and Natalie Portman won the Best Actor and Best Actress awards, respectively. It's no exaggeration to say their odds of winning the Oscars were a whopping 99%. Martin no longer had to worry about the battle for the Lone Ranger. Nicholson was the commander, overseeing the entire plot. To put it bluntly, Davis Studios raised their offer, intensified their efforts to recruit Depp, and also approached Jerry Bruckheimer's production team, setting a high bar for competition. With the two companies competing so fiercely, the news couldn't be kept secret. Martin and Bruckheimer's favored projects quickly attracted even more entrants. Summit Entertainment and Relativity Entertainment, founded with funding from Wall Street Capital, jumped into the fray. Lionsgate and Paramount Pictures also inquired about the possibility of co-producing with Disney. Sony and Columbia Pictures even offered $60 million. The higher the offer, the less inclined Alan Horn was to have Disney adapt the film. A project costing over $200 million might not ultimately generate as much profit as the licensing fees, and what about the risks involved? Before the Oscars, Hollywood was captivated by the commercial bidding war, and the Lone Ranger seemed to have become a hot commodity. A week before the Oscars, Annapurna Pictures, leveraging its strong cash flow, secured the film rights for the Lone Ranger for $80 million, plus an undisclosed percentage of the film's revenue. Hollywood was stunned. Megan Ellison's assertiveness was even more impressive than her brother David Ellison's arrival in Hollywood. At the same time as signing the licensing agreement with Disney, Annapurna Pictures secured the original Pirates of the Caribbean production team, led by Jerry Bruckheimer and Gore Verbinski, and announced that this ace team would be producing the Lone Ranger. However, they encountered some difficulty with Johnny Depp. $30 million? I'll continue to star in their new film. Depp, unusually lucid, rejected Annapurna Pictures' offer, telling his agent, "I don't see the sincerity." Wiggum said, "That's their base offer. We can continue to negotiate." Depp replied, "I remember Davis Studios offered me a base salary of $35 million for this role, plus up to 10% of the North American box office revenue. Annapurna can't offer less than that, right?" Martin's offer heightened Depp's expectations. Wiggum said, "I'll negotiate again with Annapurna Pictures this afternoon." The 35 plus 10 package is the base. Martin wanted to recruit Depp, and Jerry Bruckheimer insisted on using Depp. Annapurna Pictures ultimately reached a $35 million salary agreement with Johnny Depp's team, with a maximum 15% share of the North American box office. Depp is notoriously difficult to work with. Besides these, the studio also had to provide hefty salaries for Depp's 5 assistants, 3 nannies, and 2 dogs. As for other supplementary agreements covering food, clothing, housing, and transportation, there were hundreds of other items. But Depp now had the resources. After the actors' agreement was signed, Annapurna Pictures held a grand press conference, preemptively prior to the Oscars, to announce the film's launch. The production budget for the project is a staggering $220 million. Jerry Bruckheimer's team will begin preparations immediately, and after Depp finishes filming Transcendence, he will move on to filming The Lone Ranger. Annapurna Pictures is also simultaneously developing 2 film projects, Seventh Son and Zero Dark 30. Established Hollywood studios clearly see that after Relativity Entertainment, a new wolf has arrived. However, whether the wolf will devour the meat or keep its own fat remains uncertain. With 4 such projects underway and no filmmaking experience, Annapurna Pictures struggles to attract outside investment, leaving it with a tight cash flow. Megan Ellison couldn't rely on her father for every problem, so she simply applied for a bank loan. However, Annapurna Pictures lacked a film library or fixed assets to pledge, and the bank rejected their application for future film profits. So, Megan Ellison used the trust fund Larry Ellison had set up for her as collateral. As an outsider in Hollywood, she scoffed at the old Hollywood rule that movies shouldn't be made with one's own money. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.